2022, a total of 5 teams qualified. 3 teams from PUBG Thailand series, Daytrade Gaming, Buram United Esports and Theaton 5, and 2 teams from Thailand Open, Yarena and MS Chonburi. Daytrade Gaming advanced to PCS7 APAC by again winning PTS with huge point gap. We can see how powerful this team is by looking at PTS stat leaderboard, Nurin's on the top followed by Flash and Balmeth. The focus is now on whether they will win consecutive championship in PCS7. Scream out loud! Buram United Esports, who always showed aggressive playstyle in global stage, is back in PCS7. They failed to advance to PCS6, but they just got better this time. What a nade! Let's see how much more aggressive Buram United Esports can be. Quite sure they will be making some epic moments this time in PCS7 too. Theaton 5, the super rookie team in Thailand, barely made it to PCS7. The point gap with 4th place Myth was just 1 single point. Thanks to Rosetta Jr.'s final kill, they were able to secure a PCS7 APAC ticket. In PUBG Thailand Open, MS Chonburi also won a ticket with miraculous chicken dinner thanks to Julia's incredible clutch. We'll have to wait and see whether this could also happen in PCS7 APAC. From Vietnam, veteran teams, The Expendables and Cerberus Esports, and 3 rookie teams, Genius Esports, New Generation Esports, and Icarus Cyber have advanced to PCS7 APAC. The Expendables have advanced to PCS7 by winning PUBG Vietnam series with 120 points gap with 2nd place Cerberus Esports, who has the record for the most wins in the PVSs. Cerberus Esports seemed not as powerful in the global tournaments, but they showed potential in PCS6 APAC by ranking 4th, so they do have chance to take away Daytrade Gaming's champion title. Competition among veteran teams from Thailand and Vietnam will be an interesting point to watch in PCS7 APAC. Genius Esports sound like a new team, but this team is consisted of Simon T, Chloris, and Zest from BN United. They placed 3rd in recent PVS with their clever timings and engagement skills. Especially, the head-to-head fight against BN United made Vietnam's fans go wild. Genius Esports must make it in the top 5 in PCS7 APAC to advance to the PGC 2022. We'll have to see if they can make it happen. In PUBG Challenger Rumble 2022 Season 4, 2 Malaysian teams, Shuago Dwi and PMA, and Archangel Predator from Philippines, and From the Future from Indonesia have advanced to PCS7 APAC. Among them, the team we need to focus is Shuago Dwi. This team is a newly formed team led by Leo, who represented Chinese Taipei in PNC for 2 times, and he's playing with 3 Malaysian players, Shen, Sophia, and Jarvis. They were able to secure the 1st place by beating the Philippines Archangel Predator with 76 points gap. Will they be able to prove once again the potential they've shown in PUBG Challenger Rumble? From Oceania, Team Bliss and Origami Orangutans have advanced to PCS7 APAC. Team Bliss, led by Insight, is indeed the best team from OC region, and their goal must be stacking up more PGC points so that they can advance to PGC 2022. Let's take a look at the PGC point standings for APAC. Daytrade Gaming, the winner of PCS6 APAC, is ranked 1st with 200 points, and if they make it in the top 12 in PCS7, they'll be able to secure their spot in PGC 2022 with no difficulties. However, other teams may be going to face different fates depending on the results of PCS7 APAC. All teams have chance though, as PCS7 APAC champion will directly advance to PGC 2022, so don't give up. With a mix of North American superstars and South American rising stars, the Americas region is expected to be one of the most exciting competitions. From any regional playoff, Sonics, the winner of most PCS Americas, Wildcard Gaming, E-United, Dodge, and Tokyo Manjigang, and Luminosity Gaming, who picked up shoot-to-kill players, have advanced to PCS7 Americas. Sonics proved their class by winning the regional playoffs and sweeping all the big stats such as most kills, most assists, most damage, and even most winner-winner chicken dinner. Wildcard Gaming is back in PUBG Esports scene by picking up Gascon's players. They ranked second after Sonics, only 2 points gap with third place E-United. E-United showed off their potential in the last match by pulling off a 2v3 clutch. With this member, they can do anything. The competition for the cut line was just as fierce as the competition for the top group. Yahoo, who has the Brazilian superstar Sparking, Dodge, who strengthened their roster by recruiting Corsac, and Tokyo Manjigang, who moved from Europe to North America, competed for the 6th place, and at the end, Dodge and Tokyo Manjigang won the tickets. The competition among South American teams was also on fire. Fiumba, 22 Esports, and 4 Poor Men with Brazilian youngsters have qualified as a top point getters. Team X of Colombia and Synergy Esports with the living legend of Argentina, Siljan, put their name on the PCS7 America list along with Trogloditos in a point tie. Fiumba is consisted of the old KPI Gaming members. Siljan has left to Synergy Esports. This team is still very strong. With young bloods from Argentina, they've ranked first in South America regional playoff. As we've seen how well Brazilian rookie players performed in PNC 2022, let's keep an eye on Haven from 22 Esports and LFP VHC from 4 Poor Men, a team with interesting name, and see how they perform in their next global tournaments. Bing Bang Boom, Peak FA, the Rumblers, Eoscuri made it through the last chance qualifier. Bing Bang Boom heading to last chance qualifier was not expected, but they were able to make it to PCS7 Americas thanks to Keenan's performance, recording the most kills and most assists. The strength of the Brazilian teams was also outstanding this time. No Brazilian team have passed the last chance qualifier in PCS6, but this time, Pick FA and Eoscuri outperformed among prominent teams to qualify, and we should look forward to seeing if they can show their skills in the global competition. Let's check out PGC points for Americas. Sonics, who accumulated 725 points, and E-United, with 680 points, have indeed locked up their spot for PGC 2022. This means 4 seats left for Americas region. Which teams will be taking the spots in PCS7 Americas? PCS7 will be held in 4 regions around the world, starting with APAC and America on upcoming September 16th. And then Asia and Europe will kick off on September 30th. As this is the last chance to get the tickets for PGC 2022, please stay tuned to check out the result. We'll be back next time with news about Asia and Europe region. See you then. Bye!
I'm gonna handle it all. Nothing you can do to stop what's coming. A one-man army. You hear the drummer drumming. I'm running through everything. My team on my back. Doing this for my people. Ain't no turning back. I'ma end it all. For the ones who ain't here. I'ma end it all. And the ending is near. When the chips is down. At the end of the day. No matter what happens. That's what you say. Tell them we got it. Tell them we far from done. Tell them we got it. I'ma take everyone. Tell them we got it. Tell them we far from done. Tell them we got it. I'll take them one by one. I'll take them one by one. I'll take them one by one.
Yeah. I only got one question. So is that on
Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Some updates to Destin, a new vehicle, and special new skins. All this and more as we dive into the Update 19.2 patch report. First up, Destin is getting some additional cover in several areas, as well as more cell towers, ascenders, and fuel pumps. You'll also now notice the passage of time and even shifting weather patterns in your Destin games. If your match is going long and you're starting to feel hangry, look out for the newest Battlegrounds vehicle, the food truck. This sturdy vehicle holds a driver and passenger, while up to 2 others serve up hot food and even hotter lead in the back. There's also new heavy stock in the game to try out on your favorite stock-slotted weapon. You may remember us talking about an animation refresh some time back. This update, you'll start to see the fruits of those efforts with new animations for all weapon operations and player motions. Check them out and let us know what you think. For those looking to really pimp their ride, we've added new special vehicle skins to the game. Our first set will turn your run-of-the-mill Coupe RB into a sleek and sexy McLaren GT. Customized paint, rims, and even your brakes. These customizations can be crafted in the workshop or by collecting rewards from the new McLaren Crafters Pass. But before you go betting your pink slip, while it may look like a McLaren, it still performs like a regular old coupe. There's quite a bit more to learn about these updates and more, so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 19.2 is here, so drop in, wax up that new McLaren, and serve up some chicken dinner, extra bullets. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
사실 2020을
The last
향하는
path to
마지막
PGC22, PUBG Continental Series 7 Asia is finally back. Welcome, I'm the host for today, Hyung Kyung Lee. We are already on the 7th series of PCSs. which is an important route for the PUBG Global Championship. 12 out of 32 teams will be determined for the dream stage of PGC through this PCS7 Asia. Korea being one of the top in PUBG Esports and the continuous domination of China with the improvement from Japan and Chinese Taipei teams. The 4 regions are together for the start of PCS. It's always been the Chinese teams that has been dominant throughout the Asian region. Especially Petrichor Road, having earned the triple crown of PCS Asia, have been the dominant force so far. However, as history has always proven, there are no such thing as infinity. Every team will be able to earn the championship seat. Could China be the champion once again and remain a strong dominance, or will Korea, Japan, or Chinese Taipei be able to seek for a counter? The last phase of the final round for 2022 is coming. It's time to prove who will be the best for the upcoming PGC 22. PUBG Continental Series 7 Asia begins now.
我们这次是为了包揽 PCS 冠军而来。PCS 30万的队伍已经有了，但还没有诞生40万的队伍。我们这次是为了打破纪录而来。
패트리커의 소년 우승은 대단하지만 그게 영원하진 않다고 생각하거든요. 4연속 우승 도전은 저희가 꼭 끊어내도록 하겠습니다.
韩国队每次都说要拿 PCS 冠军，但是已经说了6遍了，即将也会成为第7遍。趁现在赶紧再说说吧。
중국 팀들이 좋은 모습을 보여준 건 인정하는데 저는 무조건 이제 이기고 싶습니다. 절대 지고 싶지 않아요.
PCS7 では自分たちがどれくらい実力を発揮できるかっていうのを試したいと思ってます。
我们的目标是拿到前3名，然后也要证明 GS 在亚洲区的实力。我们 GS 会变成他最可怕的敌人，然后送给他们一点颜色的小角。
上一次我拿了亚军，然后在更早的一次也拿了一次亚军，这次能不能再突破一下拿一下冠军？
这次我们希望能达成大满贯的荣誉，从 PCS7延续到2022 PGC， 然后我们是非常有信心夺冠的。
이번 PCS 거기서 거기라고 생각하기 때문에 우리 배고파가 기강 한번 세게 잡아보겠습니다.
他们没我弟我们厉害，他们就感觉不会自我突破，等好点拿冠军吧。
이번에 담원기아가 사고 한번 치겠습니다. 무시하지 마, 우리 한국인이야.
And welcome everybody to PCS7 Asia. Right around the corner is PGC. And I'm Paper Thin, this is State, and we're kicking it off today. 6 days of PUBG Esports action to see who will win PCS7 and who will be moving on to the Global Championship at the end of the year. And State, it's been an exciting year in PUBG Esports. We've already had PCS6. Petrichor Road won their 3rd in a row, looking to potentially win their 4th PCS in a row here. Is it going to happen? Can anyone stop China? Can anyone stop Petrichor Road?
I don't know, man. No team has ever won 4 championships like that in a row, but Petrichor Road, PCS is pretty much their second home at this point. They've been playing fantastically. It seems like every single time they show up here, Xleft is just popping off. His teammates are carrying the weight, and we could have a 4-time champion. We might have another team going for a Grand Slam. You know, Ming Ming was saying that he wants to go ahead and win the PCS7 and the Grand Slam there at PGC, and it's going to be crazy. I've long felt Asia is the most competitive region here in PUBG, and so far it's just been 6 straight events of Chinese dominance. Can Korea come back? That's the story I'm looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's obviously going to be one of our big storylines, as it always is. And of course, you can see our schedule, guys. We start today. Again, we have 6 total days, so we do Friday, Saturday, Sunday this week. Same thing next week. Europe comes on after us, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that. It's usually not too long of a wait, maybe a couple hours at most, and then we kick off over there on the other side of the world. But right now, let's focus on Asia. So we wrap up on the 9th, and then we find out who's going to be going to PGC, which is also a big part of this. Obviously, we want to know who's going to win this, who can, you know, really put up the good form. Can somebody stop Petrichor Road? All these big questions we have, but also there's a lot going into this event in terms of the PGC points. So I'm sure we'll get to that, but let's talk about the rule set here. Guys, you kind of know it, you love it, right?
Yeah, we're going to be playing with the Super Rule format. 16 teams over 6 days, 30 total matches. Today will be Erangel, 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 and then 2 Miramars, and we will be alternating throughout the tournament. And after we add up all of the match points, after all of these marathon games, we will have our PCS7 champion. And oftentimes, it is not until the very last day that it's decided. I believe in PCS6, Petrichor Road had a kind of slow start in that tournament, and then they just completely turned everything on its head in the second weekend. So every single game matters.
Exactly. You never know. The first weekend can be a good indication, but typically it's often the second weekend where the winning team really kind of hits their stride. It's a lot like a race, right? Like an F1 race or a horse race or something like that, where it's you can start out strong, that's great, but a lot of times it's the teams that have the energy and the fuel towards the end of the event that are really going to pull ahead. So prize money, very, very great this time as usual. 80,000 for the top team. Drops down from there, but everybody gets a little something. Our kill leader gets 5,000. The Insane Squad each gets 5,000. So if you're on the all PCS team as well, you get 10,000. So there's a lot of things to play for here beyond even, of course, you want to win the event. Of course, you want to get those PGC points that we've been talking about. Here's the breakdown for this.
Yeah, and this event's going to be critical for pretty much all of these Asia teams. I mean, there's a lot of spots open for the PGC finals. All of these teams want to be there. We have some teams like New Happy that are pretty much a lock, but a lot of these other folks coming out of the Chinese region especially, they want to fight. This is their battlegrounds. They want to get those top spots so they can secure their spot at that very lucrative final championship.
Yeah, really. That's, there's a bigger picture thing to work on beyond just winning this event. Of course, you want to do that. If you win this event, you're in. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah.
You win this event, you are in. You get second place at this event, you're probably basically in PGC
for
as well.
Sure.
Basically, if you get first or second, you're going. But it's going to be a matter of getting to those positions and then filling in behind there. We already know, for example, on the road to PGC, that the Donuts, USG Donuts, and GEX have already qualified for PGC. We know that for sure. That is 100% guaranteed because of the regional spots they're going. So this is kind of an interesting event in a couple ways that I think we'll get to later when we talk about like drop spots and those kind of things, how it's going to affect their decision making. But beyond that, basically Petrichor Road and I think the Freaks, Africa Freaks, are basically in. I don't think there's a world where they can't make it. So those two teams I think are pretty set as far as the points go right now. And then New Happy, Tianba, basically in. They would need to absolutely bottom out. Like those two teams would actually have to get last place, and then a lot of other crazy things would have to happen for them to not qualify.
Yeah, but it would be insane if we didn't have, Tai Lu or some of these other Chinese teams. They're represented at the finals, and it just goes to show what a competitive region it is. There's only a couple spots up for grabs, and I mean, these next 2 weekends are pretty much going to decide everything in terms of whether these teams are going to be able to make it to that final championship. And here you go, the teams on the board: GEX, DK, USG Donuts, Bego Pa. A lot of participating teams here, man. Bego Pa, I want to talk about them.
We'll get to that. We'll save it a little bit. These are some teams that didn't necessarily, some of them didn't qualify. I think most of these didn't qualify and didn't play well coming up into this. Damwon Kia, a team that a lot of us had high hopes for. A team that swapped in Foxy for this phase. Under Loki Mental, have been there for a little while. Consistently one of the best rifling teams, I'd say, in Korea. Their up close and personal battles are nearly unrivaled. You can see that 6 spray transfer by Loki. I was casting that from home, and I absolutely lost my marbles when he did that because that was just disgusting. But this is a team that is quite good. But then, of course, there's Bego Pa, which is, I mean, everybody has to look. Yes, this is the man, the myth, the legend himself. This is P.O.
And he is back, and he's back with a vengeance right now, kind of forming his own little ragtag team. This reminds me a little bit of, if you guys followed PWS, Boya Julke, which was kind of the same idea of a lot of players that maybe, cast off from their previous teams or maybe decided to pave their own way, kind of coming together to compete in a big format. And that is P.O. here, leading Bego Pa, this new team. And it's going to be really exciting to see what they do here at PCS7 Asia.
Yeah, and so for those of you that are curious, basically P.O. was supposed to do his military this year, but it got deferred, so he doesn't have to do it till next year. So he decided to, he felt the itch to keep playing. He decided to come back and formed a team with Sungjang, Taemin, Two Heart, and others to put together this superstar, DG98, that was the other player, to put together this superstar roster of former pros who are now kind of leaning more on the streaming end of things. By the way, Bego Pa, in case you're curious, means we're hungry.
Yeah, and they are hungry for a win. I mean, you could see it the way P.O.'s playing. He's been racking up a lot of kills.
Absolutely. No, he's been absolutely disgusting, and We'll get to that later. Ghibli, a team that's going to look a lot different than we've seen previously state. A lot of the Ghibli members went to Gen G now, but this new team, they went young, and it's paid off. They're playing really, really well.
Yeah, oftentimes we see this in PUBG Esports where these teams, you know, after every single phase or after a PWS, they will often kind of shuffle their players around, try to find the exact perfect squad, because it really takes a full team to succeed at the top level in PUBG Esports. Every player has to carry their weight. And some players that are good fits on other teams, they might not fit in well on a new team. It's really hard to find exactly the right chemistry, exactly the right dynamic. I mean, we've heard before about, sometimes even on Gen G, with all the success that they had, Pia would sometimes need to be reined in a little bit for them actually to form a cohesive unit and win big fights.
That's very true. And I'd say the Ghibli team looks good. 4AM is having a resurgence. They've looked a lot better recently. They had a disappointing performance at PCS6, so now looking at kind of what they've been able to. A big question today is if Godvi, a.k.a. Wayless, is going to be able to play today. He's had some health issues with some food poisoning or something like that I've seen on social media, so curious if he's going to be able to play. And then I think these are kind of a lot of your favorites that aren't New Happy or Peril. You're looking at these teams as kind of like the not the S tier, but the A+ tier. The teams that could definitely win this event, but haven't yet.
Yeah, I mean, Danawa has always been one of the top teams in Korea, right there behind Gen G. And I mean, 17, Tiamba, and Tai Lu, these are three just top global teams. I mean, there's not too much to be said about it. It's just that the Chinese region is so stacked. There's so much talent, so much PUBG talent in that region that, I mean, these guys coming in like 17, PCS 6 rank, only top 5, like, this is an org that if you throw them in another region, they could easily walk away with a championship many times over.
Yeah, and I should say that even though I said earlier that some of them haven't won a championship, I should take that back. Tiamba has won a PCS before. It was a long time ago. Tai Lu has members from teams that have won a PCS from a while ago. So both those teams have the caliber to do so. It's just in recent history, it's just been like the Petrichor Roadshow. So they sometimes get kind of lost in the sauce here at PCS. But, I mean, they're really, really good teams. I think 17 is probably, for me, the team that isn't Petrichor Road or New Happy that I think has the best chance to win this event.
Okay.
Tiamba is insane with grenades. And of course, Chewy, the player you're seeing right here on your screen, is actually Korean. But he lives in China, so he plays with Tiamba has for some time now. It's been played in the Chinese region for quite some time, but a very, very good player. But Tiamba, well known for their grenade strikes. I'd say they're a little bit like Luminosity in America, where they're kind of well known for their utility usage more than anything. Danawa is, I think, the best overall team in Korea right now.
Yeah,
you
can make a case for it. I mean, Slew himself, you just saw it right there. This guy is like a one-man highlight reel. He is such a good gun player. It just feels like anytime he lines up shots, he hits. And Soul is the exact same way. These guys pack a 1-2 punch at the top of Danawa's lineup that is hard to beat for teams, even in this region.
Absolutely. And I think there's been a lot of improvement. You know, they have Helen on the team as well. Rex has moved over to MTech for now, but Helen has been playing incredibly well at times. Helen has some of these moments where he just comes alive and just starts trashing people. I mean, just starts burying teams in the mud by himself. It's crazy how he does it. He's very hot or cold sometimes, but when he's hot, he's one of the best in the business. So definitely keep your eyes on that. And then I'd say, yeah, our three kind of top teams right now, right? Your first, second, and third in terms of PGC points. I think you could look at this as maybe their potential placements, like likelihood for this event as well, and consider these to be your top 3 teams.
I mean, Petrichor Road, the story speaks for itself. These guys are looking for their 4th straight PCS Asia Championship. I mean, that's just absurd. And the freaks themselves as well, as actually we'll hold that really quick, as here's some Left highlights. These are always such a treat to watch. This guy is a beast to fight. I mean, Petrichor Road just, it seems like every single PCS, even when they are on the ropes in the final days, they somehow find a way to come through and secure the win in the most clutch fashion. I mean, if there's any team that can go 4 wins in a row, it's going to be Petrichor Road, and I don't know if we're going to see anything like that again in PCS, because this region is so competitive, it's so stacked, there's so much talent, as we've said before. The fact that they've won 3 in a row already is just baffling.
I didn't think that would ever happen. If I'm being perfectly honest, I didn't think there would be a team that would win 3 PCSs in a row in Asia, just because of the quality, especially in China. The quality of teams that are in China is just outrageous. Gen G has been really, really good, but the Freaks have been even better in Korea in PWS. They've won 5 PWSs, 4 PWSs, a lot of PWSs. Anyway, they're like in PWS, like they're the Petrichor Road. They're the team that just keeps winning, but then they get to PCS state and they kind of flounder. They kind of fall apart.
It's tough, and some of that is a little bit of a stylistic mismatch that we've seen in the past between PWS and PCS, where some of these Korean teams, they kind of get run over by Chinese squads playing 4-man team fights. And that sometimes happens where, like, even when we see Gen G play, like, Pio will get picked off back when he was on that team. And suddenly it's Gen G as a 3-man squad going against, like, 4 AM that's coming up the hill in 4 cars and is ready to rain down hellfire. I mean, the play style of Korean teams kind of spreading out and controlling territory, it works well in PWS in their own little environment, but sometimes when they match up against these Chinese teams, the firepower is just too much.
Yeah, exactly. I think there is... I think you're really hitting the nail on the head of the biggest stylistic difference between the PWS and the PCL, is that the Chinese teams are much more willing to play together, play as a team. And Petrichor Road, I think, is the personification of that, more so than any other team. New Happy's kind of weird because they're very active on the map. They play edge more than Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road likes to wait for their moment to strike. They're kind of quiet, and then they try to find a position to attack in the center of the circle, and then start just trying to force these team fights that they're so good at, of course. So let's see how it plays out this time around, though. Maybe we'll see some different strategies and ideas. Of course, the Fantasy League. All right, this is where you could put up or shut up. Get in here. You think you know better than us. We'll prove it. You might. I'm pretty up and down in fantasy. I got 6th place in APAC last time, which was pretty dope. I got some G coins and stuff.
Nice.
So you can win some prizes, by the way, as well. But go on twire.gg, guys. You can see it up in the top right-hand corner of your screen. You can pick your fantasy team. You get a certain amount of money to work with to put together the 4 players that you think are going to put up the most points, and they get points for kills and stuff. So what are you thinking this time around? Tell me about your fantasy team, Sting.
Yeah, so I went big, all right? You get a $100K budget for your team, and all the players are priced at different little slots. And I took the top prize, which is the pride of Korea right now. That is Ian. This guy is then a one-man show, averaging like 2.5 kills a game or something, which is just insane. I mean, right there, that's my star right there, Ian. Rounding out with Helen, Long, and Pio. I feel like I got a solid team. A lot of kill potential here.
Yeah, I like this. We've got a pretty different team. I mean, we have Pio in common. Pio at 22,000 is dirt cheap. And by the way, Pio has been absolutely just dominating people in scrims recently.
Yeah,
he's good. Obliterating people in scrims. And I mean, this is Chinese teams, not just PWS teams. This is Chinese teams that he's just destroying. So I think he's cheap. I went with Xiao Didi, the new addition to 17, right? He played on Jufu last time. Now he's over here on 17. He's been playing great. Ming, I mean, the best player in China.
Yeah, Ming is a great choice.
Yeah.
I wanted Ming, but I wanted Ian and Pio, and it was really hard to fit Ming in my budget.
You don't have the money for that.
That's too expensive,
Then you're putting like a coach on your
you're getting like a coach. You're getting a caster. Every time they call like an AK-47 a barrel, you lose points.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
so
but
good.
I don't know. I mean, Long, he's a solid guy on Petrichor Road. This is a team that always has the potential to win a PCS. I mean, they've won 3 in a row, so stating the obvious here. But I'm feeling good about my team. I think No Paper Thin is feeling good about his. And you guys back at home, go on twire.gg, submit your own teams. We'll see how everybody does at the end.
Yeah, I think Monsters is a real prize at this level. He really performed well during the PCL this time. He's a good pickup for infantry. He seems to be gelling with the team very nicely. They seem to be playing very good overall. So I think Monsters was like a good value pick, basically, where I kind of squeezed him in. I was able to squeeze him in even while throwing down some big bucks for Xiao Didi and Ming. But we'll see how it all shakes out. Of course, you guys should participate. There's the chance you can win some in-game money. You can do some of those other things.
Ming, 13% pick.
He's too good.
Yeah, Ming and Pio, I mean, those are just two.
Pio's dirt cheap.
Yeah, Pio's dirt cheap.
Ridiculously cheap for Pio.
And Monix as well. Like, this is... Yeah. I mean, you can only pick one player from each team, so it's nice that you could actually both get Pio and an Onyx right now. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty superb.
And honestly, Renba's not too bad either for 27,100. I think that's pretty reasonable considering he might put up pretty good points. Zipian, I think, was our top point getter for PCS 6 Asia, if I remember. So picking him makes quite a bit of sense. I mean, everybody's going to go for Longskirt, too. He's just one of those historic players in PUBG Esports that when he gets hot, he's one of those players who can take over an event individually, like a PO, like a Ming,
like an
Aix-Lef.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I feel the same way. And what I'm doing right there with betting on Ian is I'm betting that Korea's going to have Korea's finally going to have a better showing in this PCS than in previous PCSs. But we'll see if I eat my words on that one. You're already laughing at the thought of it.
I don't want to laugh, but I feel like a broken record because I've been here every PCS.
We're always together.
Like, well, yes, we're together. and every time I'm like, well, maybe this time the Korean teams could do it.
That's exactly what he looks
like. And then I'm like, yeah, then I'm wrong. And then, look, I mean, I think there's Korean teams who are good enough, of course.
Oh, the skill is there.
Yes.
The skill is there. I mean, we harped on this in PCS 6 where sometimes it just felt like really a stylistic mismatch where the Korean teams especially like on Miramar, they will just try to control too much territory, and the Chinese teams just know how to punish that. They're like, no, we will not let you control like 10% of this like stage 4 circle or something, and they'll just rain down hell. And what do you do if you have like one player split and like your other 3 guys kind of fanned out over a couple different compounds when 4 people are right up in cars? Like, that's tough. That's tough against anybody in the world, but when you're doing it like against like a Pero or against like 4 angry men, they're too good. That's too yeah, exactly. They're too good. These Chinese teams, they work so well together. There's a reason why they always win PCS.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're really diving into what is kind of the major difference between the 2 regions. That's how they play the late game more than anything. It's how, because yeah, sometimes there's even trading with kind of the widespread Korean formats where they're looking for picks, kind of trying to, maybe do a little damage, steal some kills here and there. But it's that late game where you're really accumulating the big points, where you have to win those team fights, where you have to try to fight for those chicken dinner or second place points, that the Korean teams really fall apart for the reasons you were just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. We'll see if there's going to be any kind of meta change coming out of the Korean teams in this international, because you got to feel like, I mean, if we're noticing it, we're not the I don't even know the crayon.
Well,
what is it called? The brightest crayons in the box or something? Like, well, I'm probably also butchering that.
That was our last event, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm eating the crayons. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Every time we say something stupid, we got to eat some crayons.
But, like, the fact that, like, that us with, like, our 2 brain cells are putting this together means, like, the Korean players and the Korean coaches have to be thinking the same thing, too, right?
No, they are. I've talked to them. Individually, I've sat down and talked to some of them, and absolutely this is what they're thinking. The problem is that it's so ingrained to them to play a certain way because it worked so well for so long.
Yeah.
For years, this style that they played was the best in the world. It won everything, right? In 2019, literally, Korea won everything. And then after that, they were still doing very well in 2020, but it was 2021 when things started to change, when the meta shifted towards the Chinese style. And I would even say if you watched PNC, the way that Team UK played was very similar to the way that a lot of these Chinese teams are going to play. So keep your eyes out for those kind of things. That kind of, I don't want to say death ball, that's not quite right, but team fighting. It's a team fight style.
It's very team focused. I mean, it's kind of putting all your eggs in one basket. But the thing about that is, when you have 4 players running up on a compound or on a fortified position, whether it be like a dip or something like that, I mean, oftentimes you're able to just take good trades, and even if you don't, you can get reses, I mean, this is something that we've seen time and time again from these Chinese teams where, like, they will roll onto a compound, and, yeah, like, 2 players will go down, but they get the res off on one of them, and now they have, like, the best compound in the final circle. Whereas a lot of the Korean teams sometimes, as we've said before, it feels like they play a little bit more timid, like they're trying to control more space.
Yes.
And, yeah, I mean, I'm hungry to see Korean teams perform to the level that we know they can at PCS. I don't want to see China win 7 times in a row. I mean, I love these Chinese teams. The players are so good. The play style is so fun to watch. But after having casted PWS, like, there's so much talent in Korea. I mean, like, it's just these players are so good, and then they come into the PCS every single time, and they just get stomped.
Yeah.
It's rough.
I think I'm starting to see the meta ideas begin to creep into the Korean team style. I mean, I think Afrika Freaks is probably the one that played the most sort of edge kind of group style more than anybody else. I'm worried about Genji. Their style that they brought into PWS was kind of back to that old school where they just like crash a dip in the middle of the circle like phase 3 and then just try to make it work, and then they just get naded to death. It gets you points, but it doesn't get you wins. And so for them, it's a very blasé style, in my opinion. It's just kind of like treading water,
Blasé?
Yeah. Is that the right word?
I don't know. You have a better vocabulary than me, man. I'm going to get my crayons out.
Yeah, right. Get the crayons, man.
I don't think I've heard blasé before.
I don't know. I think it's a French word, right? Like.
Yeah, well, it sounds French to me.
There we go.
Yeah.
See, I'm real smart now. I'm already getting ahead of Europe, right? Like, they're coming on later, and I'm already using European words before they can even get there.
European words.
Yeah, man. That's.
We put 2 Americans on the desk.
This is what happens.
It's a travesty.
It really is an absolute train wreck. No, I mean, I think Danawa is trying with different styles as well. Like, they're a team that they brought in a new IGL, right? Lambu, a player that they've been really keen on getting for a really long time, actually. Like, they've been telling me as soon as he became available from Ghibli, like, they were like, we have.
Oh, wow.
They were like, this is a player they've been trying to, like, not steal from Ghibli, but attract, via when he was maybe had a contract negotiation or something like that to try to come over to Danawa. They couldn't until now. And so with the kind of change in theory from Ghibli with how they're organizing their team, then Danawa was able to pick up Lambu, who is one of their most desired. Now, it was shaky at first, though. It was shaky with the way his IGLing was, because they like his aggressive style. you remember Ghibli, right? Like, it's so aggressive with Adder.
Well, they just took
Enva.
every fight in the world.
Right, and Danawa wants that with two players like
Soul and Salute. Yeah,
it's incredible. So you should be able to do that kind of thing. It was shaky at first. It got better as time went on. We'll see if they've got it. I think they probably pound for pound stack up the best against the Chinese teams, though.
I would say so. Pound for pound, for sure. I mean, E-End is a one-man wrecking ball on the Freaks, but Danawa, I mean, they've been top 2, top 3 in Korea for, it feels like, forever.
Yep.
You know, every PWS, every PCS, they're up there contesting the top of the leaderboards. I mean, I think it was PCS7, if I'm not mistaken, that they were actually the one Korean team that were kind of close to closing the gap between the Chinese teams before everybody pulled ahead.
I think it was 4th or 5th, right?
But that's exciting. I actually didn't know that about Lambu, with him, you know, bringing in a more aggressive play style to Danawa, because that's what we see succeed. That's what we see succeed from the Chinese team. So if we have somebody with the, you know, the talent that Danawa has going for the same kind of play style, maybe that will, you know, bear fruit. Maybe we'll see some more success out of Korea, because you know these Korean teams are hungry for a victory after 6 defeats in a row.
Yeah. No. I was thinking of PCS5. PCS6 was like so many Chinese teams at the top, it wasn't even close. Like Danawa got, I think, like 13th or something. They were
really?
They were quite low at PCS6. Yeah, no.
After a while, it all blends together.
I know. They've done so well most of the time. That was like their worst event so far. And it has them pretty nervous about qualifying for PGC. I mean, their likelihood is still very good that they're going to qualify for PGC. We're not going to talk a ton about PGC points initially, because we basically know like 6 teams that are going, but after that it gets really complicated really fast. So we'll keep track of it more towards the end, I think, when we're really getting into the meat of it, when we really have a good idea of who has a really good shot and who doesn't. But for right now, you know, you can basically chalk up. Well, we know Petrichor Road and Afrika Freaks are basically going. New Happy, Tyloo, Tianba, really good shots right now to go. So you know, you got to keep your eyes on those top teams. 17 has a really good shot. So a lot of the Chinese teams are in there. Oh, I think we're about ready.
Oh, I think we're ready.
Seeing the McLaren on the screen. I'm still trying to unlock it right now. I'm so like, I want it so bad.
Yeah, I know you do.
All right, let's get into it, guys. It's Erangel to start here at PCS7 Asia. It's the first game. Thanks for bearing with us. Let's get into it. Day 1, match 1. We are going into the sky.
All right, playing path on the board now, and man, we got a treat to start things off. We might get a funky circle in Southern Plain.
I was hoping to like talk about drop spots for a brief moment, but these aren't going to be normal drop spots, so
no,
it's going to be a little bit up in the air. We have some idea of where these teams are going to drop based on what we've seen in scrims. There's been a lot of contention for the area in between Milta and the Ferry Pier, for example, so keep your eyes onto that. Danawa, for example, has kind of bumped infantry away from their typical drop spot underneath Pachinki over. It was Ferry Pier I had seen recently, but maybe that's not the case right now, as maybe Danawa is going Ferry Pier, it looks like. So there's already been some changes based on what I saw in the last scrims.
Yeah, and that's kind of understandable, too, given what a bizarre playing path this is to start things off. And got a lot of teams having to resort to their alternate drop spots or even find something new, given the way this one's going. And looking at the board right now, it seems like might not have too many early fights. Seems like everyone's kind of doing a good job of spreading out, fanning.
Yeah, I think the only possible point of contention would have been over here by Damwon, Kia, and Infantry, because I wonder if Infantry is going up to North George, because they're all, well, it's going to be a military circle to start. No, almost.
Knew it.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, with that playing path, it's like super likely. But I'm a little bit worried here about Longsker for Infantry. He's on a vehicle. There's a world where maybe Mental catches him in transition. I don't know. Oh wait. Oh wow. I didn't see that we had Lin Shun over here.
Run.
He's okay. Lin Shun is okay. Wang Zai should probably just get out of here or grab a gun. He might just grab a gun.
Yeah.
Yep, this is smart.
What is that? Is that a... Oh, he's got a crowbar!
He hit him!
He picked it back up!
He got in! Oh, he got out!
Get out of there, Lin Shu!
He's got it! He's got the car!
Oh my god.
It's so hard to get that to fit through the window. Oh, this is so weird.
Oh, that was lined up really well, but yeah, you see it exactly there. Just the hitbox isn't it.
Yeah.
Monsters right now with a Mutant going to try and land some shots. Lin Shu 1 shot away from going down, but it looks like he will be able to skirt disaster and evade destruction here as he gets away with 13 hit points.
I don't know if it's even possible for the crowbars to fit through the. You know, these are.
It's such an edge case that like I actually have no clue.
I actually like this is one of those few things that I've never seen attempted before. So I'm just like.
I wouldn't be surprised if the pros didn't know if this worked. It's like, huh.
Yeah,
Get it through the window.
You probably can. I don't know. I think it just takes the right angle. Ooh, Helen though drove right into Zerum. Now Helen just out on a scouting mission for Donawa. They're trying to take advantage of their drop spot location and their early access to the western bridge. So trying to get across and see what they can find. But Helen, I think, sensed something was amiss.
Yeah,
was peeled off.
There were open doors and Dosty on the other side of that compound. So sure he noticed something like that. Gonna pick up a Scarl, his first gun. And Donawa, looks like they're going to start rolling over now that Helen has kind of secured that bridgehead.
Yeah, so this is what you'll see a lot of the teams that drop on the ferry pier area. Maybe if you were watching PWS, it was ATA who would play this kind of way. Get across early because on military circles, it's really important to get over early because there's a lot of space to play on the military island, but especially when you start getting to the west and the south parts of the military base, there's only so many good spots that are like survivable.
Yeah, and even if you get into a survivable spot, if the circle doesn't go your way, it's exceptionally hard to rotate to wherever the next circle is going to be. I mean, it gets so flat so quickly, and especially that southern part of Military Island, the trees are so sparse, and that's tough as we have 17 making their rotation now. Little Ghost doing a little bit of scouting. Looks like he picked up an 8X there on the Mini 14, just kind of looking through the skinny tree forest. Not spotting anybody, though, as they're making their way down towards the western bridge.
Yeah, it's actually completely open in front of them. Of course, you need to make sure of that. You don't want to you can't blind send it, especially, back to the super point format.
Yeah.
It's not horrible to camp bridges. You can get a lot of points. You can usually at least wipe one squad, especially with they added the side rails that you're seeing Tai Lu go down right now. You can hide underneath these and spring traps really effectively. Now, this has been noted by Summer from Games Forever Young, GFY, of course. Summer formerly from MCG, and see exactly what all this is going to look like.
It's so funny watching them
I know.
drive through these little things.
Well, it's not like super hard, but it's just like there's only just enough room for a US to fit.
Yeah, look at this.
Well, he's
gotta
not
be
angled.
perfect.
Yeah, he's not angled quite right.
Yeah, it's got to be perfect. Got to kind of finesse it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's not like this is going to sound weird, but the objects in PUBG have a lot of friction.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. It does sound weird, but it's totally true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to kind of drive your vehicle behind, like in collision with anything.
It was really funny. A lot of people kind of get, let's just say tilted. Let's say when the vehicles knock you in unexpected ways, right? Where you don't think the vehicle hit you hard enough to knock you. Now there is some rules to that where it's supposed to be based on like speed of the vehicle going in relation to you.
Right.
So I had a friend who was parachuting into me, and I was driving kind of backwards, but really slowly because I was trying to, time it. So, but he tried to land on top of my car. He didn't go.
Oh,
well.
that does not. No, you do not do that.
And he got knocked. And he's like, you know what? I actually deserve that. I was like, see, it makes sense if you think about it.
Yeah. Oh my God, are we boosting a US here?
Are they They might be making a barricade. I think they're making a barricade. I think that's to block anybody from going over there.
Yeah, kind of fun seeing the meta over here on these like little side pathways on the bridge develop because it's a little unintuitive. You don't really see UASs kind of climb other vehicles like that. I mean, look at this.
Well, it leads me to believe that they're planning on camping this bridge.
Yeah, for sure.
Because they're trying to block one of the exit paths or one of the entry paths to kind of narrow potentially the rotations. I don't know. I'm kind of keeping my eyes on GFY on the map screen, of course.
Yeah, they're staying in the compound just to the south of that bridge, so it does seem to be that case. Megapar right now, TG98, spotting out this rotation coming from GEX all the way on the eastern seaboard. Making a wide rotation as GEX coming over to the south side of the military island. And surprisingly, no one's gotten picked off at all yet. I was thinking, even though it's a southern plane path and the odds of it being a military circle are quite high, I was thinking that we might have just, somebody get unlucky.
Right.
Some wires cross and just get caught out in the open. But, yeah, players been very conservative, very calculated with their rotation so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, this is, if you've watched some of the other PCSs, if you've watched APAC, if you've watched Americas, generally speaking, Asia is not, I wouldn't say the most passive or the most conservative. I think Europe's a little bit more passive than Asia, but definitely America and APAC is wild, especially APAC. APAC is just wheels off the bus, just crazy town, banana pants. Just everybody's just all over the place. And it's amazing. It's so fun to watch, but definitely a more disciplined style, let's call it that, here in Asia. So teams taking their time. I mean, GEX, they're probably the most, I bet if you went back and looked at all of PCS history that they use boats more than any other team in the world, I think GEX is probably the most boat-heavy team. I mean, there are Navy of PUBG, I guess.
The Navy of PUBG?
Yeah, man. I don't know. They're always in boats, dude. It's because they drop, like, Lipovka and stuff, and then they drop Impala on Miramar. So every once in a while, they're out there, like, grabbing.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I never think about, like, I mean, now that you mention it, it's totally obvious, but I never really thought about them as, like, the boats team.
Yeah.
I always just think of GEX as, you know, they play so slow. They're so conservative, sometimes to a fault, it feels like.
Right.
But they make it work for them. And, you know, it's the play style that works for them in PWS. It's what they're carrying in to PCS. I mean, they're the best team coming out of their region. Chinese Taipei is New Happy actually making a rotation now. They are all the way up by Shelter, so they got quite a ways to go. Looking at the map, it seems like 4 a.m. is slowed down just a little bit on that eastern bridge, and Gen.G, Spirononics, Renba, and Adder quite close in proximity to Infantry.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if Infantry is just going to wait this out or if they're going to try to harass Gen.G pretty significantly. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see if Gen.G finds a boat that Infantry shoots them on the way out. But I'm curious to see how aggressive Infantry is going to get on this. Now, of course, the vehicle noises are going to, you know, tip the locations of Infantry to Gen.G, but so far I'm not seeing Gen.G do anything other than just stand pat, hold their ground, wait this out, and see if Infantry is going to try to aggress any further. Now, there is a guaranteed boat spawn out here. I think there's probably like 2 or 3 actually, but I know there's this one. This is the one I was just about to say. There's one that's kind of hidden in between the rocks, that this is probably what both these guys are eyeing for right now.
Yeah, I mean, getting into Military Island this late in the first circle, it's always dicey because, especially with the Super Points format, I mean, kills are so valuable. Oftentimes, the team that wins PCS is the team that has the most kills. And, yeah, both teams kind of just trying to play for those boats, trying to make a nice, safe rotation. In this circle with a pretty heavy shift over to the eastern side.
Oh, but this is the better shift. This is, I did not want it to go west. Military circles are great, except to me when they're out like west or south of military base, like southwest. That whole area is just so wide open. There's not much to play with, and like you were talking about, it's so hard to rotate around. I'd rather see it go east here, personally, just from a play perspective where the teams are going to have more to work with. So you've got that mountain that Bagel Pot is already on top of, and you know, it used to be, I'd say that if you got up onto that mountain, you need to be putting up a big kill game because it's hard to get off of it. But the way Bagel Pot plays,
Hold in.
Yep. Onyx is done.
Pops that headshot there on an Onyx, and he's going to finish that one off. His first blood is drawn here at PCS7 Asia. Lin taking down Gen.G and Onyx's Infantry, and Gen.G squaring off. Longscrew now with a nade on Spear. Spear's going to vacate that position. Helen and Lambu actually with a little bit of a knock in the background. And Longscrew wants to push up on this. Renba actually taking down monsters.
Yep, okay, now Renba going to transfer over to 2. Wang Zai down as well, looking to see if he can get the flush. He's got the opening, he's got the finish. Actually, it's stolen. It's Lin Shun from Tiamba who stole that flush. The last bullet not able to connect. Now Adder in a trade with Lin gets the headshot, and Lin going to get finished by Tong. So it's going to be Infantry wiped out between the combined fire of Gen.G and Tiamba.
Yeah, and behind this, Dam Won Ki actually closing in. It's a party over here by the ferry pier is under. Closing the distance right now on Gen.G. Tiamba holding that bridgehead on the northern side. Meantime, PO doing PO things, picks off GEX Savior, making that rotation into the eastern side out of Novo.
Yeah, I like the way the Bagel Paws got themselves set up. Peel really likes that sushi house that's outside of Novo there. If you guys don't know, I'm talking about what you people in America call the farmhouse.
It's a sushi house.
It's not a farmhouse. There's no farms by it. Anyway, looks like a piece of sushi is basically what it gets down to. Sorry, it's one of those things that like tilts me when people are like, what are you talking about? I'm like, it looks like a piece of sushi. It's got the rice and the salmon on top.
Spear and Adder are making a break for the boat right now, and I do not think they know Under is here. Yeah, they are completely oblivious.
They haven't seen him at all.
Nope. And Under right now, if he remains prone, will have a lot of control on this spray here with the barrel. Oh, he's biding his time. I love this. He's going to take down Spear. Spear goes down. Knows Adder is going to be coming in on the left. Actually, it's his teammate backing him up. Adder on very low HP right now, caught in a really tough situation. Got some big damage down there on Under, shooting through the window. But Loki's going to take him down.
Yep. Now we're just down to 1 for Gen G. It's just Renba out on his own, and those are 2 free kills here. So Damwon Kia, patience going to pay off as they're able to rake in a couple big kills. And Gen G, despite being able to kind of hold on after losing an Onyx early to infantry, is going to, in the long run, lose to the Sneaky Snake of Under, who's a great rifler, up close and personal, one of the best in the business in Korea. So now we've got New Happy attempting to make their charge across the bridge. 4 AM is on the other side. This is the eastern bridge. So this is the one where we saw, I think it was GFY that barricaded some cars on the other side of this bridge.
GFY made the barricade, and now 4 AM is here to try and reap the rewards from it as they are holding this one down. New Happy trying to make their way across. In the meantime, Freaks Hikari taking some shots over there in the middle of military base.
Not sure if they're going to be able to get the res. They cannot. Soul did end up bleeding out. He'd taken quite a bit of damage, so that is going to be a point for the Freaks. Donawan down to 3. Meanwhile, you have 3 Chinese teams just completely blocking each other here. You have, it's GFY over in the town at the crossroads. You have 4 AM right at the bridge exit proper. And you have New Happy trying to get across. Now, there is a little bit of the bridge still in the circle, but you have to leap forward a few more of these kind of steps that are on the side, right? I don't know what to call them.
Such a funny little fight.
Yeah, these little bridges that are on the side. And so it's so tough to shoot through these grates. You can, of course. I mean, it's PUBG, so anything that has space for bullets to get through, theoretically, they can. And so you can try to use these grates to your advantage. I'd say you have attacker's advantage with these in some ways because, well, I should say, I mean, defender's advantage. Because
it's almost like a shield.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Tough.
Exactly. It's easier to shoot through, like, defending than it is attacking.
Yeah. It's 4 AM holding the fort now on the south side of this bridge. New Happy, they have to make all the way across before the blue closes in. Phase 3 is slowly churning down. Gen G now finally eliminated as Foxy actually cleans up Renba. And they're going to be the second team to fall here in match 1, game 1.
And by the way, Tianba's still waiting on the other side of Damwon Kia's bridge. So they have decided to chew through Phase 3 blue. This is the last blue zone that, if you talk to teams, that they feel comfortable sitting in because of the damage rate. So you have enough that with your boosts and with your bandages and things that you can comfortably sit through this blue. After this, it gets too painful too fast.
And it's actually really funny watching 4 AM try to hold out New Happy because every time they move to get a more advantageous position, actually GFY is just shooting at them.
And the donuts are involved in this too.
Oh, are the donuts involved too?
Yeah, I see them over there on the just to the west of that position.
Ah, yeah, man, it's a mess over there on the northern side.
Yeah, and then you can see that they're going to run into this vehicle barricade, I think, unless it's gone, unless it got moved. I don't know. We didn't get to see it on screen. Wait, four angry men here. Already 1 down for them, as now he's in a long-distance battle with Corn. Corn and Americano in particular, 2 very, very good players for the Donuts. Kane has been playing really, really good in scrims lately, too. I'm trying to keep my eye out for who's been popping, and Kane has been playing outrageously well. So keep your eyes out for him. Let's see if we have a big event. A lot of damage done. Nana put over the top with the barrel. Going to get Xiaolu. Now Wei going to try to answer with a grenade. I mean, if he can find a good one, he can get a lot of damage done.
That was a nice nade.
Yeah, but he's getting pushed back. This is so difficult right now for 4 AM.
Yeah, ZP doing a great job of controlling this territory right here, but actually taking a lot of damage there from GFY. We were talking about how hard it is to actually push through this position with so many teams third-partying. Wei going to continue to hold down the fort with a little bit of help from these other teams. 4 AM, you know they want to get the res, but it's just so tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice for 4 AM because GFY is helping, but now the mollies are everywhere. Ming going to get clipped by the mollies, but able to get the heal off in time, so he's going to stay alive, isn't going to fall to that damage just yet. HS is flushed out of that damage. Meanwhile, you have Ghibli with only Heaven left. They squared off against 17. 17 has been really nasty on these edge fights. They are really good at setting up traps, collapsing on top of you. Ooh. Yeah, you're going to get 1 knock, but you're going to get finished off. Heaven there, take it down. Xiao Bei going to win the fight for 17.
Yeah, 17, one of the best team fight orgs in the business right now, flexing their muscles over there north of the military base. A New Happy continuing to try to breach this front over here. Really running out of time. And I mean, this is so expensive too, as you see right now, ZP Yan. I mean, he only really has a med kit and full boost. It's the meds are slowly bleeding out for these teams on these bridges because so many shots are coming in. We keep seeing Shiva connect. There's another nade coming in. And it's just kind of a mutual destruction right here.
Yeah, I mean, Wei doing everything he can. That grenade going to splash in front of the boxes, so it isn't going to get any damage behind. But now it's Yan Li from GEX. I mean, another team. Everybody's hungry for these points on the bridge, and it's actually going to be GEX who's going to finish off New Happy from the side. A little bit of help from Wei on the Ming Ming. But there you go. 4 a.m. down to just 2 angry men right now. If they look to get this going. Kane here with the bolt. Looking to get the shot, but LZ quite ready. Is LZ going to reposition a little bit? Now, Kane could have seen the...
Nice.
Yeah, he could have seen the legs there for a moment, but LZ had enough of an angle down onto Kane that he's going to get the knock. So Kane
with a...
bit off a little bit more than he could have chewed here.
Yeah, Kane with a loadout that I like to run with. Right there with
the bolt and the machine gun?
Yeah, man, I love it. Kane's my spirit. I'm gonna redraft my team. I'm putting him on it.
I didn't realize Kane was also a degenerate like you. Like, Kane's a very nice man. What have you done to him?
Pio trying to pick up some more kills right now is, I mean, we had like 5 or 6 teams all fighting on that eastern bridge, and now they're so slow rotating into the circle, and you just see Pio right here from the top of this mountain getting massive damage in. Some Tiamba finally come in over here on the northwestern side, fighting their way through Tai Lu.
Oh, yeah, here's the fight. Now, 17's been doing this a lot, where they set up traps on the edges of hills like this on the edge of circles. So they're looking for these kind of positions, and then they're just going to hammer down into you. They don't care too much if they're, take a little bit of blue damage. That's going to befuddle your opponents, and then you just got a phenomenal angle there for Xiao Bei. And then he's able to just immediately transfer over to another. I mean, it's open field for him. He's got so many sight lines from that angle down on top of Ghibli. This is 17 in a nutshell, what I've been seeing them do in the PCL right now. They wait on the edges, and they just hammer down on you.
Yeah, if you get the drop on a team like that, on that kind of hilltop, it is so easy to rack up the kills. So now we see Lambu, the shot caller for Danawa, popping some SLR shots as we're down to 9 teams now here. 31 players alive as the circle is closing in.
Yeah, still Petrichor Road. Very quiet in this over on the southeast side. Bagel Paws kind of tutued onto the top of the radar tower mountain and then into the compound to the west of it. As you can see, the circle is going to shift in that direction. So that road kind of on the western edge here is kind of tricky because wherever the circle shifts, it creates a problem for the team that's on the bad side of it.
You need a lot of smokes to cross that one safely. So we see Show now for 17 Gaming. Trying to continue to add to the kill streak here. Nice nade coming there. CC gets taken down. I think that was actually the car that knocked him.
Yeah, the car got pushed and it ran into him, and he was so weak that it took him out. The car is just going to get out of the way for the kill for Show. Zhao Yang just going to try to go down to the blue, but it's actually Sungjiang from Bagel Pop from up on top of the mountain that got that kill. That is a solid... Well, Sungjiang is way out there. That's 1, 2,
it's
3,
like
4,
600 meters.
5, 6, 7. I think that's 700 meters away.
That is a nutty shot right there coming out of Sungjiang. And Sungjiang and Pio have just been so hot for Bagopod to start things off.
They've been insane. I mean, Sungjiang clutched it out in the very last game of the PWS to get Bagopod here. They were out of it. They needed to win the last game, and Sungjiang went huge for them. So, Bagopod is, of course, a team that who else could have done that in that moment, right? What other team full of superstar veteran players who've been around the block many, many times, who have gotten top 5 finishes at so many international events? None other than, Sungjiang and Pio in particular, DG as well, winning the Face It Global Summit. A lot going on here. So we do have a crate coming down sort of in the middle of this fight as well.
Yeah, para rolling in. They want to take control of the southern side of this circle right now. They want to fight all the way through Danawa to do it. Aches left and Ming pushing the front right now. Kind of probing and prodding. And actually, Mill is going to get the shot there on Helen. So Helen getting down for the headshot. Salute, though, firing back with a really great spray. Catches Long a little bit unprepared.
Now you got a Lamboot trying to come up over the top. He's going to hear Aches left moving. Going to try to avoid the sightlines, but then he's going to get spotted. Now he's got somebody on his right. He wasn't ready for it. And Mill going to catch him off guard, and Lambu's down. So just Salute left. Yeah, Bagel Pot. DG is going to steal at least 1, if not 2. He gets both. 2 more points for Bagel Pa, and they have indeed come into this one hungry.
Bagel Pa controlling the last remaining compound here in this circle and just racking up kill after kill, and it feels like they're 3P'ing everything right now. Is Pero finally going to clean up Danawa? That's going to give them 3 kills on the board as we're down to our top 5 teams here in this circle. Pero now able to get these crates, and that's actually an MK14, some 3 gear. That is a really nice pickup right now for Mill and Aches left.
Yeah, what a reward to come out of that fight. Maybe it didn't go as good as they would have wanted, but still able to get deeper into this, get into the placement points, get some kills. But
ooh, a Groza as well. That's nice.
Oh my! Look at they're completely stacked out with 3 gear. I think I saw an AUG back in the hands of Aches left as well, maybe, or maybe my eyes deceived me. You've got at least a Groza and a Mark 14 and an SLR floating around here for Petrichor Road, which is rather sick in and of itself. But
it's a good loadout.
Pretty good. All right, so now it is going to go over to the eastern side. So enough of these kind of mountains that Pero is in are still going to be in that they can just chill. Oh, there were 2 crates that came down over there. That's why. So really, really good for Bagel Pa to start. The way that they played that top position, where they got some kills, you got to kill steal from that mountain, from that high mountain. You really need to be, if you're going to aggressively take that position early, like Bagel Pa did. Now they came out of Novo, so it makes some sense. But you need to be getting kill points out of it. They've got 5, so not bad.
Yeah, and I feel like they got those 5 without actually engaging in a straight-up fight with anybody. They've just been picking at the seams from every single team, racking up 5 kills right now, second on the standings here in this lobby, as 17 going to rotate over here to the center north of this circle. Aches left. The MK14 suppressed, getting some nice shots in, dealing some damage. And Pero, they got to be happy with their position. They got a great loadout, and yeah, they're only down to 2 players, but they have a really solid spot there in the elevation on the southern side of the circle.
Yeah, and Pio got the information that somebody was there based on either his teammates seeing it. I saw bullets hitting Peng, of course, but also potentially maybe the sound cues. So they go for the push. It's not going to happen. 17 going to try to crash into GFY's position. Very well defended. Out into the blue go 2 members of 17.
Oh, sure.
They're all but done. They're all but done. Pio now coming up over the top, spraying into the smoke of Summer. Takes quite a bit of damage as Bagel Pa is trying to third party this fight. They're getting a pretty good piece of it. GFY, though, is starting to crumble, and they're gone.
Yeah, the blue closing in a little bit too fast as they got bogged down at the top side of that fight. Pio continuing to pop off. He's going to take down 17 Show. Little Ghost fires back, does get the knock there on Pio, but not before they are eliminated. And now we're down to Bagel Pa, the Kwandon Freaks, and Pero.
All right, well, a good start here for the Freaks and Bagel Pa. 2 teams we had our eyes on. Aches left going to get knocked by 2 Heart, former Griffin team player, going to come through with a big one here as you're able to get Pio to safety and go for the res. Is now Petrichor Road and Mill have to get Aches left back up and running. You can see our percentages here. Looking pretty good for the Freaks, but Bagel Pa has a great chance of this. And, well, Pero, I tell you what, don't count this team out.
No.
I think it's a little bit higher than 9% potentially, just with Aches left floating around. He gives you a few extra percentage points.
Especially with the terrain that they've got. They have so much room to maneuver and different angles they can peek from, playing with that elevation and those trees. Whereas the Freaks, they're doing a great job of controlling the northwestern side of this circle, but you see it's a little bit tough because they have to deal with both Pero on the south side and Bagel Pa from the north.
Yeah, DG's got to be a little bit careful that Hikari doesn't find an angle onto him. He's pretty exposed to Hikari's position, so that's just kind of my big question right now. And they're aware of it. I can see that some of the fire coming out already from Bagel Pa into Hikari's direction, so looks like that's noted and accounted for, at least for now, for Bagel Pa. As the Freaks want to take this hillside, pretty likely to be in the next circle, so if they can control this, they can control most likely the next circle, if not the next 2 circles.
It's a critical fight to secure this circle right now as they continue to push towards the northern side. Songjang trading a little bit of shots there with Hikari, you see on the board. And Bagel Pa 2 Heart just continuing to hold down the fort as Bagel Pa there, not really pushing too far out. They just want to control this area. They know that Pero is there on the southern side, and it's really limiting the Freaks' opportunities. They don't have a lot of paths forward into the circle.
Well, I think Bagel Pa is doing something relatively smart where they're trying to overload a flank of the Freaks and seeing if they can bust it. This is what we've been talking about, that we've been wanting to see, State, from the Korean teams, to play with this late game sort of grouped mentality. Now, this might be kind of a bait and switch here for Bagel Pa, where they send a vehicle out ahead of 1 or 2 vehicles potentially out ahead of the other 1 or 2 players as they stay behind. We'll see if that's something that Pio likes to do, right? He likes to send a vehicle out and then everybody else stays behind.
The end right now really close to the top of this hill as Mill continuing to pop shots. Everyone has a little bit of a piece of the pie here in the final circle, so not too much action. Just a lot of posturing right now as you see Ian got a brief glimpse of the terrain he's playing with. Very rocky, a lot of elevation. Bagel Pa, though they're close to the Freaks, not able to find too many angles. And it's mostly Mill here and Aches left with these sight lines on pretty much everybody.
Well, Hikari's got to get across the road, and that's what the Freaks' job is right now. Keep Bagel Pa busy, buy Hikari enough times, and hopefully, Aches left and Mill can't land, disgusting shots to take Hikari down. But it looks like for now he's okay. EN trying to work up and over the top is going to take half damage for it. Pio going to start smoking as the move has to be made by Bagel Pa more towards the center of the circle, trying to keep their vehicles alive. I think there might be, again, saving their vehicles for some kind of late game sort of bait and switch is what I suspect is going on, potentially for BagelPot. We'll see if that's what they're going to do. Akelef, though, with that Mark 14, continues to put some solid damage down. He's still got fresh level gear. He's got the ghillie. He's got the AUG. He is completely stacked right now, and that's why I'm saying not only is he good enough that he gets a few extra points just by himself, but he's got the guns and the equipment behind it to add another few extra percentage points to that win percentage, I think.
It doesn't get much better than that, and also the angle that he's playing with. Pero, they really don't have a lot of lateral terrain. They kind of have to play this vertical side because of the freaks. And that just means they line up there for Akelef, and he's doing such a good job of controlling the territory because of that. You see Pio trying to fight back because he knows if he gets a knock on either Akelef or Mill, it gives his team so much more breathing room. But right now, just struggling as the circle continues to close in.
Yeah, I mean, I think BagelPot was looking for a break in the Freaks' defensive line, but the Freaks have made a good counter move where they've reinforced their defensive lines to the heavy side of BagelPot. You leave a COD out on his own, rely on that individual skill that he has to keep Pero at bay, maybe force Pero into BagelPot, make them their problem at first. See if maybe, Pero can get a knock or two for you, do a little bit of the damage early. You can see Pio took a little bit from Akelef, not a knock, but enough to keep Pio at bay as COD continues to push around, and he's looking for the Petrichor Road members. Again, a lot of COD's job here is to force Petrichor Road away, to keep them from being able to come onto their right-hand side flank.
BagelPot TG98 is going to take down Ian, the top gunner there for KDF, and that might be an opening for this team as Akelef, some shots there on Pio, not able to connect. Lash fighting back, will take down Songjang as the Freaks and BagelPot are fighting right now for the top side of this circle. This is going to give Pero a lot of time in the background.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of utility left for the side of the Freaks. I don't see much in the bag of at least Akari and Lash K. Not a single grenade available. We're not sure if they have any stuns or not. Now Petrichor Road is going to try to make their move. They're knocks onto both sides, so the opportunity is here.
Oh, this
to
is so bold.
Done. They could come down into the back line, but Lash already, look at the rotation here. He's trying to cover this.
I like this for Pero, though. They pounce on this opportunity with BagelPot and the Freaks fighting, and now look at the map. The Freaks are just cornered right here on the top side as BagelPot going to control the east, but the Petrichor Road, Akelef just continuing to push up. Oh, Pio with a great angle. Not able to get connections, though.
Finally.
Pio finally cleans up Mill. Akelef going to fight down.
Oh, no way.
He got two.
No way he's going to do this. Akelef already has two. His teammates down behind him. DG pushing up onto the side. The grenade out. Akelef looking to flush some of these out. Not able to get EN just yet. Akelef still going to continue to hammer towards them. DG on the side. Akari down. There's just one left for the Freaks. It's just a COD here. He's done. DG's got him. Akelef versus the world. Can he do this? He's got one. He's got more coming. And Duhart up and over the top finally takes him down. It is BagelPot who's going to win the first game. Ladies and gentlemen, Pio is back.
That was an excellent way to wrap things up. The Freaks just collapsing on the pressure from all sides right there as Akelef and Mill just taking advantage, taking point, pushing that southern side, riding all the way up with that car, making the big rotation, and the pincher maneuver. It was a brilliant fight there by Akelef at the end, but BagelPot coming through in the clutch, and man, we got a Korean team winning the first map of PCS7 Asia.
And not only is it a Korean team, it's this team. The team that there's just something about him, man. There's just something about not just him, but Songjang, DG98, Duhart, Taemin, who's not playing today, but I guarantee you'll see Taemin at some point during this. These guys, again, you've got multiple PGC winners. You've got 4th places at PGCs on this team. You've got so many players who've done it. You've got basic Global Summit champions. This is a stacked team full of players who know what they're doing and know how to get it done, and you just saw it right here.
BagelPot bringing in the first chicken dinner here, PCS7 Asia. I would love to see the damage totals for that team. So it felt like for the last 10 or 15 minutes, although they didn't get into many head-to-head fights until the very end, they were just picking off everybody.
Oh, the damage numbers have to be ridiculous, because they should be. If you're up on top of that mountain for that long, you're just going to be shooting at stuff, and at the pro level, you're just kind of good enough to at least kind of blink people here and there, maybe do 25, 50 damage. Yeah, you might not get a knock, but you're at least harassing everybody around you. We saw they got an early kill on the GEX when they tried to come out of Novo, and then they were just making everybody's life miserable that was trying to come over that eastern bridge. So, I mean, BagelPot here just... What more can you say? They managed that late game so well, to kind of pushing and pulling against the Freaks to try to see if they could break through their formation ever. Never really able to find the punch, so they let Petrichor Road do it, and then they capitalize on that.
Got some highlights there, wrapping up the game. But man, they did exactly what you said they needed to do, is control that mountain. You need to really control all the territory surrounding it. You need to rack up a lot of kills. You need to get a lot of damage. You got to make all the other teams afraid to even come close to you. And I mean, when you have PO on your team, who is arguably the best in the business at controlling space with a DMR,
yes,
you're going to be able to succeed in doing that. And DG also did a fantastic job of controlling space. I mean, they played that mountain perfectly, and they're able to ride it to a nice circle and win some huge fights there at the end.
Yeah, you've got 4 insanely talented DMR players on that team. I mean, PODG98, like you were talking about, Sungdong and Duart as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely nuts. So this is a team that is feeling it. They've been playing great in scrims recently, and you're seeing the results come through. They want to go to PGC. They've said it. They've already announced that they won't be together again next year. They've already forfeited their spot into the PWS next year. So this is it for them. So this is kind of a do or die, go big or go home. And so far, they're going big.
Yeah, not a lot of distance traveled, man. Did they rack up the kills in that game? Begopause 17, Pero and KDF. Top 4 teams coming out of that one. And 17, they weren't there at the end, but they did rack up a lot of kills. They were setting up a lot of big fights. They had some nice ambushes there over above the military base. Lots of frags coming in as well. And Pero, man, third place in another one. They're just so consistent. I mean, quietly good too, you know? Like, we didn't have them right there at the end too much, except for Axelef just popping off. But, oh, it's dangerous. It's a dangerous team.
It's Axelef for you, right? How many times do we see this where you give this guy that tier 3 gear, you know, a Groza or an AUG in his hands with the, with the armor to back
with
it
an
up.
MK14 and 3 gear, yeah.
He just starts going bananas. I mean, he's just unbelievable. A phenomenal talent. And, 17 as well, guys. This is the team that I thought if you would have asked me before this event, like if I had to pick a team, I actually probably would have picked 17 based on what I was seeing in PCL. I know New Happy was better, and Petrichor Road just kind of wins PCS, I guess. I don't know. But 17, the way they've been playing recently is so team fight heavy. It's so well coordinated. The way that they've been setting up traps in particular, we saw a little bit of it here against Ghibli, is really, really good.
Yeah, Show and Little Ghost, I think, racked up 6 kills just between the 2 of them. So 17, their top gunner is really pulling their weight, but man, lot to be said about especially DG98 and PO right there at the top of the DMR, just absolutely blasting everybody. Their damage total must have been like 1K combined. This Begopod team, they mean business, and we might have Korean teams getting a little bit of confidence here. Starting out on Erangel and PCS7 Asia, this is a tournament that China wins every single time. Heroes won it 3 times in a row. The Korean teams, every single time we come here to the desk, we watch the interviews at the start of the tournament, and they're like, yeah, we want to win one. We're hungry.
Yeah,
we are Begopod. We want to come up and get that win.
That's right. I mean, it was funny because Xiao Bei from 17 was just like joking about it. He was saying it too. He's like, you guys keep saying you're going to win it, and then you don't.
They never
like,
do.
Yeah,
They never
keep talking.
do.
Just keep running your mouths. But, I mean, look, we'll see. Like, there's also that kind of historical thing in PCS where one day the Korean teams are hot, and then the next day the Chinese teams are hot. It just kind of ping-pongs back and forth. We'll see if that happens. But, yeah, Begopa, right? Like we've said, the team name means we're hungry, and that means a lot of things, not just in terms of they want to win, but like
Means
want
they
to get
want
the
chicken?
dinner. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's literally, it's kind of an interesting play on words because when you win a game in Korean, right, you don't say I won the game. You say I ate chicken.
Yeah,
that's
they're
what they
hungry.
literally say, right? Yeah. So literally, that's their way of saying they won a game in PUBG. Is that the Koreans say, I ate chicken, so they're hungry for it. They want to win those chickens. They want to win this event. They want to go to PGC, and it's a good way to start.
Fantastic way to start. GG and PO racking up the kills. And as you said, this is a team that their DMR play is top-notch. I mean, this lineup, all 5 players, they're fantastic with the DMRs. And if you give them circles like that where they get to play with elevation like the mountain on Military Island, they will thrive.
Yes. And I think the big question I had for Bagel Pa was actually Tuhart coming into this. And you and I were talking about this a little bit before. That he had good damage numbers, but they weren't always converting into kills or, that kind of thing.
Yeah, coming into this in like recent tournaments, he was racking up like 250, 260 damage a game, which is a good amount of damage. I mean, you get most players doing 250 plus, and they're racking up like 1.5, 1.6 KDA. But yeah, Tuhart wasn't really able to translate that damage into wins. 0.8 kills. Kind of tough, and that kind of thing can eat away at you as a player. I mean, we've all had that experience playing PUBG where you're getting a lot of damage, you're not really getting a lot of kills, and that feels bad. You know,
Yeah.
it's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, that's really weird because you're hitting your shots, but you're not like in the right positions to finish the job, which is kind of it's a team thing and an individual.
Mhm.
It's kind of both, so it's hard to like isolate exactly what's going on. Let's talk about this late game a little bit here, Stage.
Yeah, so Begopa and the Freaks just really kind of, it's almost like trench warfare here, just like along this line at the very top, split down the middle by the top of that ridge. And it was such a protracted battle that once those two sides finally clashed, Pero was able to come in, swoop from the south side. Ixlef and Mill, although it was only 2 players on the team, created such a thorn in the side of the Freaks that they collapsed under the pressure. They melted under the combined power of Pero and Pio and his teammates just raining in on them. And then Ixlef tried to make some magic happen. Honestly, he had a little bit of lightning in a bottle there at the end, but 1v4, a little bit too hard, even for Ixlef. And Begopa, they were able to close it out.
I thought there was a world where Ixlef was going to do this, especially when
I saw your eyes sparkle. I knew you wanted it.
I mean, I did. I'm not going to lie. I always want the 1vx player, the one player to win it, but it wasn't meant to be, and Begopa is going to be able to get the win. I like the way you put it. It's kind of trench warfare, and there's sort of 2 different trenches that are being fought. And I thought early on the Freaks did a good job of keeping their eyes onto Petrichor Road, onto those 2 surviving members.
Well, they did fantastic.
But once the fight kicked off with Begopa, it felt like things just kind of collapsed for the Freaks. Like their mental just sort of got tunneled onto BGP, and then they just kind of lost mental track of where Pero was.
Yeah, Akkad for the longest time did a great job of, buying space for his team, especially like getting the players to rotate from the other side of the road all the way to that ridge line was so difficult, and it took a combined team effort to make that happen. But as you said, I mean, the fight, it just lasted so long with Begopa that once Ixlef and Mill rolled up in their UAS with like full 3 gear and like AUGs and MK14s, it's like, oh, well, that's a big problem.
Yeah, 1 knock on each side, and that's just the goal for Petrichor Road. So great timing on their part, as you would expect. But yeah, 20 points for Begopa here.
17 actually got 10 kills.
They got 10
I did
kills.
not realize.
Dude, this is what they do. They just farm the edges. You never see it. Like, it's so funny because, like, it feels like 17 Gaming is always fighting when other teams are fighting. And then they're winning their fights, and you see it in the kill feed, and you're like, huh, 17, good job. And then you see the end of the game, and you're like, they put up how many kills? Like, we didn't get to see it because there was just other stuff going on. And this is just their MO. They put up big-time kill numbers. Their placement points maybe not as good as some, like New Happy and Petrichor Road, but this is kind of 17's MO. They play the edges, they set up traps, and they try to get you out of the game by out-positioning and outmaneuver you in terms of tactical battles. Not strategic, but tactical.
It's a good play style. I mean, when it comes to placement points, a lot of that is kind of, in the deck of cards. You can't really control where the circle is going to go. Sometimes you get unlucky with a rotation. Sometimes you get unlucky with having no good compound in a final circle where it's critical. But kills in the mid game, you can always rack up kills, and that's a consistent play style that even if it doesn't get you rank 1 in any particular lobby, if you're able to succeed with that play style over a stretch of like 30 games, I mean, PCS is a marathon. PUBG is a marathon tournament format.
Right.
Racking up those kills day in, day out, that's how you win championships. And it's one of the reasons why 17, they are so strong coming out of the Chinese region. They're constantly competing for the top spot in that league, along with New Happy. And it's, as you said, one of the reasons why they have a good chance of converting their playstyle into a win here at PCS7 Asia.
Yeah, I'm always a big fan of them. They're basically at just about every international event. I know teams like the Sonics and others would prefer that Sonic 17 isn't continuously qualifying because then they get contested for Pachinki and Picado, but it is what it is. DG, huge game here for the veteran.
180 damage.
Dude, he's just, I mean, you can see there, look at that man. He's a legend in PUBG Esports. He's, going back to those OPGG teams, where they won a championship. Just a phenomenal player for a long time. A player who is typically, we didn't get to see it much this game, but he's kind of one of those ratty players, sort of like Loki, where if he gets on his own, he's really almost more dangerous than he is with his team because he's so...
Reminds me of Pio a little bit.
Well, it's different than Pio. Pio's like just, like you were saying, he's really good at controlling space, whereas like Loki and DG98 are like crisis management players where things have gone really bad and they somehow turn it into like a win, like where most players could never do it. But he's got those instincts. But in this game, it's just, again, getting it done with the DMRs and having a solid all-around game. So 4 AM here, they got stuck on the bridge, but they got something out of it. I mean,
I'm actually shocked they came out in 5th.
Look
from that.
Look, it was a meat grinder, and the fact that they got 6 points out of it. that's a win in my book. You
For
look at that game with Priam,
absolutely.
you're like, meh.
It's like pulling water from a stone. I mean, we talk about like 3Ps a lot, but that was like a 6P over there on that bridge. So we had 2 teams on the bridge. 4AM was trying to make their way across, and there were like 3 other teams. There's like one on the south, one on the west, one on the east.
Literally,
Just
yes.
completely shooting everybody, and like you're going down those side paths, and as we saw before, that railing doesn't provide you with too much cover. I mean, even the stairs don't provide you with too much cover. So the fact they were able to get 6 kill points out of that is frankly a miracle.
Yeah, no, again, I'd take it. You know, like, I'd take those every day. So not bad at all for 4AM. I think Gen G here just got stuck in a bad position. Like, it was, I mean, I don't like to say things are unfortunate very often in esports because I don't think they are. It was a bit. It is kind of one of those situations where infantry kind of surrounded them while they were at the ferry pier, while they were trying to get to that boat spawn. They weren't really able to get there, and then Damwon Kia just was waiting. Like, Damwon Kia just knew once that fight was over, they had a pretty good read on what Gen G was going to do. They just, just proned and waited, and then sprang a trap on a Gen G. So it is what it is. I got to give Gen G credit for holding on against the initial fight against infantry. Of course, there was some help from Tiamba, but not bad. Look, it's the first game. Who cares?
Yeah, Tiamba and Damwon Kia. I mean, sandwiching that, it's tough. It's very difficult to come out of that position alive, especially cannibalizing each other as Gen G and infantry did. And yeah, you can't really tell anything about the form or the confidence of this team from a game like that because they just didn't get dealt the best hand. That's a tough spot to work with.
It is, and so I don't think there's much to take home from that Gen G game. I think maybe look for a different, rotation system to get to the military island. I think that's about my biggest takeaway from that was it didn't work this time the way you tried it because of the other teams that had similar ideas. So you're gonna have to the next time, go into your plan B basically.
USG Donuts weren't able to get too much out of that bridge camp on the west side. They were one of the teams that was, railing everybody that was trying to cross that bridge. Shiva especially got so much damage in, actually, that I'm surprised this team is only walking away with 2 kill points because it felt like Shiva was like, if he wasn't getting knocks, he was just, lighting people up. Kane, of course, for the M249 and the SR is my MVP from that match. That is my favorite loadout. Clinton knows it. We play together all the time.
I don't know what's with all these weirdos that I play with that like the M249.
It's so good. It has so many bullets. Why would you choose a gun that has less bullets?
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense.
Who knows? Why? Yeah, it doesn't have a bad rate of fire or anything. So I don't know. We'll see. Again, that was sort of that meat grinder right that happened on that bridge. Nobody got out of that unscathed. This is another team that was involved in that. They're so beat up about it. They left their chairs. Now they're probably just having a little bit of a strategy meeting.
For a second, Peng's little back cushion there, I thought were like his feet, and he put his feet up on the chair to change the blood flow or something. I was very confused by what I was seeing.
Underneath the desk.
I was very confused by what I was seeing.
It does look like feet. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
From that angle, yeah, it looks like it's like the Wicked Witch of the West when she gets stuck underneath that house in Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Yeah, but not the best game out of Games Forever Young. But I mean, that was a really odd game number 1. If you're not a team that like Big O Pod that kind of had a very happy circle with them over there on the mountain, you're probably having a bad time. Even 17 that came away in top 4 from that map died very early just because it was a gauntlet going from the west side of that to the east. And a lot of these teams didn't even make it across the bridge, or if they did, they died or they took a lot of damage doing it. So it's a tough one. Tyloo, another great team fighting team. I mean, honestly, you could say that about pretty much any team coming out of the China region here at PCS because it's the cream of the crop from China, and all these guys can fight. Tyloo, Tong, CC, Sia, and Zhao Yang, they are all very good gunfighters.
Yeah, I mean, Zhao Yang coming over from infantry. These guys are really, really good. We know it. We've seen it. We'll probably see it again. I mean, they played great at PCS 6. They got second. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I feel like
they've
PCS
got a really
6.
good chance. Yeah.
They were really good on Miramar. Is that right?
I think so.
Yeah, the memories are coming back to me. And I just remember them racking up the kills on one of those maps.
It's the history of some of these players that are really good on Miramar. Xia and Tong and CC, players like that who've been really good on Miramar on other teams. So yeah, absolutely. No. I mean, it's not like Petrichor Road who's just good on both maps. They're just good everywhere they go. This is definitely a Miramar heavy team. Sometimes it feels like. Of course, we've got three Erangel games today, so things are taking a little bit long here to get into our next game. So we're trying to get you to it, and we'll get into game number 2, and then we'll take a break. So we're doing 2 games, then a break, 2 games, then a break, and then the final game of the day after our second break. So bear with us a little bit. First day, things are a little bit rough. We're trying to get into it, so
yeah,
hang on to this. And of course, yeah, the Pick'em Challenge event, just a reminder, guys, is going on. So you can predict the winners here, win some EP. You go into the PUBG Esports game client up at the top right. There's the PGC or the PUBG Esports tab that looks like a little red symbol. Sometimes it looks like a voting coupon. Go in there. Pick your teams that you think can win with you can get some free coupons if you're watching this event. You can earn some EP that way too, through Twitch drops and those kind of things. So all kinds of ways that you can get some sweet items.
So many fun ways to, interact with the players in the games as you're watching.
You can pick
PUBG
your teams.
Esports.
You could be one of the weirdos who voted for Attack All Around in APAC.
I thought you were gonna make fun of me for my fantasy team for a second.
I
was getting ready. I was getting ready to fight
how
back.
dare you pick? No, all 4 of your players are pretty good. So I don't have much to say about it. They're the Twitch drops, of course, that I was talking about. So make sure your PUBG account is linked to your Twitch account, and then the more you watch, the more EP you get. It's that simple. You just need to watch and get EP, and it's pretty nice. I mean, so you just chill, enjoy our company, maybe or don't.
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, I hope you do. But yeah. And then the pick and go is also part of this. There's so many ways to do.
Yeah, exactly. The fantasy league pick and go, pick up challenge. There's so many different things.
Yeah, it's like a bingo thing. Long story short,
Twitch drops. My goodness.
Yeah, you go into Twitch, you play bingo, you win more EP. There you go. Do all these things, win EP.
Do it.
Get items, and then you can look cool in game, and that's what's important.
That is what's important.
It's looking good.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of disagreement about what looks good in game and what doesn't.
Well, we have a lot of disagreement about what guns are good in game, so let's get over that. I mean, I won't disagree that the M249 isn't fun.
I'm telling you, man, you prone, you put a 6X on that thing, and you can spray down people 500 meters
true.
out.
I
It's
know,
fun.
it's
It's a lot of fun.
And it's good against vehicles, right?
Yeah.
Do a lot of
Even the pros do it. That was an M249.
Yeah, one.
And I think it was a car 98.
Yeah, 1 out of 64. Good sample size there, State.
I feel vindicated because you always rag on me for it.
I don't think you should feel
vindicated. Watch, Kane's going to keep doing it, and he's going to rack up the kills. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Just watch out. He's going to play 249 and
right.
bowl every game. I'm laughing as I say it because it's not going to happen.
No, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think that my sense is that's a desperation situation there for USG where they had to cut loot early to get across the bridge sooner rather than later. I didn't catch how they maneuvered across the bridge. I wasn't paying attention. They must have swam or take a boat.
I don't recall. It's tough when you have circles like that because everyone has to move so quickly because you do not want to be one of the last teams to cross the bridge, as 4 a.m. kind of proved in that match, just getting shelled from everybody. So once again, look at the match leaderboard. Begopa playing fantastically, 17 gaming. Hero and the Freaks, and we got 4 more maps left today. 2 more on Erangel, then 2 more on Miramar.
Yep, and again, we're getting to the next game as soon as we can. Just having a little bit of trouble getting it set up, so hold tight, people. We'll get there. Don't you worry. In the meantime, you got to deal with me and State.
I'll leave the stream on, go grab a coffee. Make sure you're energized.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got a lot of PUBG action ahead of us. 4 more games to go.
Plenty. And yeah, I mean, I think it is kind of interesting just thinking about the bridge camping. Usually in Asia, it's not that heavy, but this game was nuts. Everybody was bridge camping. Even Tiamba we saw waiting for Damwon Kia.
Well, I think part of that is just because...
In Phase 3 blue, though.
Yeah, that was a little odd.
That's a little late for me.
In terms of the bridge camping there on the east side, I mean, you're kind of in this awkward position where if you're one of the last teams that is crossing the bridge, going across that there isn't a lot of real estate left available. And if you get across and you're safe and that the compound at the bridge is actually going to be secure, you might as well bridge camp, right?
Yeah.
Maybe rack up some kills. It's tough. It's just the way the circle kind of went.
Yeah, no, I get it. It just is. It's just funny because usually there's one bridge that's left open, and so it becomes kind of this freeway where everybody's sort of just able to drive across it as they please.
That one was so hard to the east that the west bridge was just out of the equation so quickly.
Yeah. But it should have been out of the equation, except Tiamba decided to wait there for 3 phases while Damwon Kia tried to get across after dealing with Gen G.
He got 4 kills out of it.
Yeah, it wasn't terrible for Damwon Kia. I don't think Damwon Kia made a bad decision. I don't think Tiamba I think Tiamba didn't make a great decision, but I think if I'm Tiamba, I probably leave that Phase 2 because I think it's just not worth dumping extra meds into nothing. You're just
True.
literally just
True.
dumping extra meds into, you know, the vacuum of outer space. It's just going and it's not coming back.
Oftentimes that doesn't matter too much, but on military island circles like that, it can get really problematic because oftentimes if you're trying to make rotations, even if you are able to successfully move from one position to another as the circles continue to close in, you very often will take damage doing that, and you need those meds to back you up. So yeah, interesting decision coming out of Tian, but I guess they thought they could catch one more team from the Western Bridge, but...
And also, when you're coming out of the blue, if there's anybody there,
yeah,
you're dead.
Bruised.
You're already bruised. Yeah, you're already bruised. You're just done. I mean, players are too good at this level. So, yeah, I think for Tianba, I would have liked to have seen them not dig their heels in as much as they did. I think that was maybe just a little bit too long. But in some respects, I think also these teams maybe early on want to fight to get the blood flowing, to kind of get
That's a good point.
So I think maybe that's what Tiambo's looking for, because they got it. You know, they picked off a couple of those kills on the infantry, and they were like, "Yeah, okay, like let's camp this bridge now." And then it's like, well, there's actually only one team left, and they're gonna outweight you. They had the patience. I think Mental even died to the blue at some point for Dom Kia because they just couldn't get in fast enough, and they ran out of heals.
We had a couple players out of the blue that game. I mean, it was tough making rotations into those really late circles too. I think we had I can't remember the team that tried to rotate towards Bagopaw's compound, but they just got caught in a logjam.
GX. It was GX. So we are getting ready for the game. Of course, it's Erangel again. We have two more Erangels.
Two more Erangels, and then we're going to wrap it up on Miramar.
Yeah. And then tomorrow we start on Miramar.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, I think the ideal situation for me. I like Miramar and then Erangel.
I like Erangel. You like Miramar?
Yeah, exactly. It's We're the odd couple here for sure. We're the yin and the yang. You can see with
perfectly balanced.
Yeah, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And I mean, yeah, not a great start for Donawa, but you can see smiles laughing for them. So
yeah, it's only one map.
Yeah, I mean, I think anybody who's played PUBG Esports long enough knows that, like you were saying, it's a slog. It is. I think the way you have to look at PUBG Esports is it's a race. It is either a horse race or an F1 thing where it's like it's points over time, right? So you may not win a game necessarily, but you are playing for those long run points. You're trying to accumulate them. So another Erangel, guys. We are going to get into it. It's match 2 on the day here at PCS7 Asia. Planes up and over. Let's see where it's going to go.
Getting a little bit of deja vu, paper thin. I mean, it's not...
Golly.
Not exactly the same, but yeah, this is another really high odds of being a military island. Less so than last time, but my goodness, what a way to start things out here at PCS7 Asia if it does decide to go that way.
You know, yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like I'm in the Matrix, and, you know, not only have we seen the Black Cat a couple times, but now I feel like it's that lady she's about to die, and she's like, not like this, because somebody's like just unplugging her from the Matrix. But, you know, I think this one maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get like a Milta area circle or something. And
go to the mansion.
Yeah, sure. Why not? It can. It just has to touch, you know, the first circle just has to touch the plane path, so it can go over there. Maybe we'll get a Western circle, maybe a Primorsk circle. The rare, elusive, but highly entertaining Primorsk circles. And Bakelpot, yeah, still over at Novo on this plane path, so feeling good about that last one, of course, after winning it. If you're just joining us, yes, that is Pio's team. Yes, he's still playing. No, he didn't go in the military. 7-7 trying to run over Genji, who has changed their drop spot, by the way. This is something that we didn't get to talk about. Ooh, Far East. This is looking good. I like this. I love this spicy circle. Let's go.
Very spicy. That's not a lot of land in that one, man. It's about as low like land to water ratio as it gets.
Yeah, and Onyx should be getting a gun here pretty shortly. So I think Renba trying to angle Tianba in, but they've got guns too. They got a Bison and a UMP.
Those are good guns, but no one has armor. As Renba here behind the tree, he's praying for his life. Oh, he's dancing. He's trying to hide.
All right.
Spears fighting back. They might actually be able to save Renba. I thought for sure he was a dead man.
I think they've got him. I think Tianba has to back off now, especially with that SKS, because like you were just talking about, no armor, no helmets, or very low tier 1s at best. Tianba does have one level 1 helmet, but with that SKS, those are, you know, if they get the headshots, then those knocks are very quick, if not instant, if there's no helmet. So there you go. Genji able to save Private Renba here. And
saving Private Renba.
Yeah, so it should be mentioned that Genji has sort of, at least for now, change their drop spot to the Gatka area for this event. There's been a lot of shuffling of drop spots for this event. So you're going to see teams in places you're not used to seeing them.
A little bit of a snapshot of the previous little trench warfare we had in the last match as the Freaks and Begopa just continuing the skirmish for what felt like minutes. We're here at the top of this ridgeline. No one really giving any ground. Some knocks coming in, but not more than that. And then Pero. Mill and Eggsleft just sweeping in from the south, taking advantage of every opportunity they got. And you saw that player for the Freaks just try to make that rotation over to the left. I think it was, it was Lash K trying to make that rotation to stop this, but Eggsleft just too good. Here with this AUG and MK14. When you give him AUG, MK14, and 3 gear, and he will take down pretty much anybody.
Oh, he's
gets to the end. Gonna get Lash as well, I think. Yeah, he's nuts.
I mean, just look at the way he repicks, the way he's using that angle in front of him. The way that rock kind of cuts down and gives him a really good sightline over to the edge of the Freaks was really, really good. So, yeah, we've been seeing it for a long time now that Eggsleft individually may be the best player in the world.
815 damage. Actually, didn't realize it was that much. That's a ton of damage.
He went bananas. He went absolutely bananas. I mean, that AUG and that Mark 14 were just singing at the end there. But yeah, I mean, you can see that 17 has quite a bit of damage, quite a few kills again. That team fight style coming out of Pachinki. See where they want to go on this one. I can see Lil Ghost is already out ahead of all of this, so sending out a scout early, looking for positioning. Again, they like to play hills, so I'm curious if they're going to try to make a play for like the Lipovka hills, or if they're going to try to play by the prison.
You would think maybe not Lipovka, given the way this circle is going, right? Like, it's got to be so much action over there that even making the rotation is going to be deadly.
The hills to the west of Lipovka.
Right, but even then, like, those roads, I would be scared, man.
Nah, nobody's going to beat you there. You're a Pachinki team. You've got prio on everything. That's the. You don't
I don't know if it works that way.
You don't have the Pachinki team mindset.
That's absolutely true.
When you drop Pachinki, okay, you have to have the mindset that you're the best team in this server. No one else is as big brain or as aim genius as you. Okay.
Aim genius.
Yeah. That's what the Sonics tell me anyway. So.
It makes sense. There's a reason why I don't land at Pachinki. It's because I'm very scared. You play with me, you know.
Yeah. We're out. Look, we're Zarky dropping teams. Okay, we are these Pachinki chads. All right.
No. We open our parachutes by school and just like look over Pachinki. It's like, no, we don't want any of that. We drop by the guaranteed car spawns and roll our way off to George.
Yeah, let's go to Ruins and chill. Let's just get out here.
All right, this is all the way back here on the military island, actually, as the Freaks are trying to get an idea of where Begopa has rotated off. Hold that thought, is 4AM.
Oh, they've caught USG completely unaware initially. Now they're trying to stabilize, getting a little bit of damage, but Kane had already been knocked. And so they're trying to prevent 4AM from pushing through their sight lines, but that's a decent angle. Forever not able to get up and over the ledge. Xiaolu, in the meantime, does finish off Sheva. So now Kane's still knocked.
Yeah, Donut's down to two players right now as Americano getting the headshot right there with the Vector is going to take down Xiaolu. Wei trying to find an angle right now with the M4. He does have a hollow sight on this.
Americano's knocked. It's just Corn up and
over.
Oh,
what a nice angle.
He got some damage. He's going to have to just go for the flush, go for the point. He needs something out of this fight, at least able to get that. Now, there is Donawa kind of circling the wagons a bit. Corn, though, still popping, has Forever down. Wei seeing if he can hold on. Now it's just a 1v1.
Corn about to peek over this angle, but Wei's holding it perfectly. He gets the headshot, and that's going to be Corn going down as 4AM finally cleans that up. But at what cost as two of their players bleed out right there. And now Donawa making this rotation over here by Mansion. They want to get a piece of this.
Yeah.
They know 4AM's in trouble.
Yeah, Wei has to pull off of the res, so that is not going to happen. That's going to be a point for Donawa as they're headshotting Forever into oblivion. Wei going to try to hold the stairs, but there's a grenade there. Yeah, it knocks Soul, but that's okay. You taking Wei down. One knock, you take that every day, as that's a acceptable trade in a push up a stairs like that.
Yeah, and that's smart from them, just watching their kill feed, circling the wagons, as you said, and then pouncing at the most opportune time. They knew that one player was knocked. They knew he'd be down. Trying to get that res. Wouldn't be full HP. They come in, swoop up, 2 kills.
I just ripped the pin that the nice makeup ladies put in the back of the packet. Just random things that happen to casters. And I need to pull this out so I don't get jammed in the
Yeah, don't get stabbed. All right,
see it?
Arrow making the rotation coming in over here on the south side. Yeah, let me see if I can actually save your life over here. You watch the monitor.
I'm watching the monitors.
It's getting very
This
intimate
is like,
over here on the
I know,
captain's
this
desk.
is like, you know, we were fighting
I poked
earlier.
my finger.
I knew you would. That's why I'm having you do it. I wanted you to
This
get
thing
hurt,
is so.
not
What
me.
did you do?
You're
This
not
is
as
so
important.
twisted.
I didn't do it. They put it in there, not me.
This is all messed up.
I'm too strong. I hulked
I'm
out.
just taking
okay?
it out. I can't.
Yeah,
do
just
it.
take it out. Did you get it? Okay.
Look at this weird.
I
bend.
hulked out. I'm sorry. All right.
Ow, my
I was
finger.
so
It's
happy.
my gaming finger. I click heads with that.
No, you don't. It's on your left hand. I know you're right-handed. Don't lie to me. All right.
All right.
We're good now. So center circle is, you know, so a lot of the circle is water, right? So teams are going to be looking areas a couple hundred meters to the west of the water. Why? That's where the circles are most likely to end up. So you're going, if you look at the map stream right now, everybody's kind of chilling out, sort of center, but center west of the water.
Center of the land, really.
Yeah.
Center of the land remaining in the circle, and that's why it's so congested over there, right to the south of Mansion. Is actually, it's even looking at the map feed, it's tough to make out any names. It's just. It's like a painter's, like a painter's palette. It's like you're mixing everything up.
Pollock in there. Yeah. No, I mean, like it's a little bit weird. Now, having actually killed Lil Ghost there, that's a pretty nasty shot.
Wait, what? You got that out of the car?
Yeah, out of the car, driving around while they had the trench. I mean, that's a pretty difficult shot to land there. So nicely done by Heaven. DK in the blue again with Tianba. What is going on? Why are these two teams doing this to each other? Oh, the big grenades
wow.
from Tosi. Get 2 onto 17. Immediately, they're scrambling to try to save the other two teammates. They might just be piecing out initially to see if there's any more grenades coming here because they know that Ghibli is going to want to hammer into this fight.
Ghibli rolling up right now. Is Nades coming back from 17. Is going to take Z-Arm out. It is a 3v2. Xiao UDD trying. Man, there's so many nades in the air right now. Look at these trenches. It's completely smoked.
Heaven's just walking right by the now he sees him. Okay, he was like walking right by the down members of 17. And the smoke is so thick, like soup down here. But they're able to get through. Now a grenade just to keep 17 from trying to get up. Now you might want to try to get, the reason they're doing that is you might want to try to get up top to get better angles into the smoke. See a little bit better down in, but he's just pushing down. He's gonna get 2. Xiao DD trying to finish off Zero, and he's gonna do it.
Xiao UDD, line him up, he says. All 4 players exposed right there in the trench, and a nade, kind of a what a throw. I was trying to hype it up, and I'm like, wait, that's like 30 meters short. Never mind, man.
I appreciate you being, you know, ready for that grenade.
Yeah.
It was not ready for you. That's a grenade's
What
fault.
a Hail Mary.
Yeah, that's a grenade's fault, man. You were Johnny on the spot.
We need bouncy ball grenades.
Yeah, we need hockey puck grenades. Just bounce for forever.
Just see somebody like try to curl it.
That'd be pretty dope.
All right, GEX going to come in with the nades of their own right now as Xiao UDD fully healed over there in the trenches. In the meantime, Gen G pouncing on the position here for Donowa. Just to look over here in this 2-story. Takes a lot of damage getting out, down to 30 HP. Going to pop a nade to try and bide some time. Xiao UDD barely managing to avoid the first molly. The second one's going to finish him off. That's 17 gaming going down. Gen G in the meantime still continuing to hunt down Salute. Somehow was able to find some heal and get another nade off. I don't know how he's finding all of this time, and this is going to give Donowa a little bit of breathing room right here as they might be able to salvage the position.
Bamboo tried to come and help, but was just knocked out for his efforts. So now Salute still waiting with smoke and Molly's got to be real careful. I don't know if he walked into that or not. Look at Adder, just point blank at the door, waiting.
Grenade.
Oh, Renba, a perfectly timed grenade out the window. A little underhand into the vehicle of Salute. Now again, in case you're not sure, vehicles actually don't block grenade damage at all. So something to keep in mind is that grenades like that are great to use.
Oh, I'm so glad we got a
That is
replay of this. That was
shot.
a sick shot. This is like the one achievement I don't have on Steam for this.
Is the riding shots?
Getting all the riding shots.
All right, well, I'm not helping you get that one. I'm not going to be your driver for that. I'm sorry.
And then Ghibli with a Hail Mary, but coming up like, look at this. There's 3 nades, and they're all just short. Oh, wait, no, wait. Is this the initial nade? Yeah, these are the initial ones. These are the ones that actually got the 17 players. I thought it was going to be the Hail Mary shot. They fell like 3 meters away from the target, but...
Tosi, remember, he used to be on Veronica 7.
Yeah, P7. That's where I knew his name from.
Yeah, very good player. So he's got some good grenades that land in there. I think Gen G here doing a great job recognizing a weakness in the defensive lines of Donowa here on the Mansion and taking advantage of it. They needed a place to get in. Working in and out of the Mansion is pretty doable. There's a lot of cover around it. There's hills, there's forests, so a lot to work with. coming in and out of that position. So I really like what I saw from Gen G here. Now, this is a little bit more ambitious.
Oh, that nade, though.
If it's timed right, Spear did get
that
Helen.
nade, though.
It's perfect from Helen. That's 2 down for Gen G. Nobody else is here just yet. They're trying to come through. Anonic sprinting around the corner, take some damage for it. It is just Soul left. See if he can finish what Helen started. There was a stun. It does connect onto Soul. He's trying to wait it out inside of the corner. Helen is going to be flush. They're pushing around, and Adder is better. Saving the day for Gen G, but man, oh man, that was close.
Helen trying to make magic happen right there with that nade, and actually Pero coming in to try and pounce on this. They know that 2 Gen G players are knocked as Anonix is scrambling to get the revive right now. Akelef gonna try and thread the needle with a nade, and he does. That's right on top of Gen G, and Gen G is down. Akelef with a brilliant nade, cleans him up.
He's so smart with how he places those. He's just unbelievable. I mean, great timing here from Petrichor Road. It's going to take a little bit of damage. That's 911 from far. It actually wasn't the molly damage. He was able to hit the D key just in time to prevent himself W keying into the molly. But yeah, I mean, great timing here by Petrichor Road. Now they take the power position, and Gen G kind of trying to leapfrog ahead. I think Gen G must have more blind sent that push onto that compound than I expected, and we're going to head south on this circle, which is now we start to get weird because a lot like the western half of this circle is like gross and it's just like flat open terrain, and then like the eastern half is some hills and some stuff to play with. So we'll see where it's going to go. But I kind of feel like Gen G must have not fully realized that both members were in there because they only sent 2.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Just didn't have full scouting information. Wasn't exactly sure what the situation was, but a rough start here for Gen G. PCS7 Asia is really an unfortunate draw there in map number 1. Down by the ferry pier is getting pinched by 2 teams after fighting infantry, and then Pero just pouncing on them at their weakest point. That nade from Akelef, just magic.
I mean, he is magic in a PUBG player. Absolutely, just phenomenal. There's no other word to describe Akelef. Just phenomenal. Going for the smoke, trying to get Loki, who should still be calling shots, I believe, for Damwon, last I knew, was Loki being their IGL and having a lot more success. But so far, it's been a lot of them messing around with Tianba. And speaking of messing around with Tianba on the edges of the circles, and that continues to be the story for them so far. Ty Lu, just a safe spot here on the southwestern corner for now. I can see the Freaks to their west, but the Freaks are over at the museum, but yeah, they're just, I don't expect the Freaks to get super aggressive yet.
No, especially not with that position in the circle. I mean, looking at the minimap or looking at the map feed, you can kind of tell that the Freaks have nobody within like 200 meters from where they're at, because really there's not a lot of territory you want to contest there. And hold that thought as Tianba now rolling in to Damwon Kia's compound is Tong going to try and make an initiation here with the nades. Some nice nades coming out from Damwon Kia, but not able to connect. Loki and Under are both knocked. A lot of smokes here. Tianba with the US. Actually just going to back off. I really like that play from them. Knowing that, you know, if they come in, there's 2 players knocked, we throw our nades, if we get another one, we can clean this up easy and rack up the kills. But if not, we don't want to, you know, overstay our welcome. We know what the situation is. We know they're going to get the reses there in the smoke, backing off.
Especially with Lin Shun's position. He can watch this, and now he's got the ability to get another knock for free almost. There he goes.
Last shot lands.
There it is. I think that's Loki's 3rd knock. So, I mean, you got to get there like right now if you're Foxy to save the day. It is phase 3 blue. Again, this is acceptable blue tanking for most teams. But, you know, Tianba here's Lin Shun, I think, is eventually just going to say, well, job done, I did it. We've done a tremendous amount of damage to Damwon Kia. I think Loki's on his 3rd knock. We've already got another one on the Under. We've done tons of armor damage, of course, as well, so let's see what we can do. Now, you can see Under's positioning to try to stop Lin Shun, but Lin Shun's shooting is better. I think he might have just enough.
There's no way.
I can't tell for sure. Okay, well, now,
now it's out of the question.
Yeah, no way.
For a second, I thought there might be like the tiniest sliver.
Yeah, right. I thought so too.
Terrain.
I thought so too.
Yeah. New Happy, this is all the way on the west side of the circle by Mansions. Actually, we're going to come all the way here to the north, and there's a lot more playable terrain over here by Mansion. A lot of little tiny hills, a lot of trees.
This is one where I will non-biasedly thank the PUBG gods. I don't care who's in this circle.
Sure.
I actually don't even care who's in this circle. I'm just happy it went here.
It's one of the circles that if you were playing this on like PUBG Erangel like 1.0, you would have been very unhappy.
Yes.
Because it was so sad. But they've done such a good job of breathing life into this section of the map. It's now one of my favorite places to play. I'm with right here. There's so much territory you can play around with. There's skinny trees, there's big trees, there's elevation, there's rocks. It's pretty much everything that you love about Erangel wrapped up into one nice little package.
I love that, yeah. That's exactly how I feel about it too. So ACDK is trying to get out, get reses, get out under the firing lines, but I mean, Tianba just has too much space to work with here, as they have tons of open territory. Now with the vehicle blown up, it didn't blow up in a favorable direction for DK. They're going to try to use smokes to get out of here, but of course Tianba, can afford to invest some ammo into this. Now, I'm curious about how much is left in that compound that they're able to kind of pad themselves with, because I did see them starting to get into like where they only have 2 clips left, so you got to be a little bit careful then, because you need some ammo for the late game potentially, as things can get pretty, some of these battles can get pretty protracted.
Bagopal, after biding their time on the southeastern side of the circle, coming in with the blue all the way by the northeast. They might be fighting infantry later. We'll have to see as that situation develops. And DK able to survive with that smoke rotation over the top of the hill, but out of the frying pan and into the fire is New Happy with a really nice angle over here, and DK with very little to work with. They just spent a ton of utility even just getting into this position, and this is one section on the map, this western side, that actually is very barren. There isn't a lot of playable terrain, and Under gonna make the run for his life, but that's gonna be it as Damwon Kia eliminated right there. 7-7 actually getting the last kill right there for Tianba.
And it's just nowhere to go for Damwon Kia, and they will get blocked out of the circle by Tianba.
Nan.
Oh, Nan hits a nasty shot on the Hikari here. So Hikari immediately going to be rezzed by his teammate. Another headshot hit by Nan. He has got that distance dialed in right now.
And Nan is popping off right now.
Yeah, this is, I wouldn't, you got to get that US back. I would not.
And even then, was that another headshot?
Yeah, it was. It was. Hikari got headshot there too. I mean, he's hit like 3 headshots in a row. He's just done like more than 200 damage in the last like couple seconds here. He's just absolutely feeling it with that SLR. So
I'd be surprised if the Freaks had much armor left after that. They both luckily have their helmets, but they are deep in the red.
Yeah, none of those helmets are looking good. That's for sure. That's tough. I mean, the Freaks are going to have to work with the bad side of like if you drew this into quadrants, into 4 quadrants,
this is the worst.
The Freaks are in the worst.
It's the worst piece of the pie. Especially if they try to make a rotation too, because yeah, they do have these vehicles, but you're going to rotate on the south side at a Tyloo and GEX. I mean, GEX, although they're not the top gunners, they're really good at defending a position if they have one. They are tough to roll up on.
Yeah, no, precisely. GEX, I will say, if you want to give them like something they're the best at, defense is up there. They are really good at defense.
For sure.
Close quarters fighting, GEX is nasty.
Whoa.
You don't want to mess with them there. Now DMR's
nice shot there from ZP on.
This team is pretty good with those. New Happy is really, really talented with these, as you're seeing. Just making life a living nightmare for the Freaks. Tyloo as well, kind of on that south corner. Petrichor Road is going to group up right now. I'm curious to see what they're going to do. If they're going to try to hold that outside garage house, or if they're going to try to maneuver somewhere else. I think they're going to play the edges and prefer to gatekeep teams in the south and southeast.
They don't even have helmets anymore.
Yeah, why?
Wow.
Yeah, who needs them?
It's brutal.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, just don't get shot.
Yeah, don't get shot in the head.
Simple, guys.
Tap forehead.
All right. Flashing Hikari, trying to make a run. Meeming is going to take down Lash.
They're just too good.
Yeah, too good on these shots. Something you can do in a public lobby, tough to do in a pro one. As these guys are dialed in, but man, the Freaks, they're running the gauntlet. Ian able to make his way to this tree with just a sliver of health remaining. See, will eventually get Hikari, not actually taking Ian out, as yeah, the Freaks, they gave it their best shot, but yeah, you said it perfectly. This quadrant of the circle is not the best, and with New Happy and Tyloo just kind of raining hell on them, the Freaks are going to be eliminated in 9th place here in this lobby.
Yeah, tough position now. GEX trying to play defense. PO out ahead. Going to get knocked by, it's actually Aches left with a little bit of help there up front from GEX. Ming trying to watch the members. Those grenades are hitting DG a bit. That next one is pretty good.
Wow,
it bounced over the roof.
Bounce.
Woo, DG just able to step back enough that he doesn't get knocked. Can't go for the hill, has to wait for the car to blow up. Now he's going to be able to go for it. So Bagel Pop stuck on the edge here. Gate kept by GEX with, Petrichor Road, like I said. Looks like they want to try to farm points on this side of the circle.
Yeah, PU actually went down for BGP behind all of this. So providing their time, and they heard those shots, thought they might be able to make a play for the southeastern side, but it is not working in their favor as GEX continuing to hold down the fort. You see Savior trying to gatekeep these 2 players for BGP. Young and Two Heart making their way in. 7-7's gonna take down Monsters. So many players are going down. It's a bloodbath here in the southeastern side.
Yeah, and on the north, there's a battle going on.
What a
with
nade.
3 other teams perfectly placed. And, you know, Bagel Pod just doesn't have enough room to maneuver. Again, it's kind of like the Freaks, where there's just so many teams around you. They're all watching every move you make and punishing every step you take. So now, you can see Pero still shooting down into this Yan Li here, trying to peek around, keep Tai Lu at bay as best as he can. They need a res to come through for GEX if they're going to get further into this game. Circle's going to shift right into the mansion. Perfect nade.
With some great nades so far.
Wow.
These past couple of frags from Songjung have just been on the money. As Bagel continue to rack up the points, even though they're in a lot of trouble. Lin Shu right now with the Mini 14. Down 14 bullets, actually, on 5.56. Better hope he has a barrel or something in 7.
Yeah, Tungmu hit a great grenade, and that gave Summer enough space to get that final kill. So GFY is going to win that battle.
Oh, somebody has an
Yeah, I think it's somebody on Tai Lu. Oh, no, is it New Happy? Tai Lu. I think Tai Lu, somebody. I think I heard an if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's Tai Lu. I'm not exactly sure who has it on Tai Lu, but somebody definitely sitting on an And, you know, if the observers just want to watch that a little bit.
Wouldn't mind.
I'm just saying.
Well, it's certainly not Zhao Yang, because he would have it out at the end. Yeah, Tai Lu, Zhao Yang just kind of securing the front here for his team. They're making the rest of the rotation in, and there are 4 teams all bottlenecked here on the southern side, and behind all this, GFY just really happy on the north with no one really contesting their position.
Yeah, GFY probably doesn't realize how much space they have to work with because they've been fighting up there for so long. Like, if I'm GFY, I'm like, all right, somebody's got to be coming. Like, we've been fighting up here for the last, 3 minutes. Like, somebody's got to be trying to third-party this, right? No? Nobody? Huh. Okay.
Yeah, just got 1 team in Mansion and 3 teams just outside of it. Arrow in that bridge house and BGP and Tai Lu just outside of the white right now as the blue is starting to close in.
Ooh. No, that's too hard done. So just Songjung, who, again, has been...
Man, his nades.
Heroic.
He does not miss. He hit him with a molly.
No. Well, and this time the combined fire here from Tai Lu is going to be enough to take him out, but he's looking really good this year. Like, Songjung took a break to try to be a streamer for a bit. Obviously having success as a streamer, but as a player, you could see that he's still got it. He still has it.
Absolutely.
And, you know, even though he dies there, he's still making it, you know, not fun for the rest of the teams around him.
Tai Lu now getting ready to make this counterclockwise rotation onto the eastern side. And they're about to push into GFY's position, so GFY, after having not a lot of action over there on the northern front, could be shelling Tai Lu as Tai Lu coming in battered and bruised. Tongs and Zhao Yang taking a lot of damage. Pang actually taking down Tongs right there with a headshot with a barrel.
It's not looking good. I mean, Tai Lu had to drive into a safe spot on the backside of a hill, but that's a narrow spot between them and the back of the circle.
Oh, the jump. Exposed himself just a little bit too much, and Zhao Yang makes him pay for it. That's going down. Sia with a nade gets 911.
Oh. Dude, that was so close. Oh, it's so close. It was so close for Tai Lu. That grenade almost gave Sia the opportunity.
Yeah, they made a good show of it.
So close.
And Pero, Killer Instinct, they are just pouncing on this. No guns out. They are just running as fast as they can to get GFY while they are down. Before the reses come in, before the heals. And that nade from Akesleft is perfect. 911 and Summer both get knocked. Only 1 player up for GFY right now. Akesleft will get knocked, but Tongmu with just a sliver of health remaining. Mill's going to be able to close them out, and now it's just Pero and New Happy.
They do lose Akesleft for that push. And now New Happy's just going to try to do to them what they just did to GFY. So here we go. You know, hot on the heels of Pero is New Happy, but Mill is ready. Takes a bunch of damage, though, and it's going to get knocked by ZP from the off angle. Now New Happy just has 2 players, a very beat-up long one of them, Ming, trying to counter one of the 2-2 flanks here as Mill is going to be wiped out. So a 2v4 now for Petrichor Road on the bad side of the circle. At worst, New Happy can just wait this out, but I don't suspect they will. They have a ton of utility to play with right now, and they're making it rain. Long trying to do something. Ming! On the side, he gets 2! He's able to hold that angle, and all of a sudden, it's evened up.
Ming with an insane spray transfer is going to be able to get 2, and right now it's a 2v2. Long trying to hold this angle as New Happy's 2-2 split coming back to bite them as Ming with a heroic spray is going to close or get things nice and tight here. HS trying to push up the top of this hill. Walks in and spot him out though. He throws, but Long spots him.
All right, well, it's the best player in the PCL versus the best players in the PCS. It's 2v1. Ming versus Pero. Grenade's going to hit the front of his tree, not do any damage. So he's able to just hold the angle, try to look for this player coming over, but a great grenade from Ming is going to finish the job at Petrichor Road. Gets another win here in PCS. Another page in the history books for this iconic team.
Once again to the top of the leaderboards, and it feels like every time we're casting PCS, this happens. This team is so good. They got that killer instinct just pouncing, and then that heroic fight there at the end against New Happy. The spray transfer, evening up to 2v2, closing the distance.
Ming was huge. That angle he held was just nuts. 2 kills out of that. Dude.
Arrow needed a miracle, and they got it.
Yes, they did.
That is a huge confidence boost for the reigning champs.
Against New Happy.
Yeah, of all teams.
Sick. Just absolutely disgusting. I mean, that's a heartbreaker for New Happy. They felt like they had, Petrichor Road on the ropes, and frankly, they did. But until that, until Ming just comes up with 2 huge kills, and then, they're able to isolate the last 2 players individually and take them down. So that's Petrichor Road in a nutshell, folks. They were very aggressive that match at the right times. Like, they're so funny because they're just so controlled in their explosiveness. They're like a C4, right? Like, you need the right, trigger to get them to explode. But when they do, they hit you so hard and fast, it's like you have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, we saw the same thing there in game 1 with X-Left and Mill when they came in from that side. They bide their time, they control as much space as they want, they set up plays, and then as soon as the opportunity strikes, they just go for it.
Yep.
I like how you say that, just controlling their explosivity, because that's perfectly said.
Yeah,
it's exactly what they're doing.
They're so smart. They're so fun to watch because they're quiet, and all of a sudden they're just running another team over. Like, they find these opportunities. We saw it in this game, right? When they came in and wiped out Gen G, right? They just to take that position in the mansion. They bide their time so well. They're so smart.
This was a great moment with Ghibli just getting lined up right here in this trench, and Xiao UDD pinning them all up. Helen right there with that nade. Fantastic getting double knocks, but Genji able to, survive, get the res in until X-Left threading the needle here.
How did that
Look at
grenade
that.
do that? I don't understand how he knows that the grenades can move like that. That's so amazing.
Thousands and thousands of hours of practice.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is.
Tens of thousands of hours. Good little push here by GFY to keep Tai Lu pinned, but Tai Lu's maneuver opens up the door for Pero, and then you think that it's over. But oh no, Ming says, no sir, it is not over just yet.
Yeah, just a sliver of HP after that spray transfer, but he makes it happen, and then isolating them just one after another, as you said. One player gets caught trying to prone at the top of a hill, and then the other one gets cleaned up with a nade. Nice way of closing that one out there for Petrichor Road is 2v4. They beat New Happy, and they get to the top of the leaderboard here after map number 2.
Well, I mean, we're used to them maybe starting out a little slow, but they're starting out fast now. As I believe Petrichor Road is at the top of the, they're going to be at the top of the point standings after this. Is Bagel 5 points, but yeah, Petrichor Road here 22 after their 3rd place finish in the previous game. They're looking pretty nice. But GFY and New Happy, Tai Lu, it's all China here in game number 2.
Yeah, it's kind of the way it goes here at PCS. We'll have to see if the Korean teams are going to be able to bring it back. I mean, we're only 2 games in here. There's a lot of games left to be played at PCS7 Asia. It is a marathon, as we've said, but China just always looking strong. It's, in my opinion, the strongest region in the world is the PCL. Like, the teams that come out of them. Oftentimes, when we have a new team that just kind of shows up in PCS, after not really seeing them outside the Chinese leagues, they absolutely shred. And wouldn't be surprised if we have something like that again this time.
Oh, no doubt. But nobody, I mean, it's hard to say because Petrichor Road has been winning so much.
Well, yeah, 3 in a row.
Yeah, and then New Happy's been winning everything in China. So it's like those 2 teams, it's like a 2-horse race. And, Tianba's quite good. GFY, really good team.
17 Gaming as well.
Yeah, Tai Lu.
Green Men. I mean, every single one of these teams are championship contenders.
They're nuts. Yeah, they're all really, really good. This guy, speaking of nuts.
Yeah, 6 kills, 500 damage. That is efficiency right there.
He is Mr. Efficient. And he is... Those grenades are just ridiculous. We've seen these pinpoint grenades so many times from him where he's just so good at reading the angles. I mean, again, like you say, that's just practice and playtime and some level of intuition, but that intuition comes from the preparation. You know what I mean? Like, this is a guy who's put so many hours into this game, into putting his own team together. I mean, he owns this team. It's his team.
He is the one that's hungry.
Yeah, really. I mean, the level of dedication that X-Left has is truly remarkable.
They go Paw there, second on the leaderboard there, the lone Korean team after map number 2 in the top 8, as Pero continuing the reign of terror here at PCS. They said they want to win their 4th in a row and then go for the Grand Slam, and man, they're well on their way to doing that. It's a fantastic start here in this tournament, winning the second map here on Erangel after top 3 in the map number 1.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, of course, like, this is scary for everybody because Petrichor Road normally is like, we wait, well, at least last time, we waited till the end of the tournament for them to really turn it on. But if they're turning it on already, that's scary. But we'll see if they're able to kind of keep, maintain that high level of play. And yeah, I mean, I think we saw in game 1 some good things from the Korean teams. We saw some things that we were talking about we wanted to see. Since then, not so great. We'll see if they can turn it around here after a short break, guys. We'll be right back here at PCS7 Asia. Don't go anywhere.
It's like they're setting themselves up for another win.
See, Benya's already going wide. He spots out Rusty Zera, gets him down to half HP, shots into the bale, but Benya is gonna fall. The AUG superior in the 1v1 from this, with that molly going just a little bit too far. Rusty Zera is trying to stay up and alive, but here comes the push from Synergy. They waste no time into this. Rusty Zera finds a second knock, can't get a third. It's a 1v1.
เนียนไหมเนียนแหละเนียนอยู่ครับเพื่อนช่วยเคาะไกลๆมาครับผมทำให้ธีรทรฟ้าตัดสินใจที่จะขยับออกนะครับมุมไกลๆครับตัดสินใจไปเลยนะฮะไม่รอยื้อครับก่อนเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวอาจจะไม่ได้ไปไงใช่คนนี้เองก็สิทธิ์บอกโอ้เนี่ยใส่เกียร์ R ถอยหลังไปเลยแล้วกันถอยไม่ก่อนถ้าขับเดินหน้าแล้วโดนยิงตกรถขับถอยหลังดีกว่านี้
Claim some space further into the zone, seized the zone shift back in their favor, and tried to go back to their initial.
Nope.
But it was already occupied, already taken. Jervis baited the bike, but still lands the shot on Trick. That's the man who just dumped.
And now full line of sight. The only threat they have is this rotation. It's starting to come in from United. And
oh no!
Oh, Show, you've got to realize that is not your teammate. There you go. He gets the flush onto Draft King, but can he find Capitan and Rebo? He gets one. Oh
no!
That nade!
Valiant with no HP. Capitan will go down, but no, those are going to be going over to Wildcard as they clean up everything. And now Wildcard sitting on 10 kills. Fortunately, they've got a little bit of a better line and are avoiding the shots from Sonics from 4 p.m. You can see Peak Selfish getting knocked a little bit low here.
Oh, and this is a mess, though. They are so entangled. And here comes the Speed Swats. Oh, and it's two. It's 2 for nothing there for BBB.
That's a big 2 knocks here for BBB. If they can manage to flush them out, get those points. HVZ gonna pull out. He's gonna get spotted by Gats.
giảm phí cả. Còn trong khi đó Hải Saki bị Nora khai thác vào tài, còn nặng bắn anh ta bắn rất nhiệt, bắn yếu 2 PL của Teraton 5. Và bây giờ quả nét trả chính xác thì nó sẽ là vô cùng tuyệt vời. Và quả nét này nó có được bảng A cục, thậm chí có thể quay ra phát thị bắn vào. Và Teraton 5 bị tiêu diệt hoàn toàn. Đó là những bảng cục cộng với cho đại diện của Việt Nam.
Team X aiming for Peak's compound. Dialet takes a lot of damage, loses control of the cars. He's lost multiple tires, gets taken down, but Dean Zera on the chase gets another knock. Last two self vulnerability for Dodge, yeah.
Dodge is going to shred. I mean, Dodge is just licking their lips right now, waiting to see who's going to try to make a play. He's going to find one. Clover.
That nice knock. Now, if he could just get Cloud, it could be huge, but he's going to take a lot of damage from the opposite nade, down to 26 HP. Popping in the first nade, but there you go. That last nade does it. Team X.
เอาล่ะอุ้ยโอ้โหมาแล้วครับแบบนี้ก็หวานเจี๊ยบสิครับอีรีน่าบอกแล้วตั้งขบวนมากระจายตัวแล้วแต่ว่าเขากระจายตัวรอเหมือนกันน่าสนใจเลยทีเดียวเกมนี้นายครับเล่นมุมสูงกดลงมาด้านล่างยิงเปิดไปก่อนแซมไปโดนโพแล้วติดหัวไปก่อนเป็นการโพไปดึงแล้วแซมบิงได้โดนซิเนตยาบิงดึงแล้วมาซิบิงดึงเอาแล้วเหลือคนสุดท้ายแล้วหมด
Welcome back, everybody. PCS7 Asia has started. We are already 2 games down. We've got 3 more to go. I'm Paper Thin. This is State. We've got 1 more Erangel, 2 more Miramars today. And lo and behold, it is, I think, a little bit surprising to see Bagel Pa come through and perform so well in that first game. Not surprising at all to see Petrichor Road come through with a big second game win.
Yeah, we've had 2 really fun maps to start things out. Bagel Pa just kind of playing that that mountain there on the military island, racking up the kills and then securing the bag against Acleft of Pero and the Freaks. And then Pero with again, another top 3 finish, winning that last one with a stunning 2v4. I mean, Ming with the spray transfer, evening out 2v2, then isolating the last 2 players, just playing out of their minds. These guys on the board right now, Ghibli, not the best start so far.
It's been a little slow, but again, this is a young team. This is, put together from pieces of decent Korean teams, but never any team that has really skyrocketed to the top. And so for Ghibli, a good coaching staff that has had strong talent, that has good results previously in PCSs and in PWSs, but they decided to go young. They're looking to kind of rebuild. They're kind of looking to start from scratch a bit, try to put together a roster that could potentially be a powerhouse long-term for Ghibli, whereas a lot of their old members, of course, are now basically on Gen G or Danawa. So obviously really good, former teammates, but now I think you're seeing some of that, potentially some of that early sort of, youngness come through.
A little bit of a rebuild stage for them, just getting their experience. But I mean, the fact that they're even here, PCS7 Asia, means that this is a team with a lot of potential. And we're only 2 maps in so far, so teams like Ghibli, teams like the Freaks, who had a great showing in map number 1, not the best there in map number 2, they've still got a lot of opportunities to show themselves. This is a marathon. We've got, 28 maps left in this tournament. There's a lot of PUBG left to be played. The Freaks, one of the best teams in Asia. I mean, EN, arguably one of the best players in Korea.
In the world.
Racking up kills.
Yeah.
These are guys that are underperforming by their standards. These should be a Korean team that is contending to top there with the Chinese teams to bring Korea its first PCS championship.
Yeah, I think the concern I always have with the Freaks, or with any team, frankly, that has Lash K on it as the IGL, is that sometimes they turtle too much, they get too passive. The thing that has made the Freaks so good in the PWS, at least this year, has been their ability to control the edges, to farm kills, to really kind of take advantage of that tremendous amount of firepower from, in particular, EN, but also the other players on the team are really good. Akkadi's nuts at times. Akkad is nuts at times. Lash is a very good player in his own right, but sometimes they turtle up too much, especially in PCS. It's like they get too safe. And I don't want to say that's what happened in that last game. They were in a tough position no matter what. And I don't want to get negative on what they did in that game. That was tough. That was going to be tough. They took a position where if it had gone to the southwest in that corner, they would have been great. They would have been golden. They would have looked like geniuses. But it didn't. And so they had to play out of the worst position possible.
That's why we play so many maps in these tournaments, is because there are so many different ways that the maps can develop, that teams can rotate, that you really need to find out which team is the best based on averages to really crown a champion with any kind of authority. And GEX, not the best showing so far for them in this one. This is a team that, like you said, kind of plays with a more conservative, slow style, similar to the way that last IGL. And Gen G, man, they've had not the best start. A little bit unfortunate for them.
Yeah, the first game was kind of a weird one in that they were just the first team to the ferry pier and therefore couldn't get to the boat because 2 other teams showed up and prevented them from getting
3 other teams. They fought with infantry, and then they got
Just
sandwiched by, I think it was Tiamba and Damwon Kia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So game number 1 was just pretty much completely written off. They got, I think, with 2 kills from infantry, and besides that, they were dead in the water. And then game number 2, Aches left with an absolutely insane nade through one of the hardest windows to throw a nade through in that garage building.
Yeah, that
picks up 3 kills and just wipes the team.
Yeah, I feel like, I think most, I could say, pro players could make that a grenade somewhat similar, but I don't know if they could get it to land exactly where he wanted it to land in right in the middle of the Gen G formation like that. I mean, just absolutely disgusting. I mean, if it's me, I'm bouncing that grenade off the window back in my own face. And,
killing yourself.
Yeah, I'm killing myself. But, I mean, we'll see. Tianba, solid start. This is a team you can never count out. I mean, Lin Shun has been around for a long time. The guy with the blonde hair down in the bottom left. I think still the shot caller for this team, if I'm not mistaken. A veteran team, a team that, kind of causes matchup problems for certain teams. They keep Bagel Pa, for example, out of South George. To give you an idea, forcing Bagel Pa into Novo for their main drop spot for this event on Erangel. So things like that kind of cause some disruption in this lobby, but they are still, a force to be reckoned with. Their grenades are on point. Their team play, you can see, they're making life a living nightmare for Damwon Kia. I mean, they're just absolutely all over Damwon Kia on this map so far today.
Yeah, they've been making a lot of similar rotations, and Damwon Kia has been paying for it. And Bagel Paw, the first map winners so far today.
DG's just chilling. Dude, okay, so I don't know if people have seen this. DG doesn't have his lights on right now. But when
Yeah,
he
let's
does,
notice.
his chair is the most comfortable looking gamer chair I have ever seen. It looks like he's in like an old man recliner, like getting ready
Like
to
a lazy boy or
kick
something?
up, yeah, kick up and watch the sports on TV. Yeah, literally like a lazy boy. It's amazing.
That's sick.
I mean, I'm envious of DG's chair. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I envy DG's chair because he looks really comfortable, and that, you know, I respect that. As a boomer myself, I respect this. All right, game number 3 on the day. Last Erangel of the day, guys. Get out there on social media. Let people know you're having a good time. Let them know you're watching some PUBG Esports, and invite them to come with us as we are having a blast. And certainly, once again, you know, Petrichor Road is having a blast as usual.
Oh, yeah.
It's PCS Asia. Petrichor Road's having fun. What else is new?
It's been a tale as old as time. 3 wins in a row, looking to make it 4 is Petrichor Road. But we still have a lot of PUBG left to be played. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but man, this team coming off 3 straight wins, and after map number 2, they're at the top of the leaderboards again. Top 3 finish in map number 1, and then winning map number 2. It's insane what this team can do.
Yeah.
like
They've
how?
won 3 in a row.
Like how? I mean, we talk about all these Chinese teams that show up, and they're all like have the capability to be championship contenders.
Yeah.
And that really is the case. I mean, 17, we see them fight, and they can fight with the best of them. Like Tai Lu, again, another fantastic team. 4 Angry Men, New Happy. All these teams, they have moments where they shine, and they have moments where they just are absolute championship level. And then you have Petrichor Road, who somehow, despite all of that, despite all the talent in the field, just wins PCS Asia every single time.
Yeah.
Or at least it feels like. I mean, what, this is PCS7.
They've won 3 of them.
They won half.
Yeah, basically half. I mean, there was a charity showdown. I don't know if we're counting that, but I mean, other than that, yeah, they've won half. It's pretty insane. All right, a much more sane circle for this one.
Oh, yeah.
We're right in the middle, at least to start.
Playing path was pretty fair, too.
Yeah, this was, the first 2 playing paths were just dog water, and this one is much more fair, and therefore we get a much more fair circle. Petrichor Road is having to pull off of Severny a little bit. Now, this is another thing I was noticing when I was watching some of the, or at least kind of taking inventory of some of the scrims before this event, is that the northern part of this map is actually kind of wild, because there's, okay, well, you guys can watch Tai Lu get ripped apart by G5 if you want. I want to talk about something more interesting. There's so much congestion for alternate drop spots up in the north that it's going to be tough for teams on plane paths like this where they can't get to their main drop spot. So you can see Arrow actually, I think, wanted to go Severny because I don't think they expected Damwon-Kia to go there because Damwon-Kia normally goes Zarki on these plane paths. But Damwon-Kia got bumped out of Zarki by infantry. So
Domino effect.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And so there's all kinds of problems with the drop spots today. Its teams are trying to feel each other out a bit. Now, we haven't seen anything super nuts. We haven't seen, like, what we call a fever drop, right? Where, if you guys are, you know, not familiar with the PWS, a fever drop is what we call it when teams unintentionally hot drop each other.
Unintentional.
Yeah, it's a hot drop that you didn't mean to be a hot drop because you didn't think someone else was going to be there. And that usually involves cars or, you know, like smaller loot compounds, right? Not the big cities. They usually happen on roads or at like some of the 2 or 3 house compounds, that kind of thing.
Man, that's a long highlight. I thought we might go back to the Ming game, but look
nah,
at
dog.
We gotta watch Ming come with the spray transfer again.
This right here is pretty nuts. Ming's spray transfer is pretty disgusting. Now, I don't fault New Happy at all for what they did here.
No, 2-2 split makes perfect sense.
Totally. But
they just didn't count on Ming just going absolutely ham.
Somebody needs to be watching this game. So basically what that boils down to is what I'll call a protocol mistake, in that somebody needed to be watching straight, somebody needed to be watching right. Because you have to assume the other 2-man formation has straight and left covered, so you have to cover straight and right. So basically you have 3 directions you have to watch, right? Straight, left, right. In a very loose general sense, somebody on New Happy wasn't watching right, and that's what kind of blew things up there.
Didn't check the corners.
Correct.
You gotta check the corners, man.
Exactly.
I still don't check my corners.
I know you don't.
Me, you know.
I'm aware. I've been there.
All
I'm there for you is to just let you roam around by yourself and pop people with Car 98s
and mortars,
right?
and drones.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
I'm just watching. I'm like, all right, man.
I love playing with you, Clinton. Aches left with 6 kills in that last game. He is the kill leader so far today with 10. Double the next 3 players. Sho, Atong, and Summer, all with 5 kills. Aches left alone with 10 so far in this tournament. Just absolutely phenomenal. And it's not like he's like just stealing kills or anything like that, because he's ahead in damage too. 1,300 damage. Next player is Nan with 928 and Sho with 927. Just phenomenal stuff. I mean, it's one of the reasons why Petrichor Road just continues to win is Akeslef comes up clutch when he needs to. And I mean, keep in mind, when they went for that push north of Mansion at the end of that game, they traded Akeslef to be able to eliminate one of those teams. That's when New Happy pounced.
Right.
And even without Akeslef, Petrichor Road, 2v4, they still win. They still clutch it out.
They're that nuts. And think about that, how sick that is. He had 6 kills in that last game, 4 in the first game. Or 7 kills in the last game. 3 in the first? No, 4.
6 and 4, I think, yeah.
4, yeah. I mean, he's the PCS GOAT, in my opinion. Like,
Absolutely.
PCS Asia GOAT.
Well, it's undisputed,
It's undisputed in my book. Like in
MVP
Asia,
on the team that wins 3 in a row, yeah.
Yes.
You gotta be.
Yes. So, you know, hats off to him at PCS. You know, it's the Akeslef show. You might as well, you know, rename it, I don't know, PUBG Continental Series Akeslef. Instead of Asia. Yeah, this is his show, and we're just here to watch and have some fun. But this circle should be pretty calm. I suspect, again, we've had some wild circles, so especially in that last game, there was a lot of early fighting because territory was limited pretty quick due to the first circle being half water.
Yeah, similar to map number 1, just in a different kind of way. In map number 1, everyone kind of had to make the great migration down to the military island, and then we had everyone just kind of shuffle in to Begopaw's playground there with a mountain. And then map number 2, half the first circle was water, and as you said, these teams, they want to play a little bit more inland. They don't want to play on the coast because that's probably where the circle is going to go.
Yeah, man.
So we had all these teams just kind of in a meat grinder.
Yeah,
just to the west of Lipovka.
Yeah, Begopaw's playground, dude. Like they've got control of the monkey bars. They've got the swings on lockdown. They've got
reminds me of that map with Pio on Genji on Miramar where they got that top shelf rock.
Oh,
and
God.
Pio ran out of ammo, killing everybody.
Yeah,
below
outside
him.
of Impala.
Yeah.
I remember that game.
I will never forget
they had
that
to
map.
they had to shuttle. Asura had to shuttle ammo up to him because he ran out.
He ran out. He was killing too many people.
He had like 9 kills that game, I think, if I remember right.
Clicking too many heads. It was insane.
Yeah, he does that stuff, dude. He's one of a kind.
That's like the closest thing that you're gonna get to it here on Erangel, except maybe the mountain, which Pio also loves.
Yeah, no. I mean, he's a mountain goat, no doubt. Yeah,
mountain goat, yeah.
He's a DMR expert. He's an SLR expert. He's just he's content to just let the SLR do the talking. As good as he is controlling space in a lot of different ways. Like I know we talk about him all the time, but it's because he's a transcendent player. He is maybe the best player of all time, and he took a break for half a year, came back with a hodgepodge team of former pros, and they just won the first game of the PCS Asia. I mean, that's how good he is. That's how good he is, and he's IGLing for this team too, by the way, in case you had any questions. Because Sung Jang, a former IGL himself, has now I think wisely allowed Vio to mostly take over that role.
All right, teams rotating into the circle, and just as Paper Thin said, a lot of playable area in this one. Probably not going to be too much action as all 64 players are still alive 8 minutes into this lobby. Sho, just kind of biding his time. 17 has some company here in Pachinki now.
Well, I wanted to talk about 17 because looking at the map, I'd say this is probably the most interesting position in some ways. Not only is it because Pachinki's center circle, but you did have Tai Lu show up to their position, and you have Lil Ghost out on his own again. So it seems to be kind of 17's MO for this event is the 1-3 early splits. Look to take a little bit of space with that single, or at least gain some reconnaissance early, and then kind of backfill. So sort of, old school Genji or Star-Lord teams where he likes to play like that. Now he's on E36. They didn't qualify for this, but that kind of play style. At least in a micro early game sense. Or I shouldn't say micro, that's not correct. In a small amount time frame early game sense.
Works well with Pachinki as well because there are just so many houses in the city that your 3 are going to be able to get any comfortable spot. And then that nice little compound over there to the northwest is just like the perfect little bastion.
Yeah,
for your
Sonics,
lone player.
Yeah, the Sonics, one of the other Pachinki teams, love that compound. They go there every time in these circles.
It's a great compound.
It's tough to breach. It is.
Gather a lot of intel.
Yeah, there's a reason. And you can see that you know, everybody knows it. That plays Pachinki. Everybody knows it. I like Bagel Paw's colors for this. Very, you know, as a man of Irish descent. You know, this color scheme makes me happy. What can I say?
I love how that's how your
That's
your
the
mind
only reason I like it.
That's the only
I'm
reason
not
you
gonna lie.
like it.
Normally, I actually don't really like the color green very much, but you know, green and white, we you know, Solange.
Wait, what did you say?
Solange.
Solange.
Is that the wrong language?
I have no idea. I have Irish ancestry, and like this is a mystery to me.
Cheers.
Man.
I'm trying to use more European languages than I shouldn't.
You're losing me, man.
This is. We've only got 2 brain cells between the two of us, and I'm not going to say where they are.
Mine are focused on crayons.
Yeah.
All right, circle closing in right now is Bagel Paw going north of the Potato Mountain. Some shots coming down from 4 a.m. on them, but nothing too crazy. Show just continuing to watch this. All right, here we go. Way missing every shot on that UAZ. This barrel. This is the next one. This is the next one. Tough angle. I mean, the cars are moving fast too. I don't want to give them too bad hard time.
No. That's a tough angle for anyone.
Yeah.
I mean that you know maybe you get one there if you're feeling it in that moment. Bagel Paw's making a desperate dash around the north side of Pachinki.
That's a big rotation, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're kind of taking advantage of a lot of these teams. They stopped up a bit short. You know what's funny is I think they can't see over this hill, right? So they don't know what's on the other side. I think with how much damage they took just in terms of shots coming at them, that maybe they thought pushing any further might be pushing their luck. But you know, we know because we have the God's eye view from the map, you know, PUBG Esports map, that there might have been some space ahead. Now there isn't a ton of playable stuff ahead.
It's a tough position to play. They're just in the dip that they're in right now, and luckily for them, it's congested enough that Tai Lu can't come out of their fortified spots in Pachinki to nade them or anything like that, just because they would get caught in the crossfire. And actually, wow, looking at the map feed right now, Bagel Paw, they heard you loud and clear, and they're going to continue to press forward.
I think they figured it out. They didn't hear any shooting ahead of them, so I think they realized that that territory is open. This is what good teams and good players can do. Is it's like they have sonar with the sounds around them, and they can say, okay, we didn't hear anything. They're like bats, right? Like they're listening for the sounds around them, and then they're going, okay, well, there's nothing out here. Okay, now we have open territory. Now we can push ahead. Even though maybe we weren't so sure about it early, you know, now we know we have a much higher percentage chance. Again, everything in PUBG is playing percentages, but now you have a much higher percentage chance to push in.
I want to get a shot of PO because Bagel Paw's going for an insane 3-1 split right now.
He's the only one doing anything on the map, if I'm being brutally honest.
Yeah, we're just watching Akeflip kind of like look at rocks. All right, there's PO.
There he is.
He was actually way to the northwest of this position, almost near ruins on the hills, and all of Bagel Paw was over by that compound we were mentioning with the church by Pachinki.
Yeah, PO was up by the 2 compounds that are to the west of the ruins there.
I was watching the map feed and he just kept going. I'm like, surely you turn around at some point.
Yeah.
My jaw was dropping.
You always tell yourself that when you watch him play, and then eventually you realize that, you know what, he'll turn around when he's damn well ready. Okay,
he
knows
dies
better.
Sometimes, but
he does die sometimes, but yeah, it doesn't matter. But I mean, again, he's very good at teetering the line between safe and dangerous, and getting as much information as physically possible. GEX is stuck up on the north side. Now, I do see 4AM wrapping towards GEX, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we get a view of this fight. And also, Petrichor Road might have some ability to put some damage into this fight as well. We'll see if that is going to happen. You can see 4AM wrapping very wide, but the bridge is completely controlled by GEX. That leads to the, either to the western side by the mountains or the Bermuda Triangle. So 4AM has to, I think they see this, but now they have to make a decision. How are they going to get around this?
Well, it's only going to be phase 2. I think maybe if you're 4AM, you go to the bridge near George.
Yeah, I think you're right.
We'll see if they end up making that rotation. As the circle's just going to center up on Ghibli's position to the south of Ruins, and infantry making their long rotation up. Damwon Kia moving in as well. Loki gathering a lot of intel on top of the mountain. Actually, Xiaolu with a great angle here on Yan Li. Yan Li does spot him, so not caught unawares.
I'm worried about a lot of the teams on the south side of this circle. This is going to get nasty.
Really is.
It's going to get really wild down there, so keep your eye out there. Infantry trying to move ahead of that. GFY as well, trying to cut ahead of teams that are already...
Oh, Summer hit a tree.
Oh, no.
I think he hit a tree.
Yeah.
Lost all momentum, and then Human just picks up the pieces.
Well, and this is the risk you take, right? Trying to cut for center circle early like this in phase 3. Wow. And you know, Petrichor Road is waiting with open arms for infantry. 2 already down. Grenade's going to be out. Lin trying to look for the res onto Monsters, but they know he's there, and they're going to get him with the grenade from Long. Now another one bounces! What a bounce right towards Wang Zai. He almost gets taken out for that. I can't believe the way these grenades are bouncing today.
Ton of damage.
Ooh, Ace left knock, though.
Oh, Under actually got him. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that. Damonkia finding an angle on this fight as Mill's going to come down. Infantry with a lot of players down right now. They want to get these reses, but it's a very precarious situation as Wang Zai is kind of scratching his head trying to find a solution to this problem. Doesn't have that much utility. Does eventually get Monsters up. Lin now working his way down. They're just going to use this little tiny crevice to try and get all the healing in.
That's all they have. There's just nowhere else to go. With GEX's sightlines up from the top of that church and things like that, DK, I'm a little bit confused here by DK's maneuver. I don't know if they...
4 a.m.
What do they know about 4 a.m.? Do they know that 4 a.m. is 4 strong back here? Would they send 2 up here to fight 4 members of 4 a.m.? I mean, you have the cover from Foxy and Under down below you, so you can fight on this side, you know, on the south side of the mountain. Okay.
They're getting away.
Okay, this is...
It's a smart rotation.
Yes, yes. Oops.
Damonkia going to rendezvous in the compound by the road, 4 a.m. In the meantime, moving up to the north, and Donawa making their rotation over here. This is to the west of school.
Yeah, Donawa was chilling in the blue. They had taken a lot of blue damage. Finally going to make their way in. It is the Donuts out here. There's enough of those hills that you can hide from the Donuts' compound in Donawa's position, so that I think they should be relatively okay. The Freaks now, their turn to try to make a dive. I mean, phase 3, you know this circle's going to shift south almost 100% because of the water, right? Phase 4, circle has to move away, so everybody's trying to prepare for that spear. Hello? Did he blow up a gas can? Hello?
Not sure what happened there.
What?
Spear.
What?
Huh.
Okay.
Oh, I hope we get a highlight of that, because I'm not sure exactly what
I don't know what that was. Lenonix, though, hit some really nice shots onto Akari.
Circle closing in. Yeah, all the way south, so Begopaw going to be happy with this. One player is knocked for Begopaw. Wouldn't surprise me if it was Pio, actually. Not watching the kill feed, but...
How dare you? How dare you assume maybe
Flash and Chewy with a little bit of a skirmish over here as the Freaks and Tiamba butting heads right on the edge of this white.
Yeah, you can see Gen.G now is struggling to get into the circle, and Onyx has been knocked as well by DG98, so it's going to be really tough for them to go. 4 a.m. has been trying to find some kind of entry into the circle. Finally going to make a goal right away.
Nice spray.
Q-Mean. Hitting some
the
good
headshot.
shots. Yeah, man.
And then Tonk steals it.
He stole one for Piro earlier. Fair game. Fair play.
Wade takes down Ton after that, and Pio fighting with Gen.G as well as, man, fighting all over the board right now as pouring him in Way at 5 HP, going to try and pop a nade, but will he be able to hold off this fight? Nope, he gets cleaned up right there as Tiamba's going to clean up 4 a.m.
Adder in a bush.
Oh,
Does anybody
he's in
see
a bush?
This? He's in a bush.
He's in a bush?
Now, you can sort of hide in these, but it shouldn't take too long. They have to see this. Loki's got a Mark 14. It'd be really sad if he goes down here after getting that level 3 gear.
If only he had a frag.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, no. He got knocked. All right. Can they save it? Adder.
The most dangerous bush alive.
Yeah, he's able to get a knock, but nothing else out.
He went undetected for the longest time there.
It's hard to see in those bushes, man. They're weird. It's like you have to notice like a black pixel out of place. It's so weird.
All right, Donawa and New Happy over here by Atlantis, fighting off the southeastern side. Man, trying to find an angle right now is Donawa just playing on this ridge line. Slew actually found a Groza during all this.
Yeah, that's nice, and they like to put it to good use, but they're going to have to get in range. And New Happy's too smart. Look at the way New Happy is maneuvering here. They're
yeah,
keeping,
I love this.
Yeah, they're keeping Donawa at arm's distance and making it really hard for Donawa to get in.
Damonkia and Begopaw continuing in a little bit of the standoff over here in the southwest as GEX is making that rotation in near Tiamba. Under gets a good sight line on that. Takes some shots there on Yan Li. Actually does get a knock of Salute. What's going on here?
Helen just ran over one member of New Happy. I think Salute was in the vehicle with him. Salute's just dead. Soul with a good spray onto Ming Ming, though. Able to lock it down. HS on the flank angle with a grenade. Had Soul pretty well identified into his position. If the grenade is good, Soul is done.
It is.
But it missed. Soul was able to sidestep it. He's able to get back behind the hill. Now, other members of Donalar are dead. This is it. It's just on the Soul. He's got a lot of work to do as the Donuts are not slamming into the backside of this.
Yeah, Soul surrounded on all sides right now as HS is going to be holding off in the blue. And, yep, Donalar Esports eliminated right now. USG cleaning that up on the top right.
New Happy's tough, man. They're so difficult to get through. You can see right there why. Able to drag one down with them. Meanwhile, back over to Bagel Pot. DG98 gone. Pio looking to see if he can finish the knock onto Damwon.
It's a nice
nade. Really close.
That's where they were healing.
Yeah, Loki just got out of there in time and is able to go for the heal. How are these two still alive? You remember this?
Yeah, this was a while ago. Oh, Mill, line him up. Lin on low HP, not able to clean it out is Mill. As infantry is finally going to be able to manage to get out of that situation. And man, they were in that precipice or that little crevice for the longest time, and then finally finding their way to get back into this thing.
How do they do that? I don't know. I just wrote them off. I'm not gonna lie. I just like mentally had written them off. Meanwhile, USG is trying to take a fight against New Happy, but Shiva needs help. He's all alone right now. Americano's positioning on the backside. I think trying to find a crossfire angle.
Man with a frag gets him at 90% HP.
I know, but Shiva needs help, and he needs help up close and personal with some utility. DK is going to get taken out by Bagel Pa. Sungjang there kind of acting as distraction for Two Heart.
Okay, the cavalry's coming in right now for USG as Corn and one more player coming in the vehicle. Shiva not all alone anymore as they're going to be taking the fight to New Happy.
I think 17 should be wiping Bagel Pa out here shortly, or Tianba will. Actually, Tianba's just driving. Everybody's driving to Bagel Pa right now.
Poor Bagel Pa.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but...
Actually, they're kind of going around. Tianba's going on 17's position.
Yeah,
they want to get in the white.
Yeah. Let's see what they do. What do you think? That grenade got it?
Maybe. It's looking pretty good. The car. Tong gets taken down by a headshot, and then the follow-up nade is able to wipe Tianba as they were eliminated in 9-17 with some great fighting. And now USG with the reinforcements taking the fight here to New Happy.
They're beat up. They are on a knife's edge right now.
Flashbangs right on the feet as well.
Yeah, they're getting help from GFY up and over the top. Kane here looking to grab some points. He's got one more to go. Well, it was job done by a Tungmu from GFY for him. So the Donuts here at least able to hold on. I don't think they get a ton of points out of that fight, but hey, you're still alive. You're still 4 up. You've still got a chance.
Shiva, the reinforcements come in and they're able to reclaim that section of the circle. Let's get a replay of this. Nade coming in, Zenon with a nice spray right there. 13 HP, able to get Chewy. Gets in the smoke.
They're just like leapfrogging smoke to smoke there. Just making it rain.
So many nades.
Onto Tianba there. I don't know if they got too much more out of it. And what is Tosi doing? Like, we've got him in fast forward. Oh, he's finding the flank angle.
Oh, that's a nice angle. That's a meaty angle. That's got an angle where, like, you miss your target and you're still hitting bodies. You love those. You love those.
That's exactly it. That was a great angle for Tosi. And Ghibli still 4 up as well. So you've got 3 4-man. 17 scores 4. I think GFY is just at 3. And so, yeah, you got 3 4-mans. You got the 3 of GFY. You got Tyloo.
Tyloo in a lot of trouble right now. Gives me taken out. 17 Gaming. Xiao UDD. As well as Little Ghost going to be taking that position now. Zhao Yang trying to throw some nades in to get some ground, and that almost gets Xiao UDD just on a sliver of HP. This next nade might do it. Little Ghost barely survives. No, another one!
He's got crates back here or something where he's dragging some more frags out. Finally, Ghibli's gonna get on their horse, trying to figure out what's going on over here. I don't think they know Zhao Yang below them.
No idea.
They have no idea right now. They're completely focused on the dead bodies of 17. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei, that's 1 knock, looking for another. I think Yumin should be flushed here relatively shortly. Indeed he is. Now, things looking tough for Ghibli, who just reached out a bit too far.
You know, Zhao Yang's wishing he had one more nade because Heaven is such an easy target on the top of that ledge. 911, GFY. USG's getting the wrap on them right now as GFY's in a really tough position and they just get cleaned up. Kane spraying them both down with a barrel.
Kane's having a good game here for USG. Lin shows up for infantry, but this is a tough battle, guys. This is a good
Kane with another great spray is going to take down Lin.
Kane is feeling it right now as Wang Zai looking for the frag grenade up and over the top, trying to track Kane. He does a pretty good job of it on the left here, but Korn too steady with his own barrel. Going to take infantry down. Everybody's just kind of sending it into USG and paying the price.
Yeah, Donuts USG is having a fantastic game right now. They keep getting kill after kill.
They're looking really good right now.
They're the only 4-man left.
They're playing really smart, defensive, but you know, tempered, not giving up too much. Xiao Bei here with a Groza, not a lot of health. It's going to pay the price. Show quick to follow from Sheva.
10 kills right now for Donuts as Sheva picks up yet another one, and 17 is eliminated. It's now USG versus Ghibli. Heaven with a nice angle over there, but USG with map control, they have the favorable position as you see them right here on the top of this hill. Just gunning everyone down. Americano gets ZE arm. Heaven, he has to prone to get out of the gun line. Shiva knows exactly where he is. USG is just in complete control.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good for USG. Ghibli's going to have to regroup and find some safety. You can see Korn's already pushing to continue to cut off the angles that Ghibli has available to them. They have to retreat to the safety of the houses as well to try to res Zerum. And Zerum resable. Heaven did hit a headshot in there, but Korn sneaking up underneath Heaven. This is a big fight here. If Heaven wins this fight, it could change the tide of this entire match.
He's got a Groza, so this is gonna be a really nice close quarters fight. He's prone as well. Korn coming around, doesn't know exactly where he is, but he's flashed and Korn spots him out, and that's Heaven going down.
Nicely done. Very nicely done by Korn. Just really efficient, using those stuns effectively. Finding a good timing. Now coming out of the compound and
Americano
1-2
gets 2, and USG Donuts, the team coming out of Japan, wins map number 3, and I've got to say that's one of the best games I've ever seen out of this team. They got so many kills, and they finished the game with a full 4-man squad up.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from them. You know, again, reinforcing their position against New Happy when they needed to keep themselves in it and keep themselves strong as far as numbers go in this game. So, yeah, really, really solid game from the Donuts. Just playing this really consistent top to bottom, fending off every bit of pressure that every team threw at them, particularly Chinese teams. I mean, you know, we talk about them as being the best, and rightly so. The Donuts just held firm against a whole bunch of really good players and teams. So credit where credit's due. Donuts played that game about as good as it gets, and yeah, exciting stuff. I mean, this is another team that's been playing very well in scrims recently. They are looking really strong. Kane in particular is seemingly maybe hit another level as a player. He's playing really good lately.
Felt like every team in that lobby wanted a piece of the donut, but little did they know there was a poisonous corn filling. And the donuts were able.
Who puts corn in donuts?
and the donuts were able to win map number 3. Corn had a good game, man.
He did, but...
What, you think it's going to be an Americano filling?
I mean, that'd be better. Well, I mean, they do put corn on pizza here, so...
Yeah, they do. This is PCS Asia, after all, Clinton.
Yes, I know.
There is corn on everything.
Do we put...
At least here in
you know,
Korea.
I wouldn't be surprised if there were donuts in Korea that have corn in them.
I
would
be
not be
surprised
surprised
at all. But man, we've had 3 maps. Korea wins map number 1, China wins map number 2, and the team out of Japan wins map number 3. We've got some nice, diverse representation here in the winners.
Love to see it. I mean, I absolutely love the Donuts. Just such a good team in terms of, especially mechanical ability. Like Americano and Korn are bananas. McCain is continuing to improve. I think under the tutelage of Americano and Korn, he has really excelled, and you're seeing the results of that here today. As, you know, 17 still having, again, 17 right now I think is in like 3rd or 2nd place.
They get so many kills.
They're in 2nd place. We don't see them a ton on the screen, right? We see like one fight from them, it's good, but then they're like killing people all over the place otherwise. So 17 is just doing 17 gaming things, and that's getting kills and then putting up games that you don't realize until the scoreboard comes up that were as good as they were.
And they're doing this on Erangel, which is not even their best map. I mean, this is a team that absolutely dominates on Miramar over and over again. So 17 Gaming, despite not really being on the screen that much and not getting really deep into any of these maps, coming away in 2nd place after that, if I'm not mistaken. That is fantastic showing from them.
Yep, they're looking good. It's, you know, I think it shouldn't be too surprising, especially with Xiao DD coming over to this team. He's made this disgusting team even better. in my opinion. And you can see that, a lot of grenades being thrown there, tons of smokes. 19 smoke grenades had to be used by 17, but well worth the investment as they come through with quite a bit of damage to boot. Ghibli here finally, we were talking about coming into this game, last place, coming into this game. Now they have a pretty solid game where they're able to get some nice kills. Tosi hitting some great shots, Gyumin hitting some great shots. So the young guns able to find their footing at least a little bit here in game number 3.
Yeah, that was a nice little rebound for them after a very shaky map 1 and map 2. So got to close out the Erangel section of day 1 with really good showing. Top 3 in that map, and what an exciting day 1 of PCS7 Asia. These games have been really hot right off the bat.
Unusually so. I mean, I think the early games are expectedly quiet, but once things pick up, it's just nonstop. And we've had 2 games where it's like phase 6 and it's down to 2 teams. Like, I mean, it's just been really kind of interesting the way that these have shaken out. And right now, you can see the understanding of what it takes to win this event is aggression. Like measured aggression. The way that Pero's been playing this, for the last 3 PCSs is what I think a lot of teams are trying to mimic. What the Chinese teams do in general, I think, is what people are trying to mimic. I mean, New Happy won PGC last year. Best team in the world. You want to try to, see if you can adapt their styles, or at least learn from some of the things they do and add it to your own playbook to have success. And you're seeing that today. I mean, you're seeing a lot of aggression. You're seeing a lot of really good things. So, look, this is the continued, progression of the meta in PCS Asia. It used to be really slow, really kind of methodical. Everybody would just kind of play safe, take their time. Now you're seeing teams take risks. You're seeing them try to take advantage of bad situations for other teams and turn them into good situations for themselves. So I like what I'm seeing a lot. I mean, the games have been really good, really explosive. I think Miramar will be just as good.
I think it's going to be even better. I'm excited for this. Ooh. This is where the Chinese team...
I'm converting you to a Miramar.
A little bit. A little bit. But, I mean, this is... On Miramar, sometimes we see insane kill streaks from these teams, especially 17 Gaming, who, although they haven't been getting top placements in the first 3 Erangel maps, have been racking up so many kills. And, I mean, Miramar is just their playground. They get so many kills on that map. They love those long sight lines. It really plays into their style of big team fights and just racking up kills in the mid game because Miramar, hard map to drive around, hard map to rotate into favorable defensive positions. A lot of long sight lines. There's a lot of good DMR players in 17 Gaming. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really good Miramar teams. GFY is another one I think about as a really, really good Miramar team. Tai Lu as well, I think is going to be teams to keep your eyes on here. Bagel Paw's pretty good on this map as well, actually. We'll see what they're going to bring to the table here. I'm not sure what their drop spots are going to look like, if they're going to be able to maintain control of El Pozo, I think is where they were dropping. We'll see. I don't know. We're getting the lobby loaded up. We apologize for some of the delays we've had in between. We've had a few technical issues, so bear with us. It's the first day.
Day 1 jitters.
Day 1, yeah, things happen. We'll have it all squared away, I'm sure. But we are switching over to Miramar. We'll be taking a break after the next game, but we have one more game after that. So, make sure you stick around for all of it and enjoy some excellent PUBG Esports action, top-notch plays, just some incredible moments here. I still think about that grenade that Xlift snuck.
Oh, it was so good.
That was just...
Xlift is having such a great day
so
far.
He's just unreal.
Phenomenal. I regret not drafting him in my fantasy league.
Well, he's so expensive.
He is, but I took Ian. What's my excuse?
Well, yeah, you don't have an excuse. You went for like... There's like 2...
I watched PWS and I'm like, okay, that's where I'm putting my money.
Yeah.
Korea's gonna do it this time.
this time will be different. You are like... You are big time in the gambler's fallacy right now. You are just like, well, it's come up red 8 times in a row. There's no way. There's no way it comes up red again.
That's exactly it. I mean, I gotta say, I love the confidence that we saw out of USG Donuts in this game. The way that they were just taking point, especially here in the final circle, was one of these players, Korn, is absolutely breaking ranks and pouncing on Heaven right now. Heaven was unprepared for this, and even though he had a Groza here in close range, the flashbang comes in, he's just dead in the water. Korn just peeks up, he's blind as a bat, takes him out, and then Ghibli has to make this mad dash to try and make something happen, but Americano's spraying both players down. Fantastic.
Well, it's smart from USG because, like you were saying, they have control over the circle, right? Like they have so much, not just space, but vision because of the high ground they have. So they're able to see basically everything Ghibli is doing, and they know that there's an angle that Korn has that's undetectable by Ghibli. Ghibli can't get the angle, and so they send Korn down there on his mission, and for a moment there, I thought maybe he was going to fumble and not realize
it was a prone Groza, right below them.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think he had people that were spotting it and maybe like ping where it was on the map. It's like, okay, he's right here. Just throw the flash. You will get him.
Yeah, probably. I think so. I mean, yeah, good communication, good play from the Donuts, and they continue to be our best team from Japan as they have been for a little while now. And
23 points.
Yeah, that's a great game. That might be our best game so far today.
I think it might be. That was a ton of kills. 13 kills in first place is a great game by any standards. And 17 Gaming quietly remaining in second place. Look at that. 14 points on the board, 5th place, 9 kills.
This is what they do, man. You see them like one time in the whole game and you're like, oh, I guess they're playing all right. And then they come through with like a huge game and you're like, okay. Wait, we didn't get to see it on screen, but yes, that's great. Good job. They're really, really good. I mean, every fight we see that seems to be going their way typically, right? Like they're hammering, teams on these hill edges. They're third-party fights. They're a really smart, measured team that's working the edges of circles typically. That's where they like to play. They're not as much of a center circle team despite dropping Pachinki. But, they make the best of their trap plays. They set up a lot of trap plays. It's kind of...
Especially on Erangel.
Yeah.
Way more so than Miramar, because historically, looking at the stats from PCS6, 17 was a team that would rack up a lot of kills on Erangel, but never really got a lot of placement points. And then once it switches over to Miramar, they had more kills than anyone by far. I think they had like 5 wins on Miramar over the course of that tournament. I don't think any other team had like 3 or 4. So
yeah.
Their playstyle really, really plays into that kind of map, and Korn gonna be the MVP from that match.
That was, Korn is now in our top 5 for kills. He has 6 kills. So the 5 of them just came in that last game. So
great game.
That's a great game for Korn. And you saw with that maneuver he had at the end to really secure the win for the Donuts as USG. Yeah, looking really nice as you're going to look at the overall leaderboard. Petrichor Road on top, but not by much. 4 points ahead of 17. 3 points ahead of Bagel Pa, and then 1 point behind is GFY. But now the Donuts shoot up onto the left-hand side of the leaderboard, 1 point behind GFY. And that's your top 5. A little bit of space between them and New Happy, but we're early.
Very early.
Very early.
Honestly, even after day 3 of PCS, it often feels like the leaderboard is just kind of a suggestion, because things can absolutely turn on their heads in the final weekend.
Yeah.
It is crazy how fast momentum can build, as we saw last season.
Yep. Well, yeah, you think about that. The last 2 days is a third of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's true.
Yeah, it gets wild in those last.
That math checks out.
Thanks.
I got a calculator.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, they put them in your phones these days.
Yeah,
Did you know that?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Remember middle school?
Dude,
teachers
that was
telling you you're never
dude,
going to carry around a calculator.
Dude,
Who's laughing now, Ms. Faulkner? It was my 4th grade teacher. I don't remember any of my. I don't remember any of my middle school teacher names, but
I had a nun for my 4th grade teacher.
You've told me this story before. Yeah.
She was weird. She was cool though. She actually instilled She was really cool actually. She instilled a love of science with me, and the one experiment I remember is that, and I think she was a little bit of a sadist, as a fair amount of nuns are. That you need to put. She had us put our hands in one in hot water and one in cold water, so you could like kind of understand how sensory works and like how the nervous system works. Yeah.
What kind of school was this?
Dude, I went to a Catholic school. What do you want? It's a weird place.
It's a weird place. Yeah.
I don't know. But I remember that experience vividly because of the sensation. Like it wasn't
Describe
like
it. How what happened? What did you learn?
It's like heightened. Like the cold feels colder and the hot feels hotter because you're doing both at the same time.
So like you have like a hand like in lukewarm water?
No, in like cold water, like ice water. And the other hand in like hot water. Not
and
like
it feels
burning
like more extreme.
Yeah. And it's like hard to keep your hands in there because it feels so. It feels worse than it is. Because if you just put one hand in one, it's not bad.
I feel like I'm getting trolled right now. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna get like 2 pools of water. I'm gonna do this. I'll be like, Clinton, you.
Why would I troll you? Actually, I would troll you. You're right.
Like all the viewers at home right now, they're just like getting 2 bowls really quick.
Yeah.
Like, Mom, hold the chicken tender. Just give me some water. Give me some water.
This is science that you can try at home. Normally, I wouldn't.
I don't know if I would call it science.
Shut up.
Putting your hands in bowls of water.
How dare you?
Of different temperatures. Maybe in Catholic school, that's science.
Well, I mean, you're not
close
wrong.
as it's going to get.
You're not wrong.
All right. Damwon Kia right now, they are at the bottom of the leaderboards. 7 kills in total. Not their best start for the first 3 maps on Erangel.
No, it's not. Damwon Kia frustrates me, not because they're not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but they're not living up to the expectations that I think that I or many of their fans would have for them. I mean, again, when you look at this roster, when you look at the 4 players that are sitting in those chairs, they're really, really good. And you would think that this is a team that should be at the very worst top 5 in PWS on a consistent basis, but they haven't been. They at times haven't qualified for PCSs. They've been struggling in their regional battles in Korea and in the PWS. And here again, they're struggling so far. Now, I will say that part of this is because for some reason, Tianba just is dedicated to messing with Damwon Kia so far today on Erangel. I don't
Put
know.
it lightly, yeah.
Yes. And that's difficult to deal with because Tianba is a very, very tough team.
Tai Lu in 7th place right now. 7 kills in total as we're getting our first map on Miramar ready. And this team as well, not the best showing so far, but again, we've only played just a handful of maps. It's day 1. People still getting their bearings, getting warmed up, building that momentum.
Yeah, look, and I always say this, you're allowed one bad day in a PUBG Esports event with the way that most of them work. 20 to 30 games, whatever it be. You're allowed at least one bad day. Every team is going to have it. We saw with Petrichor Road in PCS6. It happens. And so if you have one bad day, you can forget about it. Now, 2 bad days is where it starts to get a little dicey. But in PCS, there's 6 days, 30 games, so you have a little bit more wiggle room, but that's it. That's all you're allowed if you're going to compete for a title.
You have a weekend like Pero did, and the second weekend of PCS 6 Asia, and you can still win even if you have a couple days off. But
right.
Tai Lu going to be a little bit disappointed with their start here, not only because they're only in 7th place, but also because this is a team that in PCS 6 was by far the best Erangel team. I think they were near like 1,000 damage a map, and they got placement points, they got kills, they were taking names.
That's brutal.
But 17 gaming
damage a map?
Yeah, that's
jeez.
It's the stats I got on front of me. But 17 gaming, man, 23 kills after those first 3 maps, and not even really getting super deep in any of the lobbies. And now we're going to Miramar, which is their absolute favorite playground, where they won 5 maps in the last PCS. Gotta be feeling really confident. This is a team that is scary on Miramar.
They are.
What they can do with the sight lines is terrifying. If you're within within like 300 meters from this team.
They're too good. Well, they love to work hillsides, and that's all Miramar is hillsides everywhere. It's the perfect map for them. I mean, and you can see that, that's why they did so well at the previous event. That's why they're probably going to do well here again. They play together as a team. They're really smart. The way that they set up traps for you, the way that they get information, understand rotation paths, and wait for players to show up into their waiting arms and just smash them is beyond impressive. I mean, it's great coaching. It's great everything. And so you can see that, we're all waiting to get into the game. I can see that we're firing it up. So we apologize. We've had a few tech issues, but we should be getting into Miramar here pretty shortly. As New Happy, okay to start. Not great, not terrible. It's the bad Chernobyl operators so far, where they wildly underestimated how bad that was.
It's not too bad.
That's like my
kills,
favorite quote from that show. It's not bad, it's not terrible. It's like, that's because your devices suck.
But they're going to be happy with that. I mean, even if you're at 6th place, 1 win, and you're probably close to the top of the leaderboard. And this is a team that we all know is capable of winning at pretty much any moment, especially on Miramar. I feel like these Chinese teams in particular really thrive here just because they're so good at the team fighting.
Yep. It's team fighting, it's DMRing, it's all those things. That's what you need on this map, right? Like you need a phenomenal DMR, and you need good team fighting for the late game.
And DG's napping.
I'm telling you,
he is so comfortable.
Dude, that's
compared to every other player.
He has the best gamer chair I've ever seen. I don't know what to tell you. He's won the gamer chair battle. Like everyone else, take all your nice chairs that you go out and buy, your Herman Millers, whatever. Just throw them out a window because DG's got you beat.
He's got the lazy boy.
He's got the lazy boy. Yeah. It's not actually a lazy boy if you look at it. It's a gamer chair that he's like put a bunch of cushions on. Basically.
Oh, is it? Yeah, it's so dark I can't tell.
You can't tell. Yeah.
I hope we get a clear shot of it at some point in this tournament.
Well, he's playing with the lights off today, which is actually unusual for him. He usually plays with the lights on, but I don't know what's going on today. I mean, Maybe he's just, you know,
He's chilling.
he's chilling.
He's a little sleepy, taking naps.
Yeah, taking little nappy poos in between the game. Yeah.
Just imagining, like, just like plays a little more aggressively so he can like die. Just like nap a little bit more.
No. That's. I mean, that would be like the antithesis of DG98's normal playstyle.
True.
He's very ratty, and I mean that in a loving way, not in a Twitch chat way.
I mean, in maps like this, I mean PUBG, if you're a successful rat, your potential is high.
Yeah, I mean, if you know, I will
that's all
say,
I did when I played PUBG.
I know. I will say, if people are calling me a rat in Twitch chat, like if I'm a pro player, I'm like, yes, thank you. That's nice of you to say. I did do well that game.
What does a rat do? What does a roach do? They survive.
Exactly.
And what is PUBG about? Survival. Well, also kills, but survival.
It's both.
It's both.
So you got to do both. All right, playing path here, pretty fair for Miramar. A little bit southern shifted ever so slightly, but everything basically in play unless you were dropping La Corderia, which no one does here in this lobby. I think GEX, they've got, I think, Impala in play, so I don't think they're going to go up to Oasis. They have been using Oasis as like their alternate drop spot, but I expect they go Impala. Tianba is, oh boy, look at Vitamon.
Yeah, might be a hot drop.
Not might be, will be. I think Damwon, Kia, and Tiamba.
They got some beef?
They got some beef.
I don't know what's going on. Maybe something in scrims. Maybe they're fighting over hotspots. Maybe this is the whole reason why they were fighting on Erangel.
Oh,
wow,
no,
with a P92 takedown under.
No, that's not fair. Oh, great shooting, though. 7-7. And it's not even a 7-7 gun.
Got a barrel now. It's an upgrade from P92.
Just a bit.
Just a bit. Oh, a 3x barrel. That's a
Well,
there
now
you go.
it's over.
Now it's over.
And he's got the high ground. It's over, Anakin. Oh, no. Someone didn't make it.
Oh.
We're going to have to restart the game.
Yeah, we're going to be having a restart.
Yeah, so someone didn't make it to the ground. So basically, just so you guys know, maybe, well, maybe not. So
I'm not
I don't
sure
know. We're not
exactly.
sure yet.
It sounds like we will be going to a restart, but
so just so you guys know, in case you're new to PUBG Esports, even if all the players are in the plane, they all have to touch the ground. If they don't all touch the ground because there's some kind of issue, a technical issue, then we have to restart the lobby.
Damwon Kia gonna be happy about that.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit. But yeah, I'm wondering if that hot drop there that we saw very briefly on Miramar, I wonder if that's the root of all the beef that we've been seeing between Damwon Kia and Tiamba, because it really did feel like Tiamba had it out for them.
That's
on
a good
Erangel.
point. That's a good point. Tiamba is really just, yeah, I think you might be right. I think that might be the root cause of all of this.
Occasionally we get this, whether it be in PWS or in PCS, where two teams will just fight for a drop, and they will be willing to effectively forfeit a tournament.
Yeah.
To just solidify their position.
4AM forfeited at least 3 PCSs that I can think of.
They want to commit. They do not want to be pushed off their position. There's a lot of pride that goes in we saw to these drop spots.
Happy and Donawa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It happens. I mean, Donawa has changed up their drop spots, at least on Erangel. I think they're still Chumasera, and they might have competition for that. I think Infantry likes to drop in that area, but I think they kind of split it. We'll see. I didn't catch it on the map that time because I was busy watching that hot
Watching
drop.
the P92 pick up a
Yeah,
kill.
man. That dog. How often do you see that?
Not
Doesn't
too
count,
often.
though. Yeah, throw
Not
that out
too
the
often.
window. Doesn't count.
Honestly, I don't mind hot drops because oftentimes at PCS Asia, we have like 12 minutes of effectively no action, just rotations, some glancing shots as people try to make their rotations into different parts of the map.
Right.
And then everything just goes to hell in a handbasket.
Right.
Like just complete chaos from minute 12 or 13 onwards, where it's difficult to follow even with a God's eye view of the observer, even with a map on our monitors.
Yeah.
It is so difficult to follow all the action.
Look, yeah, as a viewer, I like hot drops.
Yeah, it's fun.
As a viewer, I'll take them every day.
Only time you shouldn't like it is if you got one of those players on your fantasy team. And actually, I'm going to go check my fantasy team again because now I'm scared.
You know what? We have not talked about our fantasy teams yet, so we've had a lot of time to kill, guys. So bear with us. We're trying to get everything squared away. Today's been a little bit of an off day, technical-wise. How are you doing here? How's your?
Let's not talk about it. How about you?
I don't.
Do you have aches left? That's the real question.
No, I don't have aches left.
Okay.
I have.
So we're both doing poorly.
Well, how many points does PO have?
I don't
He had a
know.
win. He had a win in there, right?
He did have a win. But I feel like everyone has PO, so PO doing well like doesn't actually benefit anybody.
Yeah, it doesn't actually help
It's just
anybody's
such a
team.
big value add.
Well, I know Monsters hasn't been doing much, unfortunately. Infantry only has 7 points total. So I can throw that one out the window. Who else?
You know, I got long.
had
I got
Ming-Ming.
long on Pero. I wonder how many kills he has because Pero 20
Not
kill
many
points right now.
The one game that he had 1 kill in that one that they won, but he had the win as well. So you've got that. Because I didn't want to say anything in the moment, but in that game, I saw like Aches left 6 kills, like Mill like 4 kills, Long 0 kills.
Long's
like,
doing great.
Yeah, he's
I'm
doing great.
happy with my fantasy team.
Everything's going.
I am not on copium.
Everything's going great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm logging in, but
if you guys want to play along with us,
You should.
please join the fantasy league. It is so much fun. You get 100K. All the
Twire.
players are
Yeah.
priced.
Twire.gg.
Yeah, Twire.gg.
TWIRE. Twire, like twine?
Twine, yeah.
I wonder where it's like wire plus.
Is it T-Wire?
T-Wire?
What does the T stand
Where did it
for?
come? Well, I should have asked like a long time ago. Like I've always had this thought, like where did this name come from? But I never thought to ask. Like I know a lot of the Twire people, and I don't know where that.
Can't go
where the
ask
name
them.
came
I
from.
actually want to know.
Oh, I'm not doing so good.
Yeah,
Monsters has 1
tough.
point. Oh no. PO's got 21. Okay.
Well, yeah,
Ming is
again,
13.
everybody has PO.
Shao DD is 11. Okay, I'm not doing terrible. I know everybody's gonna have PO. Again, he's so 22,000 is so cheap for him.
It is. It's a bargain. It's a
an
bargain
absolute
deal for PO, especially considering the rule that you can't have 2 players from one team. You have to spread it out. Like PO is just like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is that actually a rule?
I believe so, because I remember I think I tried to take, I was messing around with different teams, and I think I wanted to take Aches left and somebody else for
Like
this.
Long or something, or Mill?
Maybe. I don't remember exactly who it was, but
I
I,
don't
tried
think
to
you
take
could
2
afford Mill.
players from the same team, and it just did not work.
Oh, okay.
But,
Maybe that's possible. This team's playing pretty good today, hey?
Yeah, Donuts. That was a fantastic map number 3 if you guys missed it.
That was a really good game.
Recommend you go back because Donuts really played out of their minds, which is fantastic to see because oftentimes at PCS, it is really just kind of China dominating the leaderboards, but for what feels like the first time in a long time, we got 2 out of 5 teams in the top 5, not from China, 1 from Korea, Big Opa, and these guys right on the board, Donuts USG.
Yeah.
In 5th place.
It's exciting. It's really exciting.
I really hope that we get more action like this because PCS Asia for the longest time has just been so dominated by China, and not just China, but Pero in particular, that it almost feels like fate. Whenever we load up another one, it's like, well, I'm gonna pray against. I'm gonna pray against it.
It's
But
like I said,
know
this is Aches Left's
destiny.
world, and we're all just living in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but this is what's so funny to me is like, I'm gonna go on a bit of a rant here.
Well, we got time.
I know. I've got a little bit of time.
We're still waiting for the next map to load up.
I need to entertain the crowd, and I'm gonna entertain them. PUBG Esports is not that random.
Okay.
People need to just chill. I see this way too much. Okay? PUBG Esports is not random. There's no way that the Sonics win as many PCSs as they have. There's no way Pero wins as many PCSs as they have. Daytrade doesn't win back-to-back PCS. That if PUBG Esports is as random as apparently some geniuses in Twitch chat think it is.
You're calling them out.
Okay? Yes, I am. Okay? Now, I understand a lot of these people are just like randos who show up into these chats and just want to troll. You know, but still, PUBG Esports is, again, it's like a car race. It's like car racing, right? You have multiple circuits, which are the different maps. You got to go to each one. You got to race around a bit.
I'm liking
And then
this
you
car
accumulate
racing
points. It's a
analogy.
lot like Formula 1, honestly.
Formula 1. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And so that's what you're doing is you're trying to, and then you have long-term drivers who have a ton of success, right? You know, like I don't know enough about Formula 1 anymore.
Hamilton.
I used to like Hamilton. I used to watch Formula
like
1.
Schumacher Senior.
Michael Schumacher, Schumacher and like Villeneuve. I see.
I've run out of all the names of F1 drivers I know. I was trying to pretend like I actually know, but those are the only 2 drivers.
Nah, man. Well, I mean, Michael Schumacher was so dominant for so long in F1. But anyway, back to my point.
It's not random.
It's not. There's a reason you consistently see the best teams and players doing well. It's because they're good. They get this game. They understand how it works.
If there was a smaller sample size, I can understand the argument for people saying that it's random, but we play 30 maps.
Yeah. No, there's plenty of sample size. Yeah. Even in the big events, you're talking 20 games usually minimum to crown a champion, right? That's plenty of time to know who's the best.
It's like a baseball season. You look at like the players of the week on any given week, and
yeah,
that would give you a very warped perception of who is good and who is not. But you take that over 162 games in a season, and then you realize that Shohei Ohtani is actually the best of all time.
He is actually the best player ever. And you will
Go
not,
away, Aaron Judge.
I'm not
Mike
disagreeing with
Trout.
you on that.
The 1%, the 0.1% of baseball fans in the Twitch chat are agreeing with me.
We all
right
know.
now.
Yeah, we all know. Those of us that are real baseball nerds.
Everyone else is like, God, these Americans.
Yeah, right. Good.
These Americans
But
with their
Japan.
weird cricket.
He's a Japanese player, right?
Yeah.
We've got Japanese players here. It's
Oh, that's
it's
true.
crossover.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, see what I
Nice
did?
crossover.
I brought it back.
All right, guys, we're still waiting on that
Yes.
next map.
Yes.
It is still in the pipeline.
We're trying to get everybody in the lobby. I can see that they hit the start button, so buckle up. We're getting ready. You can watch the players, enjoy the downtime as well.
There is anxious as we are to get this next one underway.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, oh my God.
We want to play. They all want to play. We all want to play. We all want it. We're almost ready. Don't worry. I think GFY here is a team absolutely to keep your eyes on coming forward. Another really good Miramar team, like we've been talking about. Obviously 17 was lights out at PCS6, but I think this is another
Arrow
team
as
that,
well.
Yeah. Arrow's just lights out, period. But GFY is a team that historically, through PCS history, has been really good on Miramar. So, 911 is a guy who I always think about as like a really smart Miramar player. Summer with MCG when he used to IGL for that team. There was a run where MCG was really solid, was constantly doing well at least in the PCL. They would come to PCS, it was kind of up and down, but a very smart IGL. He's been around for a really long time, back to the VC Gaming days when they got 5th at PGC. Yeah, I know. I've seen a lot of these players for a long time.
You are the historian.
I suppose. I mean, I've
PUBG
been here
historian.
since day one, basically, so.
All right, guys, we are almost ready to get into the game. Just bear with us a little bit longer.
The color's all weird on the infantry monitors, or on the cameras.
I wonder if they're all using the same camera, and that's why.
It is. I think you're.
Must be
They
a
just like
sponsor or
took them out of the
something.
box and didn't even mess with the contrast. Like, meh. They just need to see us. That's all that matters. I think infantry here, slow start, but this is a team that if they catch fire, forget it.
Oh, yeah.
This is a team that can just bully you. And
Let's keep in
Longspur
mind-
is really, really good. Yeah.
Keep in mind, like, map number 1, they were surrounded by 3 teams, including Gen G at Fairy Pier, and just got absolutely picked apart, and then...
They did that to themselves, though.
True.
I'm
I'm painting them as villains, but actually these are the criminals.
They are the criminals. They are, yes. And I don't mean that. I mean, I would give Gen G more of the benefit of the doubt in that entire situation because they were the first ones there. Infantry showed up second, surrounded Gen G, and was clearly trying to fight Gen G.
Yeah.
They deserve everything that happened in that game.
Okay.
In terms of...
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. You're allowed to have your own opinion.
No, but yeah, infantry. Eliminated earlier there in map number 1, and then only a couple of kills between them in map number 2, map number 3. But we are moving on to Miramar very soon.
It's almost ready.
Almost ready.
I hope.
Pray.
We hope. And yes.
Had a little bit of technical difficulties here on day 1, but you know, day 1 of a tournament, it always takes a little bit of time to get things firing on all cylinders, and
maybe.
All right, there's the McLaren.
The McLaren means it's go time.
McLaren's going to drive us to the airport to fly us into Miramar, man. We're all going to fit in that McLaren. It's going to get really cozy.
Best Uber ever. All right.
All right, PCS7 Asia, day 1, match 4. First map here on Miramar. And a very similar playing pad. Let's get things underway.
Very similar. This one's shifted to the north instead of the south, but yeah. Okay, so this is going to happen again. This was not a fluke. This was a commitment by both of these teams to fight over, of all places, Via Del Mar. But hey, I guess.
You choose your hill and you die on it.
Quite. Yes, it's not a hill. Via Del Mar is in a valley, but.
Yeah, but.
I know what you meant.
You got me.
I got your reference. Well, I was stopping myself because I was going to say, oh yeah, quite literally. And then I'm like, wait, it's a valley. It's not literal. It's figurative.
Well, Tiamba and Someone Kia probably going to be the only hot drop we get here. And Foxy with a pump to start things out. All right. Love to see it. Tong there with the M4. Lin Shun landing on a Mini 14.
I don't like the way Dom One Kia.
Oh, missed the ledge grab.
Meh.
Gets a 4x though. Worth.
I don't like this from Damwon Kia.
You don't like that they're fighting here in Tiamba, or you don't like that they're all landing in the same building? What exactly?
Both.
Okay.
But mostly, I'm not going to criticize their decision to hot drop. Really, I don't like to do that unless it's like clear that you're losing the battle. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know that. We don't know if that's true or not yet. At least here. Well, they're going to have plenty of time to duke it out, as it's way west. This is way west. So this is one of those weird ones that I'll talk about what the circle can do maybe in a bit, because this is one of the weirder parts of the map in terms of where the circles are likely to go, because there's a lot of the land ratio terrain in this side of the map, in this part of the map. Oh, Loki though!
Loki with a headshot.
With the Car 98.
Car 98.
That's... Okay, well, I was going to criticize Damwon Kia, but you know what? If you're hitting headshots like that with a Car 98, then that corrects a lot of mistakes really fast. And now this opens up all kinds of space. So a huge knock here for Loki.
Yeah, Linshin now slowly bleeding out. 7-7 trying to find an angle there on Loki with the Iron Sight AK. Not able to get it, though. And Linshin all by his lonesome in that building.
Oh, he's done. It is extremely difficult for somebody to get to him, especially with the way Loki's maneuvering, because Loki is watching now the backside of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody can really get in there without using a bunch of smokes like they're doing. And even that, maybe tough. Loki, though.
Wow.
Ooh, there was a
7-7.
moment. There was a moment.
Lots of damage in there. Not bad for an AK with Iron Sights. That's one of the harder guns to use Iron Sights on, in my opinion.
Yes.
I always have trouble with that one.
I fully agree.
But Loki coming in now.
I was wondering if he was going to miss him for a second. Let's see the shot. I love this replay.
Who's got an 8x?
Ooh!
Yeah, it's a nice one. Inject that into my veins.
Yes.
More Car 98 shots, please.
Yeah. Loki, just use that gun the rest of the game, please.
Oh, Chewy's coming in with the double barrel.
Yeah, dog, and he's got an M24 behind it. He's gonna switch to the M24 and point blank no scope Loki. Calling it now.
We'll see.
Shot.
All right.
Oh god.
Coming up with the smoke. No, Loki with a headshot there on the AK is gonna take down Chewy as he tries to breach.
Wow.
The stairs. Loki just in control of this.
I don't know if Loki fired off of shots or if he could actually see through the smoke there. I'm actually kind of curious if the smoke was still generating, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or if he just played off the footsteps.
And now Damwon Kia breaching the last remaining structure here under the control of Tiamba. A 7-7 here on the corner. Tong all the way on the low ground. Foxy's going to come in. Tong gets a lot of damage, but no knocks, and Foxy finishes off with a pump. 7-7 drops down and under, cleans him up, and that's all she wrote for Tiamba.
I love the attempt.
Everything enjoyed that one a lot.
Well, he tried to jump off of the roof to help his teammate and got shot out of the air.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful from Damwon Kia. All right.
That's a nice, clean win.
Yeah, dude, this is... I was going to say I didn't like their position too much, but once Loki got that knock...
All goes back to that headshot. It opened up a lot of opportunities for him.
It's the first knock that changes the complete dynamic of that fight, because that breaks the contain that Tiamba has. Right? Tiamba's trying to contain Damwon Kia from two angles. Lin Shun plus the other three. And once Lin Shun goes down, then your contain's done. It's in the trash. And so, yeah, it's really nicely done there by Damwon Kia. So, fantastic work. Look at that. USG.
3 out of
players?
5.
Yeah. Dominating the top 5.
A ton of damage.
Yeah.
It's like 1.5K if you include the 4th, I bet.
Yeah. None of them are in the top 5 damage.
Oh, Pio rolling up on this compound, but Yanli is waiting with an S12K. The Saiga takes him down. That is unlucky.
That's okay. Well, there's our PO moment. There it is. These happen. That's. I mean, I'm just dead to them. I've seen them so many times. I'm just dead to it. I'm like, yeah, that happens.
It happens sometimes.
He does this sometimes.
He covers a lot of ground. You cover a lot of ground, you're going to land on some mines. Have Foxy coming in.
Blam, blam.
Oh, I love this slow-mo. Let's see 7-7 dropping down under with a sliver of HP. Shreds him. Oh, look at the head. The ragdoll physics. Tiamba knocked out.
That's why I was laughing. It was beautiful. I mean, it was laughter out of the, you know, it's sort of an amazing
moment. What happened here? Got knocked?
Just, you know, vehicle things.
Happens to the pro players, too.
Yes, it does. It happens to everybody.
We are not alone.
They're hard to drive. That's what makes this game fun.
Vehicle driving in PUBG is actually so enjoyable.
If you get good at it, it's pretty fun.
If you're bad at it, it's more fun in a way. It's like playing.
Is it?
It's like playing roulette.
Is it?
I think so. You like riding in the motorcycle with me, right?
Do I?
Maybe not. All right, Damwon Kia, this is all the way by Asieta de Patron coming in. They have a long way to go all the way through Picado. Luckily for them, the Freaks have already vacated that position, as most of the teams are nice and center over in the southwest side of this circle.
Well, yeah, so teams are expecting this to go towards GEX's hill, the one that we just saw Pio die at. That's why Pio is playing for this position, because one of the most likely spots for this circle to go is towards that mountain, towards the mountain that Bagel Pa is currently on, that GEX is currently on. Very likely that it goes there. Otherwise, it's going to either like hard shift to the northeast or the north. Those are the two most likely things. It can go southeast too. There is some space kind of down here, down by. Well, nobody's there, so it's hard to describe what that is.
South of Chumacera, those little.
Yeah, south of Chumacera. Very south of Chumacera. Closer.
The
to
hills
the
with a little bit more foliage.
Yeah, closer to the water than not. So we'll wait and see. We don't know for sure. This one's kind of. There's basically like 4 different zones it can go to, but everybody's gambling on the most likely, which is the one towards the furthest west mountain.
Mm. As it is right now, most of these teams just kind of happy to take their piece of the pie. Tosi, man, that's such a vertical incline. Look at that. What an angle.
Yeah, there's some steep mountains over there.
I don't really get a lot of, or it's been a while, I should say, since I've seen circles over here. This side of the map.
They're very
absolutely wild slopes.
They're rare because there's so much of the land ratio terrain over here. So it is one of the rarer spots for circles to go, just in general. But they're fun when they happen, in a way, because you don't see them very much. But they're kind of brutal for the players, because the reason a lot of this is land ratio is because of what you're just talking about. These super steep sight lines that make it really difficult to go up and down these hills.
USG rolling on through. Honking their car, and Heaven takes that as a cue.
Yeah,
to line him up.
You honk at me, I shoot bullets at you. Oh, he hit the.
He's going for the tires.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, he's going to spin it out.
He should.
Americano and Shiva now backing in, trying to find some cover.
They're fine.
And no shots connecting just yet. Heaven really wants to get some damage in.
Just use that billboard as cover. Tosi hit Corn, though.
Wow.
From where? Oh, he's up ahead. Okay. Tosi's further up on the road. It's a 2-2 split for Ghibli. Okay, I just saw this on the map. I was like, where in the world did he hit him from? Ah, DG stole it.
DG98 picking up the headshot there on knocked Corn. Able to take him down. Now USG down 1 player.
This is like that Erangel game all over again.
Yeah, a little bit.
Bagel Pa just takes like a super high mountain and just snipes kills from people.
Let's see if it goes as well for them as it did last time. Oh, they're coming back on this. They're recognizing the split here from Ghibli, and they want to punish.
They should. They should pick one of the 2 Ghibli formations and just fight it if they don't feel like they have a better option.
Zierm trying to find a nice angle over here by this
Shiva's got to be so careful there. Oh,
wall, but he can't really get a sight line.
I think he had a bit of a goof there. I think he meant to get out on the other side, because I saw him get back in the car and switch seats again.
Cavalry coming in for Human.
Yes. So I think the donuts.
Oh my God, that was so close. Americano taking a ton of damage, now down to 9 HP. As Guman is now breaching the compound, trying to chase him down. Americano with a frag grenade out. Drops it on the ground. Guman does take him out. Vacates the room. Frag will not connect. Behind all this, Longsword somehow found an angle on Z-Arm.
He got the knock. And
oh, what a nade. Oof. Shiva on like a sliver of hit points.
So we'll talk about this after the fight is over, but I would have liked to have seen the Donuts try this a little bit differently. But regardless, they're doing okay, sort of, until that happened. Shiva has been knocked, or Shiva, excuse me, has been knocked. And now Heaven and the rest trying to get in there. Now Longsker is still being an absolute thorn in the side of Ghibli, as he is doing a ton of damage to them as they try to clean out the last member. Kane gonna hold the grenade. He's got the long angle here. That grenade can do a lot of damage. Kane gets them all! Sit down, Ghibli. Kane takes him out.
What a nade! Every single player knocked out there. Man, USG really needed that one.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Kane is...
In a much less exciting grenade, Hikari gets salute. Not as impressive, Hikari.
Yeah, how dare you play well? It's not good enough. You need at least 2 kills with 1 grenade. Or we are not impressed. We're like that guy in Gladiator who's like thumbs down on people.
All right.
This is going to be a tough res, though. I think they're going to get it, but...
Yeah, the follow-up nades have not really been there. As a caught, I think, throwing one more down. That might have been a Molotov.
Yeah, it was a molly. I don't think it's going to connect.
No.
I didn't think he had enough of an angle.
Yeah, the first nade from Mikari connected, and then they weren't really able to find the follow-up angle, and Donovan very luckily going to be able to get the res there.
Wonder, should have the finish, maybe? It's tough to say if he's got enough of an angle. There's, like, just enough of that tower that's, like, blocking some of his view.
Freak's trying to take control of this building now. Lash coming in through the window. Some smokes obscuring the vision. Helen is, I believe, is this in the, no X-ray there. Is that the same building? Get confused sometimes looking at these compounds.
Yeah, I know. Dude, I know.
It all turned around, man.
The X-ray is so deceiving sometimes where you're like, yeah, he's in the same building, and then he's like 3 buildings away. You're like, huh?
Yeah, never mind. Forget everything, guys.
Yeah, my vision bad. Now New Happy. Ooh, wow. With the last bullet. He clips Lambu right as he's trying to get around the corner. Salutes there for the res. The Freaks, I think the Freaks should try to push on this.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't. They're really just playing it nice and slow.
Well, and this is what I worry about with the Freaks. You know what I mean? They're in a really good spot in this circle in a way. This is one of the spots where the circle is kind of likely to end up. But they're not kind of taking advantage of the kill feed.
Oh, Ghibli.
Please.
Don't go through that door. You don't know what's waiting for you.
That grenade is just absolutely just masterful.
Yeah.
Absolutely masterful.
Cooked beautifully, too. Look, they had almost no time to react. It wasn't even really an unforced, or it wasn't even like they made an error. They just
yeah,
kind of fell into a trap.
Yeah, it's just perfect. That's, you got to tip it, tip your cap. Ghibli's got to tip their cap on that one. It's just a really good grenade from Kane. It is what it is. So the res did come through here for Donovan.
It's awkward. Just both teams with 4 men up. No one really wants to breach. I guess they don't have the utility to find an opening. No frags.
Well, the thing is the eastern side of this is wide open. So, like, if you look at the map, you can see that the eastern side of all of this is open. I think this is going to go either, like, straight north or straight southeast. I think one of the two. Either right towards Bagel Pond 17 or right down towards New Happy. Yeah, oh, the other way. Wow. This is pretty rare. Oh, okay. This might just kind of shift back over towards GEX.
Interesting.
Because like where Tai Lu is, there isn't much. There are a few circles that can end up there, but they don't very often.
And so, that's because of the slopes.
West. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So now
it's all still wizardry to me the way you read these circles.
Yeah, yeah. But well, it's all percentages. Again, circles can theoretically end just about anywhere, but it's just what they're likely to do is what I'm always talking about. So don't take what I'm saying as like gospel. That's why I said this one north or south, east, but actually there was enough space on the west.
Oh, Ming Ming.
Nope, it's done. Not good.
It feels bad, man, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, those Morados are a little tricky.
You would think that they're not.
Their suspension sucks.
Yeah, I guess so.
What do you want? Well, this is so awkward for Donovan. I mean, for Donovan and the Freaks. Neither team has really gotten much.
Yeah, no one's making any progress.
No. It's like World War I trench warfare.
Yeah, yet again. Oh, gets 2 tires. That is sick. Nice spray there by Summer. Now Kane's in a lot of trouble. He actually has only 1 tire on the car right now.
Oh, wait, no,
just
the back right.
Yeah. Luckily, he's going downhill. Going to be able to find his way to this compound.
I love the noise that thing makes when it doesn't have any tires. Yeah. It's just like metal on a chalkboard. Just
awful. So I don't want the Freaks continuing this standoff here.
Now you have to
Salute
push.
is knocked.
You have to push.
Yeah, you think you got to take advantage of that, especially if Hikari's able to follow it up. Lambo trying to peek, but no.
Well,
I think someone's getting a 3P now.
Is it New Happy?
Hard to say. I wasn't looking at the map feed during all that, but you know, there's so many angles on this compound. It actually might have been Songjang. I'm not too sure.
Could be. Bagel Pa has an angle down on this too, actually, sort of.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams with angles on this building. I guess that might be one of the reasons why these teams are so slow to push. Because
it is.
It's such a wild card.
It is. Of course it is. But at the same time, like there's a moment there where Donovan has a knock, which means they have to go for a res, which means there's only 2 guns available in their hands. So throw a few smokes out and make a go. But the Freaks, again, when they get to these bigger events, they are much more cautious.
Caught an EN watching this doorway now. Helen on the other side of the hall. And Pero pushing this comp.
Long skirt in position there with a mini, but I don't know if they're aware.
We'll find out in a minute.
He's hearing footsteps now. Okay, a little bit of a breach there. Helen takes a lot of damage, down to 4 HP. But once again, the Freaks not really pouncing on it. They get a lot of damage in, but they don't really want to try their luck.
Well, I mean, they finally recognized that their east is clear. I mean, the circle kind of gave it to them. Okay, there we go. Now this should be just about done.
Lambu dead and Salute knocked.
Yeah, now I can see Hikari kind of angling in for the kill. Longskirt gets taken down, though, by Long. Lin here with the covering fire. Not really able to do much. Ming has an AWM. I saw the lead, and I had to note it because it's very important to me. Okay, well, a Saigo with 10 bullets. Soul, he could molly the back door to try to, limit the angles that he has to worry about, is what I think he's thinking about. Yeah.
It's a tough position to breach.
Oh, yeah. No, this is especially with somebody with a Saiga.
Oh, I tried to slow peek it. Did Helen, but Kai was able to trade it out. Saiga gets 1. Can Soul follow it up? He gets 2. Oh! Actually,
he got taken out.
Didn't have the best angle, and that wasn't sure exactly what happened. Oh, look at this. 17 to New Happy butting heads right here in the middle of the map. Xavier's going to try and spray him down. The car keeps rolling. He gets taken out there eventually. Show gets down. Xiao UDD out of bullets as these guys are going blow for blow right now. 2 players down for New Happy, 1 player down for 17 Gaming.
Oh, these grenades could be really, really good on the backside. Gonna knock Xiao DD. See Lil Ghost and Xiaobei trying to push up the hill to avoid the grenade damage. Switching over to the Molly is HS. That one's gonna come up well short. So those don't bounce.
The Molotov does not bounce, no.
No rubber on the Molotovs.
Oh, 4 AM forever with a fantastic angle down on this. New Happy's gonna have to get to the slope to try and eliminate that as a risk. And suddenly 17 Gaming and New Happy are in a lot of trouble. And here we go, we get the repeat. Ian coming in, does get Lambu.
Oh, that grenade.
What a grenade.
Just a cool shot there from Hikari. Very nicely done. And that basically broke the fight open for the Freaks. 17, well, they've had enough of this. Circle's there as well. That doesn't make things any better. So it's time to maybe drive and divide. Amar, kind of lick your wounds a bit. Oops, spun out.
Yeah, spun out a little bit there. And New Happy's rolling up again. They spin out as well. Getting ready for a fight. Show gets taken down. Ming gets Little Ghost as well. 17 Gaming bleeding out right now. Runs them over for good measure. Adding insult to injury.
Love to see it. Well, that's the way it goes. That's why you aim for those tires. That's why we're seeing it so much here, especially on Miramar. If you can get those tires, it makes it so much more difficult to drive on this map. It's already difficult to drive on this map, as anybody will tell you. That makes things just exponentially worse. 4 AM, though, has just kind of been watching and waiting. They haven't lost anybody. They're going to take... Ooh, I may have spoke almost too soon. Xiaolu almost knocked. Not quite. Ian, here you go. Your fantasy team moment.
Yeah. I was thinking about it. All right, Ian, bring it home, man. Daddy needs some points. Flashbang coming in. Ming is blind, but Ian not able. Yeah, let's go, Ian! Gets Emil on the knock. He's taking a lot of damage to the blue, though.
This is such a bad fight for the Freaks.
Yeah, it's really not. Takes left eventually takes the end out. And with it, my hopes and dreams.
I mean, that was just so tough for the Freaks.
Wow, look at 911 on the kill feed, actually. We're not getting a shot of this, but
he just smoked
it's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
A lot of damage coming out of him.
It's good to see. I mean, look, this is kind of part of the problem for the Freaks, though, right? Like, I'm talking about why I felt like I would like to see them, and I don't mean to be too at all. Like, I understand why the Freaks did what they did, why they were so patient in that fight with Ottawa. But why I would like to see them be a little bit more aggressive is because then they run into situations like this, where those fights stall out like that, and then they're on the bad side of the circle.
Rotating is so difficult from that
makes
position.
It more difficult.
They had to do it on foot, and they had to go through the blue, and you're doing it with teams having sight lines on you, and then you're running into other teams' positions, which they've already fortified.
Yeah, I get it. It's really tough from that position where they're in.
Players dropping left and right now. It's 4 AM rolling up on Tyloo's position. Tyloo gets the pounce on him, though. CC and Tongs get 2, and 4 AM just wiped out as the bodies hit the floor, rolling down the side of that hill. My goodness.
Tyloo has just enough of a dip on the side of this. This is somewhat playable, in case you're not super familiar with this part of the map. But the problem is if maybe GFY comes up over the top. Xiao DD, still alive, still a nuisance, as now the blue has arrived, and Ming, I don't know if he's going to be Rezible from there. We'll see if they can pick him up. Monsters gets Aches left, just ratting. And I use that in a very nice way. Yeah, Ming Ming's done.
Shaggy DD on really low HP right now.
Yeah. Well, it's mutually assured destruction between these two teams. Like, they are just fighting each other tooth and nail to try to get into the southern part of the circle, and I don't think either of them is going to do it in the long run.
Yeah, what a protracted battle. It feels like it's been maybe 5+ minutes since they first butted heads.
Monsters, dude.
Running into each other in those vehicles.
Monsters just holding the line for infantry out there on the eastern side. It's going to be tough for him to cross the road because Tai Lu just is completely tunneled in on him, but Nan
Ultima Umbre,
wins
last
this
man.
battle?
Last man standing.
He wins, but now he has...
You're playing a Total War franchise, you call this a Pyrrhic victory.
Exactly. Exactly. That's a great way to describe that. You won. I don't think he's going to try to do anything else. I mean, literally, he can't cross this road. It just isn't possible. If you've ever played this part of the map, you know coming up out of Itamar, up towards this mountain, is borderline impossible unless you have like a really nice vehicle. So I wouldn't be too surprised if not just, choose through some meds in the blue. Maybe through, you know what, I take it back. If Nan can find enough meds, he might be able to get away with this.
This angle.
Oh yeah,
it's brutal. 4am with no momentum coming up that hill.
Fantastic. But that's what I'm talking about. Coming from the south to the north in this part of the circle is so difficult. Yeah, Nan ended up... Oh, he's still down there. Dude,
yeah,
Nan's still alive. How is he still alive?
He's been using meds.
Okay, there it is. I was going to say.
He's a hero. He may last a little bit longer.
I suppose.
Actually, I don't know. Did he get a placement point out of that? I wonder.
Yeah, they got one.
Nice. There you go. It's worth it. That's a kill.
Yeah, totally worth. I mean, you might as well try.
Absolutely.
DK is sitting in a decent compound. But again, eventually they're going to have to go up this hill. A little bit easier for them compared to others because they don't have to cross that road, but still challenging. You can see GFY is just spreading out all over the place. I think they're...
Yeah, talk about a 3-1 split. I guess they're really not in a great position on the northwest side of this map, and so 9/11 is trying to find any intel he can about where his teammates can actually move to because they do not really want to come down on Tai Lu's dip.
That's exactly what it is. They want to see if they can work south to north in some respect. Because coming down off of that hill is just a death trap. Because look how steep it is. Everybody's going to see you.
Genji's going to have an angle. Damankia's going to have an angle. GEX and they might have one. And if you're going on Tai Lu as well, it's a lot of guns. Yeah. And GEX trying to make this rotation in the buggy is very scary, even with these smokes.
Yeah, this is tough for everybody not Tai Lu or Genji. And sort of DK right now. I mean, DK only because they don't have to move.
GX, they do have a lot of smokes, though. They're going to try and leapfrog this just a little bit. Tai Lu do not want to let that happen as Sia actually gets a nade there on Savior. They know these players are bunched down there. Is that Molly? Man, if that hits.
Bit too far.
Close. That's a tough angle. It's hard, man.
That is a really tough angle. You're absolutely right. It's just too short.
You got to be like a master of trigonometry to actually be able to land these shots. I don't think Sir Isaac Newton could actually hit these.
Yeah. It's the Sir Isaac Newton himself.
It's his title, man.
I don't know if Sir
I don't
Isaac
think he could throw an apple down this.
I don't think he was known for his throwing ability. I don't think that's what it was about.
He was a prime athlete.
Goodness.
All right, Chao Yang going to try and come in with a nade. Tai Lu, they really want to vacate GEX from this position. Sia finally finishes off Savior there. Oh, look at this angle for Renba.
Oh, pull the trigger, Renba. Pull the trigger.
I'm surprised he's waiting. Maybe he's afraid that his knock is going to get flushed.
He's going to get kicked in the back by Don Makia if it's going to happen. A tongue move up on top. I mean, GFY is making this push down the hill work because GEX is just shredded. Tai Lu is having a tough time. What in the world?
What a flick there by SSR. Just absolutely destroying Renba. Unfortunately, does get caught with a nade out.
There's DK striking from behind. I tell you what, I think this is DK's game to win right now. I like their position quite a bit. I think it just depends on what GFY is able to do here. Last circle, where's it going to go? Just down towards Genji and DK. I really like DK's position. But Genji could get this done as well. Tongs up on top.
No.
Tong is better than Tongs. A Tong move better than Tongs, I guess, this time around.
Yeah, Tongmu able to play the top of that hill and just peek and then re-peek. Able to clean up Tongs. And Tai Lu, we're not able to clean up GEX fast enough, and they're paying the price for it.
Yeah, I mean, GFY has been gifted a lot of extra space because of the way the circle has kept itself up there. So they're able to really hamper and harass these other teams, do as much damage as possible, because eventually they need to come down. And it looks like now they're starting to think about it. You can see 911 trying to drive over. Again, he's trying to gain position. Like we talked about earlier, it's been a little bit delayed, but he's still in that same kind of mindset. Oh, the van, though, I mean, look, the van is pretty good in this situation because it provides a lot of cover. I wouldn't mind if they just grabbed that and turned it into mobile cover here.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't.
I think maybe
they might save it for Peng or something like that. I'm not too sure.
That could be. You might be right.
Yeah, Peng right now.
But this is like one of the few situations where I'm like, yes, get in that bus. Like it's
it's not a death trap.
Yeah,
trust me.
It's not a death trap.
Trust me.
This time,
Gen.G right in the middle of it right now.
CC's just like, oh god, this vehicle's gonna blow up if somebody sneezes on it, and then I got to go downhill. Is it?
Look
I think that's just an observer. You know.
Yeah. You can see it from this angle. It's actually not.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that for a moment.
Nah, sometimes.
I don't think vehicles slide that way.
I think it's actually his screen that's like moving, and like I don't know. He switched seats, and you can see Peng is taking his time to come down. They did move the bus.
Yeah, I love this angling from Peng because you see how kind of difficult it is to really work this terrain. And Loki's
now you're
punishing it. You're seeing the other side of why it's difficult to work this terrain as Loki takes him out, and Peng.
And that's why
we'll get flushed there. And Onyx actually stealing the kill there, so that's another one on the board for Gen.G.
Yeah, and that's why they don't just come straight down the hill. That's it. Again.
Yeah.
There you go. That's why they have to do what they did with 911, and why it's so smart to do what they did, right?
It's also why we were thinking they might take that bus.
Well, they did eventually. It's just not him that took it. They have it. I saw it.
Okay.
I saw it out in the open. You can see it there. See it by 911.
Slowly rolling down.
Yeah. I mean, they took it. I just think they could have maybe I think they could have got Peng in there safely. I'm not sure what happened.
Ooh, DK still in the circle right here. This is nice.
Yeah.
It's about as good as it gets if you're Damwon Kia.
DK's game to win.
Oh, what a nice shot there on Tongmu. Gets two of them. Not able to get the knock, but man, some big hits coming out of Loki.
Yeah, Damwon Kia has the win condition. They've been given the circle. They've got 4 up. Oh, what a grenade. Oh, so much damage done. Spear going to have to run inside. Adder able to avoid damage from that molly as it splashed on the outside. Didn't get in. Grenade on the outside of the shack. Not going to connect. Damage does not transfer through those walls. And Onyx now going to use. He has quite a few grenades left. Let's see what he can get done with it. First one, not going to connect with anything. Summer trying to wrap around up to the top of the hill to see if he can find a better angle. A Tongmu on bus duty. It is a bit slow. That is the danger moment. Why people don't generally like the bus. This is kind of slow.
Oh, he has to bandage. Very low on meds. Just 2 kits in the bag. He wants to save him for when he needs them.
Oh, CC's going to just wreck Spear's day. Maybe.
Looks like
he might just chill, actually.
He's biding his time.
Well, he's outside the circle, so eventually he's going to have to try to wreck somebody's day.
On the clock right now is CC, as Gen.G's trying to desperately hold this position. GFY, excuse me, continuing to close in.
Yeah, well, this is really, really tough for GFY. You know, Gen.G's firmly implanted, and there's not much they can do. CC here, oh, good timing. Catches Under as Under has to move positions. Gets half damage in there, going to force out a few more heals. Smokes are coming out here as DK wants to cut off CC's angle. They want to force CC to, if he's going to do any damage, let it be to Gen.G, not to them.
Good, nice job of zoning him out, and actually Under's going to be able to clean him out. So Damwon Kia getting another kill. Only 3 teams left. Damwon Kia with 4 men up. Gen.G, a really tough position. Up here with GFY.
They didn't get in the shack again. These mollies are just missing those narrow windows. But we're talking about that. It's really hard to get utility inside of those windows sometimes, even when you're that close. Because the timing is so difficult, because if you like line it up for too long, somebody's going to shoot you in the head, and then your round's going to be over. Now, there you go.
Oh,
Summer
nice.
Finally, at the last moment, finds the angle down to an Onyx. Really nicely done there by Summer. And that's going to be the go signal here for GFY, but it's Damwon Kia underneath, putting some damage in.
Gen.G stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, and Damwon Kia with a fantastic angle. Causing a lot of trouble. 911 will get the flush there on Adder. And Gen.G is out. Damwon Kia pushing in as well, and now it's Damwon Kia versus GFY. 1 player down already.
10 kills, though, here for GFY, so a very solid game, but Mental in there. And that is going to be Damwon Kia taking the 4th game of the day. And from the bottom now they're going to be shooting up the leaderboard as Damwon Kia has come alive. We were saying we wanted to see it, and well, we had to wait for a map change to get it, but here it is.
They delivered, and they played that final circle perfectly, just kind of letting everybody come through that bottleneck at the top of the hill, let them fight it out, and then pounce at the critical moment, and they just clean that up easily.
Think about this game.
The very end.
From start to finish.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I hadn't even considered that.
Think about that. They had to fight Tianba at the very beginning of this game. They won that in a clean 4-man, and then they come through and win the darn game. That's pretty good.
It's a wild game.
I mean, yeah, sure, the circle's very favorable to them in a lot of ways, but they still have to fight for a lot of what they got.
That was a hard-fought game.
Yeah.
All goes back to that Car 98 shot. If that shot doesn't hit,
yes,
totally different game.
Most important bullet in the game.
Absolutely.
Right there. Yep. Absolutely.
And that is why every pro gamer should use a Car 98 all the time, in my opinion. Not because I love it, but because you get critical shots like that.
I want to play a tournament where we just ban DMRs.
Only bolts.
Only bolts. Just please.
Bolts, crossbows, and SMGs. Let's go.
Well, the SMGs are too good in this.
They would be using those as DMRs.
The UMP is actually pretty amazing in that.
You see the UMP shooting up like 40 degrees into the sky, trying to shoot someone from 400 meters.
Yeah, man. It's like trying
shooting
to...
it like a mortar.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. Damwon Kia with a fantastic game there. Not what you expect to see out of a team going for a hot drop on Miramar.
No, God.
Not at all.
No, but they won the fight clean.
Yeah.
And because of that, they're able to kind of chill out. A lot of teams beating themselves up around Damwon Kia there. You had like New Happy and 70. This grenade.
That nade.
Just you live. Those are the moments that you live for as both a player and viewer. Those kind of moments are just icing on the cake of great games.
Then Hikari and Danawa just kind of get stuck over there on the eastern side for the longest time, and when the circle finally comes in, Freaks, although they did clean up Danawa, not able to safely make the rotation, and tough game from them. I like what you said. I would have loved if they had played a little bit more proactively, pushed that position a little more quickly.
If I'm the coach, that's the advice I'm giving. I'm not saying that the Freaks played that situation particularly bad. They didn't. They won that battle. They ended up getting points out of it. They came out of a bad situation with something. So I'm just saying, is it the optimal play? I don't know. But I think if in an event like this, when the stakes are as high as they are, I think I'd rather err on the side of risk rather than caution. I think for the Freaks, we know how good they are. We've seen it in the PWS time and time again. I want to see them carry that same level of confidence over into this. And even if that means maybe taking a slightly riskier fight in that situation when there's a knock on Danawa, then so be it.
Right there with you.
Yeah.
All right, Damwon Kia with an 11-kill win, 21 points on the board for them, and GFY, man, they're having a good day one. 16 points here in game number 4.
I told you they're a good Miramar team.
Genji and Tyloo rounding it out with 10 points apiece.
Dude, I mean,
it's been fun.
Genji played good this round. Genji, they've been slow starting in a lot of the events this year. I don't know why that is, but we'll see. We'll see if they can start to pick it up, see if they can heat up. Because, again, Genji, another one of those teams that, like Damwon Kia, seemingly has so much firepower. You just can't hold them down.
2 Korean teams in the top 4 of that lobby. Korea's fighting back here at PCS7 Asia, and Under will be your MVP. 516 damage, 5 kills, well-deserved.
This guy, one of the best in the business for a long time in Korea. Going back to his Team Quadro days and others, just a phenomenal talent. He's been around basically since I can remember in PUBG Esports. Basically,
the veteran.
Since the beginning. I mean, I'll never forget the 4K he had with the Saiga. I don't remember who it was against, but I remember him doing it in one of those houses, but not the Gakka houses, but
well, that was
those two-story houses with the balconies that are right next to each other by the road south of that field. There's like that windy road south of Gatka. He had a 4K with the Saiga that was just absolutely nuts. One of those like original kind of highlight reel PUBG moments. It was like so sick. I'll never forget it. But since he's been around since, and now he's one of the best riflers in the game.
GFY actually at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Wow.
Yeah, you were not kidding. This team is showing up. 44 points. solidifies first place for them. Petrichor Road and 17 Gaming rounding out the top 3 with 40 and 35 points apiece. And then we go Korea, Japan, Korea for 4, 5, 6. So these other regions showing some life here in PCS. Keep in mind, if you're watching at home and you haven't watched PCS Asia before in the past, historically this has been China's tournament. They have won every single PCS Asia. Pero has won 3 in a row.
Yep.
And every single time we come into a new season, Korean teams, Japanese teams, they say they want to win one. They want to take it away from China. They've never succeeded.
And it's going to take, some big games. It's going to take some more aggression, frankly. It's going to take some confidence from these teams like Afrika Freaks, like Danawa, like Genji, like Damakia. The Donuts as well. I think the Donuts are playing reasonably aggressive in my mind. I don't see anything out of the Donuts. The other thing I would say is for the Donuts, if I was a coach, maybe when you were talking about, remember Ghibli had them in that 2-2 split? Maybe try and be aggressive on one side or the other. Okay, guys, we got to take a short break. We have one more game to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here at PCS7 Asia. Oh, maybe not yet. Okay.
야, 가자.
왼쪽 뒤에. 야, 둘 남았어. 확인했고.
이제 끝.
이제 끝났고. 헤어서 왼쪽 라인. 이지. 판자 뒤 하나, 판자 뒤 하나.
헤어서 뒤.
헛가는 중.
내추 하나. 내추 하나.
조심, 왼쪽 조심.
기절.
끝났어. 나이스.
에이.
다행이다.
Some updates to Destin, a new vehicle, and special new skins. All this and more as we dive into the Update 19.2 patch report. First up, Destin is getting some additional cover in several areas, as well as more cell towers, ascenders, and fuel pumps. You'll also now notice the passage of time and even shifting weather patterns in your Destin games. If your match is going long and you're starting to feel hangry, look out for the newest Battlegrounds vehicle, the food truck. This sturdy vehicle holds a driver and passenger, while up to 2 others serve up hot food and even hotter lead in the back. There's also new heavy stock in the game to try out on your favorite stock-slotted weapon. You may remember us talking about an animation refresh some time back. This update, you'll start to see the fruits of those efforts with new animations for all weapon operations and player motions. Check them out and let us know what you think. For those looking to really pimp their ride, we've added new special vehicle skins to the game. Our first set will turn your run-of-the-mill Coupe RB into a sleek and sexy McLaren GT. Customized paint, rims, and even your brakes. These customizations can be crafted in the workshop or by collecting rewards from the new McLaren Crafter's Pass. But before you go betting your pink slip, while it may look like a McLaren, it still performs like a regular old coupe. There's quite a bit more to learn about these updates and more, so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 19.2 is here. So drop in, wax up that new McLaren, and serve up some chicken dinner, extra bullets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yeah. I only got one question. So is that on outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop.
And we're back here at PCS7 Asia. One more game to go today. It is a Miramar to close out the first day of the event. I'm Paper Thin. This is State, and another great day here at PCS. And you know, it's been a really wild day in terms of, you know, a lot of big explosive moments. We've had some amazing plays, but you know, even though we're seeing a lot of wins from the Korean teams and even a win from the Donuts from our Japanese team, it's still a pretty China-heavy lobby as they're really putting up big kill numbers.
Yeah, top 3, if I'm not mistaken, right now is all Chinese teams, and just goes to show that even when you win games, this fighting style that we see even like 17 come out with, even though they haven't won a map, just translates into points after points after points, and that adds up in this kind of format because it really is a game of averages. Playing a tournament like this, we played 30 maps, and if you're coming away with double-digit kills in most of your games, you are going to be a champion. And 17 Gaming, even though they haven't won anything, they're doing really fine. And all the other Chinese teams showing up as well, and GFY, first place in the leaderboard right now.
Yep. I mean, just again, consistency. Even though GFY 17, like you said, don't have any wins, they're still putting up big kill numbers, big numbers, game over game, and that's what's propelling them to their position. Now, of course, you guys can go into the PUBG Esports client, go to the Esports tab up in the top right, get your pick'ems in, get some cool items. If you get some EP, of course, link your Twitch account to your PUBG account. You can get some EP just for watching. Literally just sitting here doing nothing, you get drops. Congrats. Good job. Way to sit on your duff. You get free EP.
Wow. It's hostile. I'm proud of you. Don't worry.
It's okay.
You earned that drop.
Yeah, see, this is the yin and yang here. I'm the bad cop. He's the good cop. All right.
You've become jaded with age, Clinton.
I really have. No, you're right. So do that. You know, get some free stuff. Look, I'm complimenting you. If you're doing nothing to get free things, you're winning at life. Are you not? So good job, good job, everybody. And there's other things you can do. Like there's a bingo game inside of Twitch.
Join the fantasy league.
Do whatever. Yeah, join the fantasy league on Twire.
Yeah.
You know,
exciting stuff.
It's
Pick'em challenge. 68% of you say that New Happy Esports is going to win, despite the fact that Petrichor Road has won 3 in a row. You are all fools. This will be proven by the end of this tournament.
You're all fools.
This will be
picking
proven.
The best team
This
in the
happened
world.
at PCS 6.
For winning
it will happen again at PCS7. Mark my words.
Won both PCLs, one PGC. You're fools for picking them. Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. We will see. But yeah, man, game's forever young. Top of the board right now with 44 points. Petrichor Road looking for their 4th in a row PCS Asia title. Right behind them at 40 points. 17 Gaming rounding out the top 3 with 3 Chinese teams, and then Korea, Japan, Korea before we go back to Tyloo and New Happy Esports.
That's scary. I mean, usually how well Petrichor Road plays on the final weekend, this is a scary place for them to already be. So everybody, I think, not happy, you know, everybody that isn't Petrichor Road or Petrichor Road fans, not happy to see that, but it is what it is, and they're a very good team, and you can see why they continue to win. Donawa right now at the very bottom. This is rather surprising, and I think this is kind of a team that probably just, I think if they get like top 12, they're basically guaranteed to go to PGC. So definitely a team that we're looking at to try to pick it up here. They've been pretty quiet today. They've gotten kind of bogged down in some fights that haven't gone well. So we'll see if they can get it going a little bit. I think our game is just about ready. Like I said earlier, we have one more Miramar, and then day 1 is done. Match number 5. Plane is in the air. See where it takes us for our final game of this wonderful Friday. Thank you, everybody, for joining us once again. We've had a really good time today.
It's been a lot of fun.
Today's been great. The games have been really good. Really good games.
Sometimes it takes like a little bit in a tournament for, you know, the teams to get some momentum and start making big plays, but we've been seeing some cool action pretty much right out of the gate. It's been a treat to watch.
Yeah, and it sometimes like the first game of the day or like the first 2 games are just like wild and wacky, and teams are just like trying stuff, and I'm like, what are you guys doing?
It feels like we're almost in the middle of the tournament form right now. You know? It doesn't feel like a day 1.
Everybody's playing, I think, really well. I've seen a lot of really good maneuvers. I think there's things that, of course, we've been talking about that you could tweak or work on to improve, but I don't think anybody's playing like weird or bad. Like everybody's playing really good.
The strangest thing is the hot drops that we saw in the last game on Valiant MR. But
shouldn't happen.
Kia able to translate a hot drop into a 4-man win is pretty wild, gotta say.
Those don't happen every day. That's for sure.
Very rarely.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. Kia is, holding it together, and despite a rough start to the day, a quick bounce back finds them right up into 6th place. You can see our top 5 kills. Ixleft with 12, Tongmu with 10, Show, Tongs, and Peng. It is all China all the time. And this is why they're currently leading. Again, it's the kills. It's the way they take these fights. It's the timings. It's things like that. I think Ixleft right now is the top point getter for Fantasy as well. So look at you. You went for E-End.
Yeah.
You flipped the coin and it came up tails.
One of these days, Korea's going to win PCS Asia, and I will have some fantasy points.
Someday.
It's going to happen.
All right. I believe.
Still only day one.
Look, they've won.
We got a lot left ahead of us. The
They've won a
Freaks,
lot of
they're
games.
catching fire. They're getting some momentum. They're playing better and better.
They've won 2 of the games today.
I'm confident in the end.
It's just they need more points. Yeah, you can see that, undertaking his time. This is what Under loves to do. That's part of his name. And he comes up there and just... His timings are so good on these things. Yeah.
That was good.
I mean, he's the Undertaker. He puts teams in the grave.
Yeah.
What can I say? Again, this is why I talk about him as one of the best right
Man.
Right there, that 3K at the end to win the game. I mean, look, Dominic is in a great spot no matter what, but the confidence he has when it's at point-blank range like that is unparalleled. He's so fast. His reaction times are so good. Just an insanely talented player.
Absolutely deadly.
And in my favorite drop spot, Alcantara.
Yeah.
The goated drop spot.
Goated drop spot. Underrated. There were 5 kills in the previous match, and Nonix with 4. Tongmu, En with 433. And Tongmu, although he only had 3 kills, 853 damage. That is a lot of damage. If you're a team and you're averaging that much damage, you might be pretty happy.
That's true.
he
Not
does
wrong.
that himself.
Yeah.
In one game.
It's a pretty good game. That's a pretty good game, no doubt about it.
That's a good game out of him.
I mean, yeah. He's having a really good day. As are a lot of players. It's kind of hard to keep up sometimes with the Chinese teams because there's so many good players that are popping off, and you can see they are definitely in the mix. Genji, 4 kills from Anonix right now in the previous match, and
13 kills in total.
They're playing okay.
Not too bad.
It's like normal Genji start, I feel like.
A little bit slow, and then hopefully they're going to deliver more
that's
later
kinda,
in the tournament.
Yeah, that's kind of been their MO this year. We'll see if that continues, but I feel like Genji, how do I put this? The thing that Genji is struggling with, actually, in my opinion, is their IGLing. They've been swapping IGLs all year. Nobody really excels at the job. Nobody's bad at it by any stretch of the imagination on Genji. They can all pretty much, except from what I've been told, basically spear, do it. But, they're, trying to find the right combination. You know what I mean? Has been difficult for them. And it's tough, man. You lose PO. What are you going to do? You lose a player that's
very hard to replace.
Impossible to replace. Actually impossible to replace.
Yeah, what he would do, I mean, we kind of joke about PO moments like we had in the last game where he just died almost straight away, but PO is a player just, controlling area and gathering intel for his team. As a 1-3 split, you would rather have nobody else in your org. I mean, he was just the pinnacle of the 1-3 split.
He is.
He does it like nobody else.
Nobody else can really do it nearly as well. Some success from 17, I'd say, today on it, but they don't do it the same way.
No, it's a little more cohesive when they do it.
It's just for the early starts on Erangel. They aren't doing it that much here.
And I think a lot of it is, at least on Erangel, them trying to find ways to move so that they can start favorable fights, as opposed to gunning for a later win. Because on Erangel, I mean, their MO is usually just rack up kills. In PCS6 Asia, it wasn't really until they hit Miramar where they were actually getting the wins.
Yeah, that's correct.
Miramar, you can kill and win. It's a little bit easier to do that on this map as opposed to Erangel. Erangel, you fight a lot. You might not have the best position later in a circle, but on Miramar, you fight a lot. You control some very valuable terrain. It's how much area you can actually get under your belt.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's well said. And I mean, yeah, 17 is just so interesting to watch. If you watch them on the map, they're so cute because they'll just kind of set up on hill lines, wait at the edge circle. They know there's a team or two coming.
Yeah.
And they're happy to have you come. They are just, they've got the picnic table out, they've got the barbecue going, and they're ready to roast you.
Pero gathering some intel coming up on this hilltop over here. As all of our teams just kind of take their piece of the pie. This circle is just north of Hacienda. So a lot of playable terrain here. A lot of...
You sounded like an airplane pilot there.
Did I?
Yeah, you did. I felt like I was in an airplane. I'm like, well, we're just northwest of Seattle.
Weather is a very nice 21 degrees outside, humidity 59%.
Thank you for flying PUBG Airlines.
Please check your parachute at the door.
What? Yeah,
Should be an AK-47 on the ground. Go pick it up.
Yeah. If you pull down your...
Or for your Tiamba, get a P92. Shoot your fellow passenger.
Yeah, pull down your tray. You'll find a shorty.
Shorty in the tray.
A sawed-off shotgun.
I love it.
Tray.
I love it.
Everybody's just kind of okay. So if you want to talk about what's going on in the game right now, everybody is...
I love to see it just like zooming in on the bear.
Well, everybody is looking for kind of central circle stuff near like north and northeast and northwest of Hacienda, because the circle's not going to go southwest. It's probably not going to go west. It can go west, but it's not as likely. So everybody's kind of playing the areas like in and around Hacienda. It could like hard shift northeast.
Oh, a Tongwu getting some more damage in, keeping a little exposed on the side of that hill. Oh, Americano took him out with a headshot. Man, how far was that?
Pretty far.
Well done, Americano. I got to say, USG. Oh, Kane finishes it off. Donuts are playing really well today. There's a reason they're top 4. It is well-deserved.
The Donuts are really dialed in recently. Like, as a unit, they're playing a lot better. They're making better decisions. I'm really liking the confidence that I feel out of the Donuts. And, again, it's... You know, some of the teams that have been playing well in scrims, it tends to in Asia, it tends to translate over into the games. Bagel Pod, USG have been playing really, really well. 17. You know, I'm sure GFY and Arrow as well. It's
a lot of damage.
Yeah, that hurt.
Genji and GFY right now, water treatment, trading blows a little bit. Xenonix trying to pop some tires on that pickup.
I mean, he definitely got one. I'm not sure if he got the second or not, but I think he'll be able to get it. I don't think there's...
up there.
Oh, wait. Sheva, able to just get inside the window. Just barely had enough time. Way kind of let go of the angle momentarily.
Man, these sight lines, it's so far away, and Akata's landing a shot. Like, this is the reason why Miramar has the ability to snowball really hard.
Yeah, this part of the map is tough, right? Like, this part of the map is tough. Because there's a couple high ground spots that can see a whole bunch of the map. There's some compounds that can see a whole bunch of the map. So you got to be real careful.
Bunch of snipers in a bunch of nests. Tough to flush them out. New Happy getting ready to make this rotation. This is just southeast of Graveyard. Danawa making rotation similarly to the west, coming out of Picado. Running parallel in as GFY and Genji continue to battle it out here in water treatment. 9-11 with a nice angle here on Renba, but not able to connect before Renba finds cover.
Well, he's setting Summer up. Summer knows right where Renba is, and they know Spear is
4 frags, actually. That's a ton.
I'm surprised he didn't let any loose there. I thought he might at least invest one into that position of Renba.
Yeah, you would think so.
He was close enough. Well, doesn't feel like it's worth it yet. Gonna, try to hold on to that utility, and as you can see why everybody's centered up around Hacienda. Well, now you see why.
Yeah, Danawa rolling in, gonna try and find a compound right here in the center. They'll be happy to get this 2-story.
Yeah, this is a fine spot. This is playable, and it's, if the circle ends up near here, which I've seen quite a few end up in this vicinity, it's a pretty powerful position to be in. It's tough to keep your vehicles alive, but you can kind of sacrifice one vehicle to keep another at least reasonably healthy. As you're going to see, they're going to park 2 vehicles next to each other. That's to protect the tires of the one closer to the wall. Tai Lu just chilling ahead of infantry. Oh, wait, Ghibli might crash this.
Yep.
Heaven, gonna try.
Heaven coming in the Miramar. He is really low HP in the Murado. Helen taking him out. Tosi's low HP as well.
Well, he found the side of the house that doesn't have anybody.
This is not going well for Ghibli.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, though. Tosi there. Gonna get taken out. And Ghibli just didn't have a lot. Look, here's the problem, right? Like, this part of the circle is difficult because there's a lot of field. So there isn't much to work with that isn't compounds. And so you got to be kind of aggressive and hope that you can find positions towards the center. But Donowa just beat them to the punch. Gen.G going to make their attempt, and there isn't much. Gen.G's going to have to probably play dips unless they crash something, unless they can find some space here next to Hacienda. I don't know.
All eyes on Gen.G right now as they try to thread the needle and find some playable terrain. Looks like they're going to be rolling up on 17. A show with a really nice spray gets a ton of damage into both players in the front of that vehicle. Oh, maybe just Spear. Renba's fine.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Hard to tell sometimes.
I know.
I see those numbers, I get all excited.
It's hard to see with the nameplates sometimes. Well, Gen.G has found safety for now. Not the best position, not the worst. As
they're alive.
Yes. Bagel Pod on the other hand, on the other side. And they are pressure 17. 17 is very spread out. You see Lil Ghost trying to get to help the teammates that are dealing with Bagel Pa. You can see the sawed-off up there for Xiaobei. Bagel Pa is just trying to kind of claw their way through here. As you do have PO watching from the mountain, try to relay any information, any movement that he can spot from 17. That grenade was really good, and there's the sawed-off from Xiaobei. This attack almost completely thwarted. You just have Sungjang here out in the fringes, and he's spotted, almost taken out.
Xiaobei with some nice shooting right there, almost able to connect on Sungjang's head. Sungjang scrambling to make something happen. Show with very low HP peeking out, throws a nade. Actually, it's going to be Sungjang that finishes him out. And Little Ghost now fighting back.
Pio's going to repeat that? Jeez.
Wow, 24 HP.
God. Golly, I thought, okay, man, you just got wrecked. Like, time to you know, regroup and try to rat out whatever points you can.
Plays with a lot of confidence.
He does. That's absolutely correct.
And 17 is going to get all the reses, so, man, Bagel Pa with a really tough fight there. Not going their way.
Oh, look who it is. Tianba and DK.
Again?
Again. They just can't.
I'm actually surprised.
Well, this one's a little bit different.
This time they couldn't have landed further away from each other. They were on opposite sides of the map and somehow just magnetically charged these two teams. They've got it out for each other. Tiamba had DK's number there on Erangel, and Damwon and Kia fully wiping them out in a hot drop last game and coming away with a win.
Well, Pio's trying to get out, and he's at least gotten on the other side of that hill. Nobody really able to chase him. I mean, the good news here for Pio is this did hard shift pretty decently towards an area that wasn't expected because there's still some land ratio terrain in here. So next circle is going to go east in some fashion, pretty heavily most likely. So Pio's got some space to try to find some safety. Gen.G, this dip is available. It's probably going to be their best bet. So they're going to stop up and relax momentarily.
In the meantime, a lot of other teams making their rotations in. Zierm trying to find a connection, but Tongs actually just comes out and destroys him. What a shot there by Tongs. Is that his Ghibli's Z-arm going out?
That buggy ain't happy though.
No, it's having a bad day.
The buggy's having a bad day.
Man, a lot of rotations coming in. Wang Jian, just a little bit of HP. Barely getting out of the fire on that one.
I'm gritting my teeth for Wang's eye. Just, yeesh. Those open top Murados, dude.
There's death traps.
I know.
This will be on a motorcycle.
I hate them. Yeah, exactly. They're basically a motorcycle. Now, Pio here up ahead, but infantry is not going to crash into his compound. You can see he was already thinking about the grenades. And he's going to let loose with some shots just to keep infantry honest. Got to be careful. Potential trading, return fire coming from infantry as they're going to circle the wagons, create their vehicle fort, and stop up for right now. And they have safety. There's nobody really too near infantry other than Pio, so their position is relatively okay.
Yeah, they're mostly fine. There is GEX a little bit to the southeast, but they're going to be happy in that position for a long time. They're probably just going to bide and slowly crawl out of the position as the circle closes in. 4 a.m. Making their rotation to the northwestern side. There is USG Donuts right on the precipice. Americano peeking over. See if he can spot them. And actually, wow, Summer gets Aixlef there. Gets the flush, too, before Ming's able to knock him out.
Yeah, that's a huge loss for Peril, although we've seen them be able to win games even with losing Aixlef. But that, regardless, I mean, he's still a kill machine, still a point generator that you are losing. That one has to make a desperate dash through the desert. corn, getting some decent damage.
Oh, Mental took a lot of damage right there.
Yeah, that buggy, this is why nobody likes to take them unless they absolutely have to, because they're wide open, especially in the front.
And Damwon Kia going to be losing all of their vehicles here as well as the Freaks are laying into them. 4AM making this rotation. Americano, oh, he finds a nice angle there.
Come on, you got it. Just take it.
Do it.
Take it.
Is this
No
the
way.
Matrix? What am I watching here? LCQQ just dodging bullets.
Yeah, LZ.
Americano finally cleans him up.
Yeah. I mean, Americano here, he needs to get in the circle. He needs the rest of USG to clear some space. Looks like they're trying. Gen.G's just going to take these, I don't know what exactly.
Water towers, maybe?
No, they're not, they're not for water.
Well, they're silos.
They're grain
for sure.
silos, maybe? Yeah, probably.
Grains. What are you growing on this map? Well, I guess
There's
there
grain
are
on this map?
farms.
How dare you?
It's so arid.
I know. I don't know exactly
I'm actually surprised there's so much grain. Now that I'm thinking about it.
I have no idea if that's feasible or not. I really could not tell you. I don't know enough about agriculture.
We're in a drought, guys. Why are we doing agriculture here?
Well, there is. I mean, there's hay bales. Maybe you can grow hay. All right, so I mean, Gen.G is just going to try to keep teams away from this position. It is pretty tough to crash this spot, actually. There is a couple rocks like here and there from the west and stuff you can try to get into, but it is challenging no matter what. Now, there was earlier this year, Akkad had a moment where he came out of there for the Freaks and obliterated a team that was by himself. I think it might have even been Gen.G.
4AM with 3 men up, trying to fight against Damwon Kia here in Hacienda. Just on the edge of this circle. Way really low HP. He's got a kit.
This is fun.
It's a dangerous pool.
Well, yeah, nobody wants to be in that pool.
Struggling to find out exactly where Damwon Kia is set up. Even, I mean, it's just so congested over here on the minimap.
Yeah, now a third team's coming in to join.
Oh boy, USG Donuts rolling in as well.
Oh, way.
Loki does catch Way unawares.
But USG is taking a ton of damage out here. These grenades, oh my god,
I just keep expecting them to run out and then they just throw more.
Yeah, you know, there might have been a few on the ground.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly.
So for Damwon Kia, job done at least to keep.
Pero's here too.
Yeah, dude. Everybody's.
It's a party.
Yeah. I mean, Loki.
Feels like dropping in a pub lobby with how many teams are here right now.
Yeah, right? I mean, this is how pub games start. I think the USG Donuts might just be able to get all the way around all this, but then they got to deal with Pero.
Yeah, they're skirting the western edge. Not really trying to breach Hacienda, but we'll see. Forever right now wishing he had a little bit more nades as all the members of Damwon Kia are right at the edge.
Well, it helps if Americano just gets the knock on the long. I mean, USG might just be able to break this flank open by busting through Pero.
I got Pio's here too.
Well, Pio.
Why not? Why not?
Pio should just be going towards the center of the circle. Pio should not be fighting anybody out here. Come on. I know, he's going to fight. Long skirt. Oh, GEX is dead. They're on the southeast.
Yeah, they're having a bad time as 4AM finally spots him out. Pio gets eliminated as well as Xiaoyu DD did eventually find him. And Damwon Kia able to find their escape on the eastern side, so they did not end up butting heads with 4AM too much as infantry actually rolling up on this position. GEX taking a lot of damage as Xenon goes down.
This fight's done. There should be no way that Yangtze's, well, okay, I say that. They caught him. He got back in the smoke. That fire short of him too.
It's just short.
I was gonna say, there's no way Yang Li wins this, right?
They want to get the kill, but they hear him pull the nade.
Yep.
Wait, that nade's gonna blow up one side. Okay.
He's fine.
Gets out of the way.
Now just SSR left for GEX with a rock and not much else to work with. I don't know. This is going to be tough.
Hacienda is a bloodbath right now as Pero's finally finding their way out. Ming does take down Show. SSR, the last player standing for GEX, is Logos. I think he actually killed the engine on this. Not mistaken.
Yeah, sure. Trying to gain some space for 17. There isn't much for them to work with here on these edges, but enough that they're, you know, able to comfortably sit there for now.
That's a nice nade.
Yeah, it gets the side of the hill. This will bounce through. Trying to do some more damage. Tongmu, who's currently our damage leader, right? So far, actually.
Yeah, he's got a ton of damage in. His mental is going to take down Forever behind all that.
He's over 2,000 damage and under. Very, very good. Again, up close and personal. You don't want to mess with this guy. Mingo's going to get the knock. Mental able to trade. really quickly. Mill here, up over the top, just has mental to deal with. He's got him, down and out.
Great transfer there by Mill.
Absolutely insane from Mill.
Hero coming in the clutch when they really need it. They're going to get the res off.
All right. GFY though, ooh, goodness. Grenades all around. Lil Ghost is still alive, dude. How in the world is he still going?
Xiaoyidi taking a lot of damage from that SLR as Pang's trying to finish him off. 17 Gaming in a little bit of trouble right now as they're skirting the edge of this circle. GFY are leaders right now here in match number 5. Fighting to defend this position, getting a little help here from Monster. Coming in with this nice angle, wow.
I was just gonna say, like, these are really nice sightlines for infantry. They could see a lot.
Yeah, they really can.
They can get grenades there too.
Double nades, some are going down. As Monsters continues to pop off, man, he is just taking no prisoners right now.
My fantasy team. He's been a very good pickup for infantry in general. During the PCL, he was very, very instrumental in their success in getting here. And you can see why. The Freaks are stuck on the east side of the road. Not ideal. to put it nicely, that's not great. It's really tough to get anywhere. You can see the way that hill slopes. You gotta like.
It's like disadvantageous the way it slopes. It's not even.
You can't go up the hill because somebody will see you. You can't go down the road because somebody will see you. Oh, but this helps. That's nice.
It helps, but not really because they're still kind of fish in a barrel.
Yeah. It's better than the other direction.
I guess so. Yeah, that is true. That is absolutely true. All right, Monster continuing to get a lot done. As Little Ghost actually is going to be the one to get knocked there on Pang. Monster wants to finish him off, but he doesn't have any frags to throw.
Dude, Little Ghost is just stealing all these kills.
He got the knock here in that one.
Yeah, but still, like, this should have been, like, infantry's, like, angling on GFY.
Yeah, true.
And they want to take GFY out. Meanwhile, Little Ghost is just chilling behind this hill by himself, just getting a couple kills. Playing really nicely from this bad position. I mean, he's done. Likely he's not going to get too much further in this game, to be perfectly honest. But still, getting what he can out of that, quite good, given that situation. Show?
Oh, Show with some nice shots there, able to take down Ming. Ooh, but Pero, man, they've got each other's backs. Ming's going to drop all the meds he can. Let his teammates try and get in as the blue continues to close. Now Wangzai throwing nades. He wants to flush out Summer, the last remaining player here for GFY in this lobby.
It's just enough of an angle there that the grenades are going to have a tough time finding his position.
Yeah, Summer's closing in though. And whoa, I can't actually believe he collected it with that headshot. What a shot there by Summer. And 17 Gaming's eliminated. Wow.
It was a tough angle, but Summer there, quick to react. Broken vest. At least the helmet's good. And now you can see Ty Lu stuck on the bad side of this hill with Donawa having plenty of utility in hand. Already one down. CC on his last leg. That one just not quite close enough for Donawa to finish the job. But regardless, they've got Ty Lu in a really tough spot on that position. Oh my God, Summer. Okay. I thought he might get another one. He did get the knock on the Monsters, but
eventually gets cleaned up there by Wangzai.
He almost got that first knock on that first spray. If he had done that, he might have had a chance to get at least 2.
Alrighty, and my fantasy team, let's go. Make something happen. I need it.
I mean, this is the thing, though. The Freaks are safe because no one can come at them. That's the weird part about their spot there.
You're right, honestly.
Well, as much as we talked about the angle being bad for getting out, that also means it's bad for people getting in.
It's true.
It works both ways.
I was a doubter, but you're turning me into a believer. Yeah, I get a nice, really nice shot here. You kind of see, but it still is quite disadvantageous.
It might be okay because I don't know what their vehicle situation is like. I don't know how healthy those vehicles are. Like, if the vehicles are still relatively healthy, they can get out of there eventually if they need to, but I haven't seen them recently. There we go. Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Not
Dude, they're
bad
great.
at all, actually.
No.
And
This is actually pretty good for the Freaks. I think they have a pretty good shot at this.
I'm surprised. I mean, just looking at the map, you would think it's a terrible position, but yeah, they're making it work.
Yeah. But now it's tough. Now they have to fight for something or wait for the right moment.
You got to think they're going to crash as soon as Donawa gets in a fight, right? Or maybe they go for Gen G? I'm not sure.
I don't know if there's enough room in that hill to the south of Donawa. I'm not sure with how much the circle is cut off if they have enough space now because the hills to the south have been cut off. They might have enough room to work. Or at least just like sit behind the hay bales, like I see Hikari doing.
All right, Chewy going to try and find some opening here for Tiamba. So they're closing in on New Happy on the south side of this circle.
Yeah, I think there's just enough kind of stuff for the Freaks to sort of work with and keep their eyes on Donawa. Tyloo outside of this circle, so I don't know if they're even going to try to make a play.
All right, here we go. The Freaks are making a move.
Yeah.
Driving along the road, trying to limit the angles that Donawa has on them as they make this rotation. HS with a nice nade, cleaning up Wang's eye there, getting the flush. Okay, they're going to play this. That's
it's fine. It's better than nothing.
Precarious, but yeah, better than nothing for sure.
Nobody can really mess with them now that the southern part of the hills have been cut out. So the teams in the compounds are busy fighting each other. Like maybe Tianba can kind of poke at them.
That's who I was worried about, yeah.
Yeah. But the problem is if Tianba does that, then they risk angering New Happy. It helps if they get a knock on a Lambu. Here comes Tyloo, taking advantage of this timing. This is great timing for Tyloo. That knock couldn't have happened at a better moment for them.
Oh, Tianba getting some nice knocks right now on the Freaks. This is proven to be a problem. Flash is already down. It's only a CAD right now as a nade's coming in, and it's going to flush the Freaks. As Tianba able to find the opportunity to clean them up.
I mean, this is disaster for Donawa. Tyloo has now gotten another knock. Lambu's gone. It's just Soul and Salute left. They're going to have to perform out of their minds. You do get the knock on the Sia from Soul, looking for another one. Grenade around the corner. If it's good, it's done. Oh, Long just barely surviving. But meanwhile, Renba strikes from behind. He's going to take Salute out. And now it is all on to Soul. Great timing here from Gen G to make this push. Soul getting a little bit of damage with the headshot. Going to readjust, reposition. He's going to hear those footsteps coming behind him. Has to use the smoke to try to buy a little bit of extra time. Meanwhile, Renba still has to worry about Tongs from Tyloo. And he's got just enough of the circle there that he can, I think, stay behind that house.
Yeah, Gen G, they really want to flush Tongs out of this position. They want to get these guys out of their side of the map so they can leverage the advantage that they have here on the northern front. Tongs right now just buying his time. Wants to wait until Gen G engages or at least moves off this position. As now they do. Looking at the mini-map, they're moving into the circle. They're just going to leave Soul and Tongs to their devices out here outside of the white.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, and look at this definitely. That's nice. They have a nice slope to play there. They can just watch Soul and Tongs from the back.
Well, that's the problem. If they lose anybody to those players back there, then it's not so great. Otherwise, they should be okay. Zepion hears something. Grenade up and over. Right on it. Very nice.
Oh, wow. That's not as much damage as I thought.
It bounced kind of far, but it's still doing some damage.
Only 40.
Yeah. CP with one more here.
He knows.
That's
pretty good.
Gotta run.
But Chewy gets the kid off.
It's hot in the feet, but
not in the bad way.
Not in the bad way, in the good way. All right, well, this battle just kind of taking its sweet old time. You do have kind of Chewy holding that line, so he's going to be the point of pressure for the exit of New Happy. It's going to be tough for both teams to come out of this. Soul's just trying to wrap all the way around back towards the Freak spot.
Yeah, Soul makes a break for it. Remba does spot him out, but not able to get any damage done as Chewy caught a little bit exposed. Zombie Esports and New Happy fighting for the last remains of this compound on the southern side of the circle. Renba trying to clean up Soul. He really wants him. They really want to secure the north side of the circle because it makes their problem so much easier.
Oh, if they get rid of Soul, it is a much easier game to win for Gen G. So looking to do that. And New Happy just keen to wait this out. I mean, both them and Tianba still have enough of their compounds inside the circle. They don't have to move just yet until Phase 9. Phase 9 going to end on Gen G's side of the road. So Gen G just needs to play defense. And again, you got to keep someone on Soul watch to make sure that he does not, cause any problems like we saw with what happened to the Freaks in the first game today with Carol stroking back with beyond fast.
Yeah, quick with the guns. Going to get Chewy. Going in for the flush, and they get him. And Gen G, they're going to take that opportunity to peek up. That's a lot more damage coming in from Anonix. And Ming Ming with a prone. Oh, man, you can control that spray so well with a prone, just barely hitting him over the top of that ledge. And that's 7-7 going down. Tianba down to their last man as Tong fighting for his life right now against the kit.
All right, Soul going to try to come alive, see if he can steal some points. Renba just swats him right out of the air. Ming Ming there, going to finish off 7-7, looking for Tong. Tong with the shotgun, seeing if he put it to good use. Not going to happen. Adder there for the headshot. Now Ming Ming, Zepion The only two left. I don't know if HS is resable, and here comes the utility barrage from Gen G, trying to make this as difficult as possible. They know there's a knock.
These nades are huge.
They know there's a circle coming, so they know that, yeah, they can just do this, and this should be the end.
That's it. Gen G's going to win the final match of the day on Miramar. They were slow to wake up here on day number 1, but we're going to finish it out with a Gen G win as they played that final circle beautifully.
Yeah.
Just controlling their position on the north side of the road. They know that Phase 9 will end on their side, and they don't even need it to, honestly. They just clean everything up.
Oh, yeah. No one was able to crash their sort of, I don't think you can call it a compound.
No.
Those silos, but because a lot of times you see those silos be pretty dangerous to hold. They're really tricky. But Gen G kind of able to fend off any suitors to that position, and really, really nicely done. The one team I have some question marks about in this one is actually Danawa. But
why is that?
They just didn't hold their position as well as I thought they could have. I thought their defense was a little bit, just not quite as clean as it needed to be, because they had a really nice spot, and they actually, if they hold that position and come out with 4, there's a world where they're the ones in Gen G's position at the end of that game.
That's true.
But it is what it is. Gen G, a slow start, but a solid finish, and this is exciting. I think, if this is the kind of start Gen G's going to have, again, another team that often kind of powers up as the events go on. Them and Petrichor Road, who knows? Maybe we got a 2-horse race coming into the last day with
perhaps
2 great historical teams.
Japan versus Korea versus China. It would be great to watch.
Yeah.
And I really want to see the total leaderboard right now because we have played the first 5 maps of PCS7 Asia, and China has only won 1 of them. Korea won 3, Japan won 1, China won 1. And that's not really the result that we expected coming in here today. I mean, China historically just absolutely dominates here at PCS.
No, don't worry. Tomorrow will be all China.
You're probably right.
I'm telling you right now. It's just the way that PCS goes. One day it's all Korea, the next day it's all China. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope, I'm happy to be wrong about that. The other team I'm a little bit worried about. I mean, for the Freaks it was tough, obviously, with the way that Tiamba was able to just kind of freely come out and start nading them here. Nobody could quite see that angle, and then they got hit in the back by Sia as well from Tai Lu because Danawa's defense crumbled. So it was kind of a pincered. It ended up being a pincered spot that I didn't think would be, but because Danawa fell apart, it kind of became one.
Yeah, we didn't think that Tiamba would really have the ability to push out like that because New Happy was right on the edge. They could have breached that post at any moment.
Yeah.
But instead, Tiamba just very efficiently peeks out. They get the Freaks in like 5-10 seconds, and they quickly retreat back to a defensive spot. New Happy can't take advantage of it.
Yeah. I mean, I think New Happy was kind of pinned by Gen G, and that I think it kind of became like
a triangle of points.
Yeah. Plus, again, the fact that Tai Lu gets out of their spot, like, probably like 9 times out of 10 doesn't happen. You know what I mean? And normally, if Tai Lu's not in that spot, then Danawa stays where they're at. They don't have to worry about, the Freaks don't have to worry about Tai Lu coming from that angle, because Tai Lu was raining grenades onto the Freaks while they were fighting Danawa. I mean, this is how good these Chinese teams are. Like they're taking 2 battles at once, because why not? And so they're throwing grenades at the Freaks, they're fighting Danawa, and they're making it work. That's how good Tai Lu is.
And Onyx is going to be the player of the game for the final match of PCS7 Asia Day 1. 805 damage, 3 kills, 56% of his team's damage. As Gen G caps it off with a nice win.
Yeah, great performance from an Onyx. And Gen G, again, able to lock down their position. One of the teams that was keen to go. I mean, Gen G by the way, Gen G made a dive in the middle of this.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
We watched them cut through like 3 different teams to get to that position.
We were talking about how, maybe it isn't the best position on the map, but hey, they survived getting there.
Yeah.
And eventually they were able to work the circle into a way that they were just able to secure the bag right there at the end.
Well, that's why you go for those positions. Even though they're slightly dangerous, if the circle goes in that direction, which it is likely to, again, if teams understand the way that the circles maneuver, they know that there's a pretty likely chance that circles like to end in that vicinity, around that Hacienda area. And
I gotta say,
yeah,
this leaderboard, very concerning for the non-China fans because although China, Petrichor Road, was the only team from China to win a game, today, look at the top of the board.
Yep.
6 teams, 5 China, 1 Korea. That's just because Genji won the final map.
Yeah.
I mean, Games Forever Young, they haven't won a map yet today, and they're in first place at 49. Just this high kill, high octane team fighting style that we see out of the Chinese region just continues to perform to perfection at PCS. Like they rack up the points regardless of whether they win or not.
Yep. It's the same old story time and time again here in PCS Asia. And we're just, along to watch these masterful teams just continue to dismantle the rest of this lobby. I think we'll see. I mean, that being said, nobody's super far out of it. Like, 9th place to 1st is only 19 points. That's a win and 9 kills. So this is a very tight leaderboard right now. Despite the Chinese teams being ahead, it's not anything outrageous. It's not, a grossly over-exaggerated kind of situation. So I'm very keen to see how tomorrow goes. Still some teams I'm looking at to have some better performances on the right-hand side. I mean, 4 Angry Men has been struggling today, but again, I know that Wei, a.k.a. Godby, a.k.a. Way Less, I wish he'd just stick with one name, but it is what it is. You know what? He's one of the most successful esports players ever, so I'm not going to criticize him too much, but he has been sick. So I don't know if that, had some things to do with it. They looked a little bit off today. Forever just hasn't looked the same this year, period. GEX, still struggling, but GX can kind of...
It happens sometimes.
Well, no. I mean, like, they're already going to PGC. So,
True.
So for GEX, if I'm being honest, like, this is all playing on Monopoly money. You know what I mean? Like, nothing here is...
This is also a team that we see really excel on the defensive front of the games, and they have not really been in the position to kind of defend any compounds or any key critical positions.
Yeah.
Often when we see GEX get deep in games or get to wins, it's because they're able to defend a compound against multiple teams trying to incur on it.
Yeah.
And that really just hasn't been the story so far today. There's been a lot of kind of wild circles, especially in Erangel, where teams have to rotate a bunch to make things happen, and that doesn't really play into GEX's strengths very well. But yeah, the Freaks would love to see them do better, not just because EN is on my fantasy team, but because they're one of the best teams in Korea. And this is a team with a lot of talent, a lot of skill from top to bottom. They dominate the PWS time and time again. But just goes to show that PCS makes the Asia region so difficult.
Well, you need to see more confidence. You need to see more, kind of willingness to take fights, willingness to press their advantage. Even if it's not a huge advantage, sometimes you got to roll the dice in PUBG.
Yeah, maybe even trade a player for time.
Absolutely.
Give yourself a little bit more breathing room so you can make some faster rotations. I'm thinking about that protracted fight with, I think, Danawa on Miramar that they just really got bogged down. Like, yeah, they got the points from the kills, but you're just creating endless problems for yourselves when you try to rotate out of that position with no vehicles.
Exactly, yeah. This is the thing. Like, the way that the Freaks thrive, at least in this most recent PWS, was farming edges, okay? They weren't doing that today. They couldn't do that today, and for reasons like you're talking about, right? Like, they're not pushing their advantage. They're not willing to sacrifice a player for the greater good. It's things like it's just too passive. They need to step it up a little bit. They need to pick up the tempo. They need to pick up the intensity. If I'm their coach, that's what I'm telling you. I know they're capable of it. Love to see it. Same with Danawa. I tell them almost the exact same thing. Pick up the intensity, pick up the pace. Got to start taking third parties. Got to start looking for fights. I don't mind the way that Danawa played that last game, other than their defense wasn't clean enough. Their defense should have been a lot better against Tyloo. That is something that needs to be looked at in the kind of tactics, whatever, analysis of that fight to see what they could have done better.
Absolutely.
But the decision making was fine for going for that position when they did. So macro play in that game, fine. But yeah, in general, those two teams in particular need to get it going.
Man, to wrap things up, what a fun day of PUBG it's been. These have been a lot of really fun maps. I mean, Bagopaw's win and F1 are actually going to be going to an interview.
PCS7 아시아 자 1일차
The first day
경기가
of
모두
PCS7 Asia has been ended with all the 5 games. It's been a dominating force from the Chinese teams. And with the highest points from the first day has been Chinese team GFY. Now we'll have an interview with them. Congratulations on your win, first of all.
恭喜你们今天获得榜首。
자, 개막전이라 많이 또 긴장도 되셨을 것 같은데요. 우리 서머 선수 가장 높은 곳 1위로 경기를 마무리한 소감을 좀 먼저 들어볼까요?
Summer, you must have been really nervous, as it's the opening day of PCS. How do you feel being the first place for today?
是我吗？心情特别好吧。就我觉得我们应该是能进前8，但今天发挥特别好，我们状态都挺好的。
저는 지금 기분이 굉장히 좋습니다. 제가 생각하기에는 저희는 종합 8위 안에 들 수 있을 것 같고 오늘 저희가 컨디션이 굉장히 좋아서 너무 행복합니다.
We feel great about it, with all the great conditionings, and we hope to be in part of the top 8 from today. After today, you guys didn't place that high in the PCL by being 7th. Peng, did you consider yourself ending up in the first place today?
今天你们觉得你们能拿下今天的榜首，你对这个今天就是拿下榜首有什么想法？
圈域挺好的，然后沟通什么的也挺到位的，就今天打得还行。
오늘 팀 내 팀워크가 굉장히 좋았고 그리고
We had a great teamwork today, and I think we had a great circles overall today, and that's why we were able to become first.
계속해서 게임스 포레버 영에서 뛰어주고 있는 선수 중 한 사람인데요. PCS4, PCS5 이후에 굉장히 또 오랜만에
It's been a while that you guys haven't participated in PCS after PCS4 and 5. Coming back to this PCS7, how do you feel about coming back to this PCS7?
你们有就是好久没有拿下这么好的分数了，你们对这个有什么？你对这个有什么想法呢？给我们分享一下你的心情。
没什么想法，平常心吧。该咋打咋打。
그냥 하던 대로 하고 그렇게 뭐 큰 심정은 없다고 말합니다.
We've been playing as best as possible. There hasn't been changes from the past, but we're just trying our best to become one of the strong powers.
선수에게도 좀 질문을 드리고 싶은데요. 이 펑 선수와 서머 선수의 영입이 게임스 포레버 영에게 굉장히 큰 시너지를 좀
After recruiting Fang and Summer, you guys seem to be stronger. What are some strengthened parts of your team after signing the 2 players that you guys have got recently?
使你们队伍 有哪个部分变得更强大，然后更有细节呢？
就是打架的时候，枪线更注重枪线一点了吧，然后更注重一点细节，然后交流什么的也更注重。
펑 선수와 썸머 선수의 영업으로 인해서 저희의 샷이라든지 팀워크 같은 경우
We've been able to be more dominant in our firepower, and we've been able to manage more spaces and coming out in the edge circles throughout the games by recruiting Fang and Summer.
선수가 영입이 얼마 안 된 선수라는 걸 생각하지 못할 정도로 완성도 높은 팀워크.
It seems that you guys have a great teamwork all together. It's not been long that you guys have recruited the 2 players.
오늘 치킨 없이 가장
you guys had no chicken today, but just with the placement points and the kill points. What are some key factors that were in some of your comps during the games for this great result that you guys had in day 1?
但是你们的综合排名是榜首，你对 这个运营方面有什么想法要跟我们分享的？
我觉得就是不能着急吧，慢慢去找机会就好了，稳住自己就行。
급하지 않고 천천히 해가면서 하나하나씩 목표를
Throughout
이뤄가면서
our games, we had a great pace, and we didn't go over pace, and by doing that, we were able to perform well, I think.
팀워크가 워낙 좋기 때문에 급하지 않은 마음으로 천천히 경기를
taking your steps by steps, game forever, you guys are showing great performances. Peng, last question to you. This is the final route for the upcoming PGC. What will be your goal for this PCS7 Asia?
PGC 的最后一个关卡现在就在你们前面。这本次 PCS 的目标是什么？
PCS 的目标就是争取出国。
没了吗？
没了。
저희 이번 목표는 해외로 진출하는 겁니다.
One of our goals is to go abroad by winning this PCS.
PCS7 아시아에서 보여줄 모습 역시 기대하도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you for your interview today. We expect a lot from you, Games Forever Young.
谢谢你们。
All right, well, GFY just saying they're just feeling good. They're playing good. Nothing like super secret about it. They're just hitting their shots, you know, just kind of in the group. And that, a lot of times that's what it takes, just being in the zone. And, you know, a lot of teams, a lot of players kind of actually tell me that behind the scenes. They're like, we just felt in the zone today, you know, and we played well.
Yeah, that was a really solid day number 1 from them. Just placement points and kills, racking up to first place on the leaderboard. No chicken needed. Chickenless PUBG.
It works. I mean,
it really does. I mean, with this format,
this is
honestly,
why they play the way they do. Yeah, exactly. And that's what they should play. They should be going for this kind of stuff. But anyway, that's going to do it for us for today. We have tomorrow, of course, same time, same place. Europe comes up later. Make sure you tune into that, guys. Thank you so much for joining us here at PCS7 Asia. We'll see you tomorrow, Saturday, 7 p.m. Korean Standard Time. See you then.
Nice.